Cambodia in a game anyway. They went 8-1 basically in the group stage, and
jadi jangan lupa untuk tekan subscribe. Very important. Sangat-sangat saya sangat korang punya subscription button itu ya.
A lot of us are very familiar with them by now. And I could say
169. Oh, not enough. Come on. At least saya dah tengok 300 hari ni.
They've definitely practiced
300. Come on.
This roster, it's a roster full of veterans. Well, at least for Ken, Justin, and Ruby DD, especially Ruby
Boxy
DD.
tak main Myanmar. Boxy.
At the forefront for Myanmar
Siapa Boxy?
for MLBB in Myanmar.
Ken, Justin, Ruby DD, Juno, Zide.
Ruby DD combo as well. That's what we call it now.
Tak main lah tu. Salam dari Indo. Waalaikumsalam. Selamat datang.
That's a Ruby DD combo. He's kind of immortalized his name in
Cambodia kan?
MLBB, and it's great to see that he's still here playing at the highest level of MLBB. Now going up
Boxy
against
Cambodia.
I would say for the lineup,
Janganlah salah.
compared to Ruby DD at least, right? They're actually inexperienced compared to Ruby DD. Ruby DD has been through so many different international tournaments, has been playing the game for so long. Meanwhile, for this team, we've seen them a lot. Like for Indonesia, later on we'll get to see the roster to see exactly who's playing. But again, Ruby DD, what we've seen
Finally, come on. Boots, Albert, Cewek, Sans, Keyboy. Come on Indonesia. Saya mendukung Indonesia ya untuk game ini. Saya mau lihat Indonesia ke Riyadh. Bagi tahu je bang. Malaysia jam berapa? 8. After this match. Tak cukup promotion bang Lot. YouTube senyap. Tak apa. Very new. Still very new. Lutfi. Boots yang main. Halo, Bani Muhammad, welcome. Wih, terima kasih ada 100 orang lebih. How do you guys reach me here? Soalannya, macam mana kalian boleh sampai ke sini? Adakah melalui TikTok saya ataupun just search dekat YouTube keluar saya punya live streaming? Saya nak tahu juga. Kan? Sebab makin ramai, saya macam teruja. 100 orang di YouTube channel kan. Wow. Macam tak boleh percaya. First time dapat sebab ini adalah hari kedua. Kali kedua saya streaming dekat YouTube. So I'm really happy to see number 100. Kalau dia boleh pergi 1000, wow. Saya akan sangat-sangat happy. Jadi untuk 107 orang ni yang mana yang belum tekan subscribe, boleh tak saya minta bantuan kalian semua untuk tekan the button subscribe. Okay, let's go. Oh, Roger di ban terus. Link Albert di ban. Chip juga di ban keluar. Indonesia belum muncul pada streaming IESF, jadi kesini lah biar seru dah tiba-tiba muncul di beranda. 1K views abang kena pakai no baju on boys bro. Come on. Suruh pakai baju Todak, I will do it whole day, whole month, whole year. Sarah sweet, hi. Sudah subscribe, thank you very much. Discord di Daddyhood bang Lot, part of promotion tu. Discord dengan Daddyhood Dia tengah live Daddyhood tengah live ke?
They can pick it up for themselves. Obviously, Albert plays a mean Roger. Same goes for CW, but leaving it open, I don't know about that.
Sebab saya tak suka. Korang pernah tengok tak tengah live? Saya tak suka bercakap dengan orang lain waktu saya tengah. Sebab saya nak enjoy my moment. Sebab bila saya bercakap dengan orang, kadang-kadang saya tak boleh nak menjerit sangat. Nanti dia akan kacau streamer yang sana. So saya biar saya dengan diri saya seorang-seorang. Macam Daddy memang dia dah biasa dengan grup-grup dia. Kan? Macam saya memang dah terbiasa seorang-seorang. Jarang lah. Adalah 1-2 kali pernah lah Prof Min. Itu pun sekejap-sekejap. Semoga Maghrib ini biasa membawa kemenangan bagi Indonesia. Amin. SRG kuat tak? SRG kuat. Walau letak display abang kat tengah-tengah tak nampak draft. Saya tutuplah sekejap. Saya tutuplah sekejap.
they have a lot
Habis draft saya buka.
opportunity to pick up a valuable first pick here.
Okay, Angela juga di ban, Faramis di ban, Harit di ban, Fred Rain. Fred Rain. Abang siap ni bahasanya kayak orang Lebanon. Kayak orang Lebanon ya. Hey, thank you very much. 134 orang maki. Saya happy gila tu. Assassin Albert is back. Lutfi yang main. Lutfi bukan Boots tadi ya. Lutfi yang main.
What do you think Myanmar needs?
Sans dapat Parsa. Malaysia main kan tu? Main. Abang campurannya? Ya, campuran Lebanon, Afghanistan, Turkmenistan, Azerbaijan, Malaysia. Ada Korea sikit. Tanjung Rambutan.
But another way to deal with this Farsa and the Claude could be the Yuzong, right? You can go for Terizla to deny it and maybe set yourself up for an even better neutral objective take, or you can take the Yuzong to bully the Farsa.
Ada.
But the thing is, it almost seems like Indonesia wants that to happen. With the Farsa first pick, super easy.
Cambodia full SYS ke? Ya. Rasanya ya.
For Myanmar, they won't take that bait. They won't actually.
Okay, Lo Yi dengan Ruby telah pun dikunci oleh Myanmar guys.
Or force out from Myanmar.
What do you think about the first 3 pick and first 3 ban? Malaysia, Indonesia serumpun. Bela Palestin. Amin.
How to utilize the diversion.
Semoga Malaysia lolos ke final bang. Salam dari Indonesia. Amin. Semoga Indonesia juga lolos dalam pertandingan, dalam permainan sekarang. Amin, amin. Sound kecil sangat. Kita naikkan.
I was going to pull it up while you were talking about that. Might be
Saya
his
sudah
first
start bang. By the way, Indonesia pasti menang. Jangan lupa kita jiran serumput. Iya. Bukan serumput. Rumput itu makanan si lembu, sapi itu. Itu rumput. Kalau di Malaysia bilangnya rumput. Serumpun, rumpun. Lepas ni Asian qualifier or what, bro?
An off-stream game that we didn't have on the
Lepas
live
ni
stream.
Asian
It
qualifier.
was against Timor.
No, this is
that nation.
Asia
So
regional
they went
qualifier
2-0
for
with that.
IESF.
So they used the
Cambodia
when
versus
they
Myanmar,
used the
siapa menang,
Loyi,
bang?
It was with a Harith and a Ruby, and their jungler was a Baksho instead of the Frederick. And then they had the Dairoth
Cambodia
the next
dengan
point.
Myanmar.
So I'm not sure if they're kind of going with that same kind of game plan, but they also ended that game in under
Cambodia.
12 minutes. So
Sorry, Myanmar.
now, you know, this is
Myanmar,
Indonesia that
Myanmar.
they're going
Myanmar
against
menang
here, so
semua.
obviously some
Abang
of this
langsung
coordination that they need with this Loyi
Myanmar
have
atau
to be on
Indonesia?
point, I think.
Indonesia.
But this is kind of the same concept already.
Semangat streamnya Bang
And
Botak.
we wait for
Bang
these,
Botak
second phases of the bans to go through here. I think too, because of the fact that they're going against
Already
the
picked.
Quad, like the option is to
Nathan
actually
telah
go
pun di
with
ban
a
keluar.
traditional marksman because the
Kalau
Harith
Indo
is
sama
taken out.
Malay
We have
menang
seen
hari ini,
some
besoknya
testing- I
Malay
say
versus Indo ke?
experimentation, I should say.
Enggak, jam
for
10
the
malam.
gold laners,
Jam 10 malam
to bring something new to
ataupun
there.
jam
But I
9
think if
malam
you're
di
going against
Indonesia.
the Quad, you could just pick something
Jam
a
9
little
malam
more
di
safe,
Indonesia, jam
if
10
you really
malam.
wanted to.
Bermain BO1.
The Natan would be the safe option to go for, right? You can go for the Purify, you can go for the Flicker.
Geng, jangan lupa subscribe, geng. Seramai 248 orang yang ada di live stream saya. Mohon izin ya, mohon bantuan untuk subscription. Saya perlukan 1000 subscriber yang pertama untuk saya nak monetize my channel. So saya akan lebih bersemangat buat konten, live streaming, nobar, MSC nanti, M6 nanti. YouTube baru ke bang? Yes, YouTube baru. Ramai teman-teman daripada Indonesia menyeru, bang, nggak ada YT nggak? Nggak ada channel YouTube nggak? Nggak ada channel YouTube. So mainly for Indonesian friends. Di grand final yang nanti yang lolos ada berapa bang? 16.
To be picked up by Myanmar with the CC coming in from the Ruby.
Di playoff nanti, playoff di grand final nanti 16 pasukan. Berisik bang,
dia
Oke.
quite a bit of vengeance there, man. You know, almost infinity amount of
kapan ke Indo lagi? Soon. Nanti saya nak pergi ambil player baru untuk Todak. So saya nak ke Indonesia, bawa dia pulang. Bang, sekarang jadi pindah ke MPLMY. MPL Malay. Nanti esok kita bagi jawapan. Prediksi bang, siapa yang win? Indonesia guys. Indonesia.
And also just as a note, I think this Yuzhong ban is still the
Abang
portrait,
CEO
this new
Todak ya?
portrait is
Enggak.
for CC.
Enggak,
Okay.
bukan. CEO Toda
Interesting because
yang
as I was
ownernya.
saying and looking at their old
Ambil
lineup
Skylar
from
bang.
games that they
Mau
swept here,
nyambil
the
tapi
Dairos
Pak
was a
Ape
part of this
nggak mau
lineup.
kasih.
You know, the
Assalamualaikum
Dairos they
salam.
played last time was
Bang, I
picked
love
up
you
there
too.
with the
PSK mana
Ruby
bang?
and the
Bentar.
Yi.
Kan
The difference, of course,
tengah.
this time is they have a Mozkov. Like I was saying, what is going to be that good matchup for the quad in
Okay,
lane?
gini.
At least with the Mozkov, you should be relatively
facecam
okay
ni.
to farm up pretty well.
Okay, ini
And
telah
you
pun
know
dipick.
that
Wih,
quad,
Dehirot dan juga
overall
Moskov
presence
telah
in
pun
the game
diambil.
farms lanes really
Jadi
quickly,
apa yang
like
tinggal
later on
sekarang?
using the blazing duet and can join fights.
EXP.
So why not pick Mozkov? So at least you have the Spear of Destruction. You can hang out in the lane a little bit longer if you want to, and hopefully you
Tamus.
land the Spear of Destruction. You can follow up with it. I think part of that too
Oh,
is
Marsha.
if they follow up with the Mozkov, they set up really well with the armor penetration from a Dairoth. But look, at
Ambil Rian
this.
bang. Ya.
The Masha
BO3 guys, saya
come through. And
BO3.
We've seen teams, I think even Malaysia banned out the
banned it
Masha
twice
against Indonesia because they know that it is devastating here in the hands of Lutfi.
Especially with the
Paksa
Sky
sama
Piercer.
Pak
You were
Ape
talking about
biar
using the Sky
dilepaskan
Piercer
lah.
on the Roger, on
Ini
the
bukan
Brody,
rumah
but
Mirko,
if
ini
you're
rumah
using Sky
Rangge
Piercer,
mas kan.
right? Thunder Pierce.
Bota pilih mana,
Definitely
Rose
comes to
atau
mind.
Bude?
You know, there's already Sky built there. You know, they are the
Bude.
Sky Kings. That's what we call them in Indonesia.
Bude terus.
And you know, you get the Thunderclap with your ultimate. Masha fits to that, you know, Sky Piercer category.
Abang ni Dwayne Johnson kah?
well.
Iya.
And I'm really interested to
You
see
see
how
what the
Lutfi
Rock is
plays this
cooking?
Because it's so weird for Lutfi. We didn't get to see it for the most part in the regular season of MPL Indonesia, and we didn't even get to see it for
Real
the most part in the
YouTube.
playoffs.
Real YouTube Abang ke Salam dari Indonesia. Ya, saya punya YouTube channel official. Abang Lot official. Guys, yang mana yang belum belanja saya subscription button, sila berbuat demikian. I love you guys. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go. Kita ke sini.
Well, we're going to find out here, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the match. It's a best of 3 between Myanmar and Indonesia to secure a slot, the first one to the grand final, of course, later on, but more so for the WEC in Riyadh for 2024. It starts here in this best of 3. We saw both lineups. We talked about it quite extensively, and once we get a look also at the emblems, I'm not sure if anything stuck out just
Gini,
yet. It is Ken
baru
rolling with
menarik.
Pure Rage. I like the fact that Fredrin is still
Malaysia lawan bila?
versatile
Jam
enough
8
to
malam.
pick like 3 different emblem sets, maybe 4.
Jam 8 malam.
And kind of play around with that. Also, there's a whole
Jam
lot of
9 di Indonesia
ignitions here. Zidez is also using the Brave Smite. We've seen this plenty of times with the Ruby. And
Jam
even on
10
the
di
other
Malaysia.
side, nothing too crazy.
Sorry,
from this. Lutfi
jam
does
7
have
di
lethal ignition
Indonesia, jam
himself.
8 di
So
Malaysia.
we'll see how this kind of
Bang, bila
new
nak podcast
signature pick,
bos
I guess you could say
Simon?
it's like a new pick in his repertoire to make work
After
because he's
Riyadh.
dealt with it so many times
After
over
MSC.
in Indonesia.
Sebab saya nak tunggu habis MSC baru best.
Too, how this is going to work in the grander scheme of
Bro,
things, these later
eh.
team fights. When we're talking about especially the Sky Piercer being built and online.
Guys, ramai 310 orang. I'm really happy to have this 310 people with me now. So can you guys give me a very good
the turtle, but it looks like Albert
subscription button.
Just visiting, you know. I mean, really, you can't get this.
Ya, jangan lupa itulah. I'm really happy, really excited, teruja.
This fight does become.
Saya dalam keterujaan.
So right now, we're still waiting for this last minion to go ahead and just look at the attention here. They might try to go for something, you know, try to pull like a cheeky move up top, but Turtle's up. And with that, Ruby DD doesn't have the level 4 just yet, so the wait Sans also waiting, so it's up to Ken. Go ahead, stall out that Turtle, start it up. But look at Indonesia also getting in position here.
Ambil naik.
For Myanmar so far, Ken holding on to that turtle. Albert pops in a shield unity. Keyboy looking for an angle now of that onward. You can see that Albert will go for the shield unity onto Zide. Let's give me the feather airstrike as well as the onward to get a claim for his blood. Albert winning on the retreat battle, but in the back it's gonna be Ruby DD who claims the kill on the side. Lumpy flickers forward now and just goes in for the last 2 scratches to get the trade
Kenapa
in
nggak
favor
ada?
of Indonesia. Keyboy.
Thank you ya for the donation. Thank you for the donation.
Ken up, doing some
Saya tak dapat baca apa yang ditulis tu.
so he can try to go for
Kejap
a
lagi
little
saya
bit
tengok.
more damage here.
Keep mati Keyboy.
Forcing him out.
Mati Keyboy.
Able to onward backwards again.
Baiklah
Some
Keyboy.
time. Finally gets that primal wrath off. But yeah, early on, a win for Indo.
Yep, Keyboy knew.
Ambil Nail bang.
He's like, I can stay here and just be annoying for a
Ya,
while.
Nail
because I have
memang
primal wrath.
di
And
ini.
yeah, they came out on top of that whole exchange. Oh, mid lane.
Great pickup on the Suns by Zide with the flicker into the I'm offended straight into the follow-up coming in from Myanmar. Well played to equalize the kills on the board diversion. into the bottom lane.
Oh.
Doesn't have the I'm offended though, so really no threat of taking CW down, not just yet.
Yeah, it was a good idea, like send the package, you know, type thing. Here we go. I was gonna talk about the items because that whole exchange, how it
Score
happened.
berapa?
We might not get a chance though.
Earth Shatter. We're not connecting earlier. Shielding lock her down. Those
Yes.
to be able to pop into I'm offended, but will fall to the poisons as Juno.
Go. Ambil tu gold plating. Gold plating, gold plating, gold plating.
Well, try to defend and clear out these minion waves from pushing into that turret.
Okay.
Okay.
You know, I wanted to get a chance to talk about the items, but it looks like Indonesia just wants to keep fighting.
No feather airstrike, no thunderclap just yet. Lippy decides to use it.
Gitu,
Try to go for that
Sans.
execute, and Sans will still be able to claim that kill up top.
All right, so Indonesia finding picks where they can.
Whoa.
They might just go for another. Juno gonna be fine. Gets out of there with a walker.
No,
but so,
no
this is the
flicker.
thing, man. Like with the lead that Indonesia has gotten themselves.
Oh
no, Albert, is he gonna be in trouble?
Taking a whole lot of damage. A chain CC as well, but a good Earth Shatter from Keyboy now to go for the re-engage.
Baiklah.
Blazing red from CW as he pops in a Purify to
Okay,
get out of
free
the
turtle,
dispersion.
free turtle.
CC
Gratis.
goes back to the battle mirror image
Gratis.
onto the
Turtle
turtle.
gratis
Second turtle
ini,
of the
guys.
game. Albert on a
Ba,
diversion.
belakang.
Destruction, but Albert just secures it with a retribution. CW, no Purify, going to be caught on the flanks, and Myanmar will be able to get a trade off for that turtle. It's a kill onto the gold lane.
Okay, maybe we get a chance now. Let's look at it real quick before Ken starts.
Bantai.
Falling into place already. You got a corrosion scythe here for Juno. He's gonna need a little more time to build up because the same thing is there for CW, and he's on to his second item. With that too, Sky Piercer already being locked in for Loopy. That first item, that rush, is exactly what we were thinking about for the Masha, and that can be quite devastating. You got the wings already picked up by Sans. Helps with that little bit of shielding and a little bit more mobility.
Menang Myanmar ni bang. No. Indonesia bro. Indonesia bro. Usia berapa?
Kind of advantage that Indonesia
49.
was able to get themselves gives them this upper hand. Plus the defensive items they've already locked in. Still looking
Abang
to get some
sokong
of these
tim mana?
first ones
Indonesia.
locked in. Albert, this is what I'm saying. He's quite tanky, even with the Baksha.
Kalian bilang Malaysia, Indonesia serumpun.
What? Oh, wow, Loopy.
Jadi gimana aku mau sokong Myanmar? Sudah tentunya Indonesia.
The Sky Piercer, the Thunder Pierce, we might as well call it now, with how he's able to utilize the Masha. But remember,
slot MPL
during the
ID.
rosters, you know, when we're talking about
IESF
looking at the lineups,
Jakarta bang.
we were talking
Insyaallah
about how Ruby DD
saya tengah
so much more experience compared to some of the members from Indonesia, and especially his lane opponent. Loopy's a rookie
D-Rod.
in MPL ID in Indonesia.
No way, bro.
He just got a solo kill against a legend.
Man, right now, they're just playing with
Bang,
the
kita isi
timing
server.
that they have on you know, especially
Ya,
the
jangan
different lanes, but
dilayan.
Loopy especially
Mobazan itu,
with that Sky
Mobazan
Piercer,
ini.
like we were talking
Mobazin,
about, you know,
Mobazin.
and we know- Hold on, keyboard diversion?
Bro, hilang bro,
Okay, it's gonna be Keyboy
Keyboy.
caught in, and that's gonna be everything. In the kitchen sink, Keyboy still able to flicker out to safety, but still destruction.
Lima,
and the
guys,
follow-up
lima.
From Ruby DD, as
Loot
he
P.
flickers in, will be
Push.
able to catch Keyboy and take him down.
Push,
The 6th minute
stop.
of the game, straight for the turtle. The final one of this game to spawn back into the land of Dawn. Straight onto it though, it's gonna be Ken and Ruby DD. Albert is looking for an angle to perhaps go for it. Pops into Poissons, hovers over the turtle, goes in for the retribution, but it's still gonna be Ken who wins it out in the end. And that's the first
Okay.
turtle on the board
Okay.
for Myanmar, technically. Shield unity, feather airstrike, catching Zide as he flickers out with the Don't Run Wolf King. CW jumps in with the lazy new gets caught by him offended, but will be able to take him down as he goes back towards that battle mirror.
Come on,
Looking
Loopy!
onto the wall, though, loses that 1 HP bar and gets the reset on the thunderclap, but is not in range to go for that thunderclap. Now, another
sampai gua
diversion.
dari
Loopy
Indonesia.
gonna be caught by the taunt again. Loopy taunted up and locked down by the Spear of Misery as Justin gets rid of him. That's gonna be a good dodge by Keyboy, sidestepping away from the Praisers Rattles. Now it's gonna be the re-engage coming down onto Myanmar.
Bah, cewek.
Keyboy will out-sustain the Fredrin, and the feather airstrike gets popped in. The last one doesn't connect with the flicker dies.
Wih, dapat.
Gila,
Sans.
Oh my goodness. I think that's all it's going to be is just clash after clash and team fights, because so far that's what both these teams have wanted to do. And actually when you watch them through the group stage,
Bang Botas saya udah subscribe. Siapa gue bang?
how this
Aris.
new items has changed the course of the game. This
Lu,
is the
Aris,
highlight.
Aris.
These are the ways, the play styles that these teams have. They've been known for before, and now it's even more so. Now we're gonna battle out with Ken. And it looks like
Albert.
they're gonna go for it.
Albert.
Albert did actually steal that away. Another feather airstrike as well. Ruby DD gonna be knocked up by Keyboy, and just with those
Okay, cewek is coming.
shields thrown out, Albert will be able to take him down. In the mid lane, Team Lutpi wanted to go for that turret.
Jangan lupa subscribe guys. Tak payahlah duk menjerit macam bodoh.
However, no, not for free. Juno.
Tak payahlah layan kat sini bodoh, bingai kau ni. Kan cakap babi garang ah. Kau ingat aku nak bagi kisah sangat. Dah ikut suka aku lah, aku punya stream, aku nak marah, aku nak menjerit.
They've been making actually pretty good positioning
Benak ubi betul.
plays with Justin utilizing
Kau ingat aku kisah sangat.
It's just unfortunate because they're kind of the item disparity or the economy lack here is really what's showing in some of these skirmishes and team fights. And so as they get ready for this Lord here, I think it's still a little tough for Myanmar to actually approach this fight because they're outgunned and out-itemed. Even with a good diversion play, if they can catch out a key target, which could be Sands, could be CW, then they might have the upper hand. Then they have to deal with Lutpi, especially on this Masha.
Nak layan senyap-senyap, tutup volume kau tu. Volume kau tu bagi minimum, paling rendah.
We'll actually go ahead and try to dance this off, it looks like. But even with Keyboy, early immortality picked up. He has the Primal Wrath still available as well. The placement and positioning here
for Indonesia is really what's going to set this apart. With the lead they have, kat sini aku boleh bagi 100%. Guys, 500 orang. Takkan aku tak dapat 500 subscriber hari ini. Tolong guys. Tolong.
Ken's all alone, chain CC'd. Albert going to be able to pick up the.
Kalau dapat 500 subscribe hari ini kan, baiklah, korang memang terbaik. 588. Alhamdulillah.
But Indonesia
mantap bang, kasih keras. Cakap lagi. Korang
no contest for that one. Again, this is what I was saying. I think it'd be difficult.
Kau tak pernah tengok aku maki yang baik-baik ni kan? Kat sini lah tempatnya aku nak lepas geram.
You know, the way that they come back into this game, even given the fact that 4,000 lead for Indonesia is really utilizing that version.
Thank you. Bagi yang dah subscribe, terima kasih. Semoga semua kalian semua dipanjangkan umur, dimurahkan rezeki, bahagia dunia akhirat. Amin. Yang penting bahagia, jangan macam si bingai bodoh tadi tu. Kan? Mungkin bini dia hari-hari bising kot. Kan? Mungkin lah kot. Penjadi jantan tak guna bini bising lah bodoh. Kau tengok aku 2 bini. Aku yang hari-hari bising kat bini aku. Makin semua orang. Saya sudah 2 kali like bang. Terima kasih. 2 kali subscribe. Terima kasih. Let's enjoy today. Kita party sampai pagi. Come on, Indonesia.
Doing a good job of clearing up top lane now. CW gets rid of the tier 2 in the mid lane as Lutpi as well tries to do the same thing but towards the tier 2 in the bottom lane. CW, the battle mirror image.
Okay, go.
Trying to go for some damage onto Cam, but will still be able to utilize that turret splash to clear out the waves. And it seems for Indonesia, they want to get rid of all the turrets, all the base turret splashes.
Kau ni santai lah. Takkan aku nak diam, aku buat watch party ni untuk aku nak bising-bising menjerit-jerit. Bodoh lah kau ni. Dan budak-budak bukan nak dengar kau menjerit, orang nak tengok. Pergilah tempat lain. Bingai. Nak aku hantar ke apa? Kau lepak ke sini macam-macam lah, aku seorang yang buat live. Pergi tempat lain. Bodoh. Berapa kali nak dibodohkan lagi?
Okay, that's shooting as well. Now into the Earth Shadow. He gets the stun down. Ken will be knocked back again with the armor. They overflying on survive right now.
Aduh. Mantap. Game over. 4 lawan 2. Kasih habis guys. Habis. End game. Boleh ke? Boleh. Mantap. Collab sama Pascal bang. Enggak mau.
Man.
Bang, owner tu dah ke bukan?
In the draft?
Bukan. Tahniah Indonesia. One more game. Easy game bro. Easy game.
This was great.
Indonesia perlukan Malaysia sebagai lawan.
I just don't know how long.
No Myanmar. No.
I feel like there's some changes coming up for this guy.
I feel there's going to be a hot fix.
I feel like there's going to be a hot fix.
Anda jadi apa? Jadi abang lo.
Maybe.
Jadi abang lo.
Because my
Ambil
goodness.
Skylar bang.
And at the same
Apa
time,
yang
when
mau
this was locked
kasih
in,
Skylar
even
tu?
you for yourself, like you
Di
know
mana?
this very well. You know,
Saya
you knew
report
that
account
this
dia
was gonna
terus
be a good
hilang, bang.
game
Oh, ya
here
ke?
for Lutfi on this Masha pick. And it
Oh,
proved
serius
it. It
ah?
was very difficult
Janganlah
for
dia
Ruby
dia
to
gurau je
do
kot.
anything
Saja
on the
dia nak
Dyrok.
tengok
You
saya
know, we're gonna look at the
maki-maki.
highlights here in just a
Kasih bang
second,
sudah dia
but
dukung
you'll see
Indonesia.
what I'm talking about. Indonesia also
Ya,
did a
saya
really
selain
good
daripada
job of
Malaysia,
just
saya akan
starting
dukung
a little bit
Indonesia.
slow in the early game, but once they got to the objectives and they controlled this
Mungkin dia
portion
gurau
of the
kot. Dia
game,
tengok selalu
it
aku
was-
dekat
they
TikTok
did-
tak
they never let
marah-marah
go.
orang.
I mean,
Dia
even
nak aku
with this
marah
exchange,
sini
you're already
kot.
seeing Lupi
Lain macam
start this
sistem ya. Oh
road
ya.
to domination
Salam dari
on
Aceh bang.
the
Waalaikumsalam. Selamat
Masha.
datang teman-teman
And,
daripada
you know, it was
Indonesia.
good attempts,
Selamat datang
good
juga
plays from
teman-teman daripada
Myanmar
Malaysia,
in the early
sahabat-sahabat,
game, trying to
kawan-kawan,
utilize
adik-adik,
diversion,
abang-abang.
utilize
Enggak,
the
saya
fact
rasa
that
tak
they
ada
were
kot
trying to
abang
see
saya lah yang paling
Sidez on
abang
this
kat sini.
Ruby pick.
Jadi
I think
kalau
overall,
ada yang belum
just the
subscribe,
amount
saya
of plays
mohon
that Indonesia was able to
bantuan
make
anda
quickly
kan
across the map and
untuk
not have a Louis
subscribe
on their side was a really
kan.
telling
Saya
tell
nak
for
tengok
them.
berapa
I mean,
banyak
even
subscriber
this,
yang
like I
ada
said,
lama
burst damage
simpan.
whenever you have the Farsha locked
Kan,
in
kod
is
dah
crazy
melepasi apa yang
already
saya
early
minta hari
game.
ini.
You don't really have
Kan?
the defensive magic items that
Kod-
you need to deal with the feathered airstrike. You throw in the Masha on top of it and it
Wih,
gets super tough to
268 je.
deal with in
500
terms of
orang tadi tengok.
surviving that. This
Tapi
was a
tak ada
great
siapa yang
diversion,
subscribe.
by the way.
Sayangnya.
I like to see that use. But then
Aduh.
again, even with it, they
Kenapa
do get
guys korang tak nak
CW,
bagi
but
aku
still
subscribe?
the fight,
Subscription.
That's all they could. That's all they could do. They get one body. Look at this.
Oh, tengok,
Look at
tengok
the
ni.
damage. This
Buy
is what
one.
we're talking
Boom,
about.
boom,
Ruby
boom,
DD
boom,
gets
boom.
chased down. Here's Loopy. Boom. 9999. Sky Piercer Thunderclap, right? So with that, like I said, diversions were pretty good for Myanmar. But once that's gone, then what is your next
Yang
play
nombor
for
yang keluar
Myanmar? Are you able to go
9999
with the lead
is that the
Indonesia was
Sky
having? 'Cause even
Piercer?
at this point in the game, 7 minutes in, it was
Salam,
nothing
Waalaikumsalam.
crazy. The lead wasn't anything out of control just yet.
Dah
But
pagi ke
with
ni?
punishing plays like this and good
Sering-sering
just
lah live nanti
timing
banyak orang
from,
subscribe tau.
ultimates
Iya,
like
ini baru
plays
hari
into it,
kedua, guys.
feathered airstrike, and
Hari
even
kedua. Hari
just the
yang
setup
pertama
potential from
kemarin
Indonesia's lineup
Malaysia lawan
really helped them
Indonesia.
out. Myanmar was in this
This
game,
is my
I would
second
say,
day.
even at this point in
Second
at this
time.
point in the game. But slowly but
So,
surely it
thank
slipped
you,
out of
thank
their
you.
hands. And when
Baru
we
hari
get to
kedua.
eventually that first
Saya mengharapkan
Lord,
lebih pun
that's really where it
tak
got
boleh.
just kind of snowballed in favor of Indonesia. Great flicker play from Sans.
277.
Very, you know,
Thank you very much.
key style of him
300,
to do on
300.
this
We go
Farsa.
for
Like I said,
300,
he's
guys.
picked it up a couple
Let's go
times
for
through the group
300
stages and
today.
has had phenomenal
Let's go
performances so
300,
far.
please.
And even
Go.
Albert on this boxer
Oh,
almost
belakang,
played like an
belakang.
assassin. He was
Wait,
everywhere.
game
Whether he
dah
got two
habis.
Guardian helmets or not, he was everywhere he needed to be on the boxer. Played it very well. And this
This
is what
is
you
the
want to do when you
finisher.
see a
Ini dah
Frenchman
habis.
across from you. The Frenchman was first picked
Dah
for
like bang,
Myanmar,
thank you.
and they played into it really well by just
Nanti
picking up
dapat
a
hadiah
boxer.
hakian.
Nothing too fancy, honestly. When you look at
Aku
this
dah like bang.
game,
Terima kasih dah subscribe. Terima
Indonesia
kasih.
didn't do
Jap
anything
tukar
too
akaun
fancy. It
YouTube
was
yang
very
belum subscribe. Terima
foundational
kasih.
skills.
Coach Toda
The
kekal
Masha
atau
was
tukar.
probably the most
Okey,
fancy
untuk
thing about
kalian.
it just because it's
Untuk
such a
kalian yang
glass
bertanyakan
cannon,
tentang
you know,
Coach
it
Toda,
was the Sky Piercer
saya
rush.
boleh
But everything was very
reveal.
fundamental here from Indonesia, and it got them
Saya
that win
boleh,
in a very quick fashion.
spill.
12-30 on this.
Mau nggak? Mau
with
nggak?
a
Mau
pretty
tahu
big
nggak?
lead too, and things kind of,
Keputusan
like I
terhadap
said,
coach.
with the draft they had, it just fell into place for
Udah
them
like 2 kali
really
bang.
well here.
Iya, thank
The
you.
damage
Aku belum
that you
subscribe
got
bang.
to see just
Subscribe.
come
Lairul
down
Muba.
from Lutfi, an XP laner
Jangan
on a
tunggu.
Masha is what makes it so scary.
Mau tahu nggak?
Like, Lutfi outdamaged
Apa sudah jadi dengan
gold lane
Coach
in the
Fly
mid lane.
Solo?
That's probably
Spill,
why, you
bang.
know, some people are like, hey, take out this Masha.
Okey.
Especially when you're facing
Jadi
against
saya mau
Indonesia.
spill sekarang ya.
Very, very strong performance here from Lupi and just overall from Indonesia as a team.
Jangka
Myanmar
Hayat
is
Fly
really
Solo
gonna have to kind of get
bersama
things
Toda
situated and figure it
tidak
out for the next
berpanjangan.
draft as, you know, we're most
Salam
likely
Indonesia.
going to see them
Waalaikumsalam.
get those two
Jadi,
picks they're looking for based off the priority pick for Indonesia when they flip
Fly
sides
Solo
and everything.
tidak lagi akan
They can
bersama
really start
Toda
from there
untuk
because
season yang akan datang.
I don't know, the Dyroth just ended up not working. I feel like the way
Salam
they wanted
Indonesia.
to,
Waalaikumsalam.
Masha was
Waalaikumsalam
just the
Indonesia.
perfect answer to
Waalaikumsalam
kind of
Malaysia.
deal with it. The rest of the lineup from Myanmar I actually
Okay.
really liked. It's
So
just,
that is for
by
now.
the time the game got to
Itu
this point,
adalah
12 minutes in,
For now.
Juno couldn't shine the
Fly
way he
Solo
has
is
before,
no
like we've
longer
seen
with
on the
Toda.
Nathan. That's why I think the Nathan
So
ban was also very good and it was on point.
Yeah, respect.
macam tu lah.
I think
Ambil Zaya
Tom
ke?
was just- it makes a whole lot of sense, you know, the fact that
Waalaikumsalam John
they've been
FF.
able to get all of their wins
Cara join Toda
even
gimana
in a
bang?
ton, even up against Cambodia.
Oh.
If it wasn't in a ton in game number 1,
That's
game
for
number
now, that's
3,
for
when
now.
they actually went for a clot in game number 2 against Cambodia. That was the game that they actually lost.
Ambil
So
Saiful ke Abang Lot? Saiful mana? Angah? Homeboys? Aku dengan dia ibarat anjing dengan kucing. Jumpa mesti bergaduh. Kan? Macam mana nak kerja sama sekali? Kan? Tapi yalah bukan aku yang dengan tim kan. Kalau Toda nak ambil dia pun ambil lah. Dia bukan kerja dengan aku, dia kerja dengan tim. 2 kali subscribe, unsubscribe. Oi, jangan lah. 2 kali dah subscribe dia pergi unsubscribe pula. Kau kurang ajar kan? Salam dari Indonesia. Waalaikumsalam. Sehat-sehat Bang Lord. Amin. Terima kasih Drag System. Saya juga ingin maklumkan sini, saya punya social bus is active. Ambil Skylar bang. Iya, kami mau ambil Skylar. Auto hilang slot Angah masuk Toda. Pasal apa? Dekat Singapura dia tak lepas playoff. Nasib baik tak lepas, bukan hilang. Okey apa? Bang, Gary stay atau tak? Mau spin lagi kak? Spin lagi kak? Okey, Gary stay. Selain daripada fly solo yang dah sah keluar daripada Toda, yang lain-lainnya semua masih stay. Akan datang saya tak pasti. Untuk minggu depan, minggu yang akan datang saya tak pasti mereka akan stay ke tak. Tapi setakat hari ini, jam ini, minit ini, saat ini, yang lain semuanya masih lagi dengan Toda. Bang, terlalu terang. Kasih mati dulu itu lampu dekat headset. Aduh.
Not only is he dynamic in game, but he spoke pure English yesterday in the interview, which still I was like, man, that's dynamics right there. So, you know, he's played these assassin picks where he's done like 16-0.
Salam dari Indonesia. Waalaikumsalam. Okay kan?
You're just letting the other lanes really shine with this. Like they're the ones to do the damage. You're not the assassin anymore.
Okay, kan?
And that showed because Lootby shining on the damage.
Saya rasa saya nak pandang kat sini lah. Sebab pandang kat sana macam dia sengit sikit. So pandang kat sini macam nampak kat korang kan. Gelap bang. Oh dah gelap
on the Masha pick. So I'm almost expecting as we wait for the draft for game 2.
Saya pandang sini ya.
Myanmar will ban.
Ambil Anavel bang. Iya. Untuk tim-tim juga. Tapi kita ada Gary. Roster Toda ada tambahan player luar enggak? Ada. Coach Zays analis ada tu bang. Iya tahu. Analis M1 bang, ada Setiawan coba ambil di Toda. Ada tak player favorite bang Lot di Indo? Ada guys. Ada. Tapi player lama. Kalau dulu-dulu saya memang suka dengan sebenarnya play RRQ lah dulu. Kan daripada zaman Albert dulu. R7. Zaman-zaman tu lah. Lepas tu yang baru-baru ni ialah yang kalau player betul-betul yang warga Indonesianya like Keyboy, Skylar, kalau dulu Lemon, Zin, Bang Zin.
Ultimate now, the diversion has been increased. I think it's to like a, you know,
gua pikir orang luar lu bang.
Especially for stage 1, right? When you've just leveled it up.
Orang luar mana? Luar mana? Arab.
That duration for the cooldown is a bit too long, and you can see that for Loyi at least. What made her really strong, on top of obviously having crazy base damage like you mentioned, that is still why she can actually still be picked in the first phase. That's the only reason. Because if it's purely just for the diversion, if let's say she's a late game pick,
jangan sampai lepas Skylar bang. Okay, kalian ada tengok tak posting daripada RRQ? Pak Ape ada keluar posting semua player RRQ on transfer list kecuali Skylar seorang. Abu Dhabi kecuali Skylar seorang. Itu menunjukkan jelas Skylar tu enggak mau dijual, enggak mau dilepaskan oleh RRQ Pak Ape. Player Indo gampang banget buat naikin followers bang Lot. Kayak Mega yang ni main di Korea bisa ngangkat slot. Iya tahu. Semoga tim Toda season depan juara MPL Malay. Amin. Lemon udah bikin video farewell. Apa ke Toda bang? Ya itu saya boleh clarify. No. Skylar sama Lemon. Mungkin Lemon tukar divisi kah? Grand Finals Indo vs Malay. Yap. Saya pasti itu juga. Ambil brand saja bang. Brands kan si MSC bersama EVOS. Skylar tu key player RRQ, takkan dia nak jual kot. Iya. He will never sell. Boleh spill sikit tak bang? Ada player baru atau tak musim depan? Agak berapa player baru? Okay. Satu confirm, dua maybe. Maybe ada dua muka baru. Maybe ada dua muka baru. Sans gacor. Ambil Zin aja. Sans bisa mengendong tim. Iya. Tahu. Ambil gue bang. Sans sudah masuk. Ambil Pak Api aja bang. Aduh, Pak Api terlalu mahal guys. Dia CEO RRQ, terlalu mahal. Naomi bagus tuh bang. Mana tahu Naomi kembali ke RRQ. Gol kah bang Lot? Mungkin dua atau tiga lah. Tiga muka baru kot. Ada tiga muka baru. Sama ada main line up ataupun tidak, saya tak pasti, kena tanya coach. Nanti kita tunggu buat persiapan satu persatu. Rom dan MM betul kan bang Lot? Mungkin. Halo bos Toda, saya bukan bos Toda. Naomi masih trial bang di RRQ. Iya, mana saya rasa Naomi akan ke RRQ. Okay, let's go see the draft guys. Chipnya di ban, Faramis di ban, Angela di ban. Beli bahon ni kui. Tiga Indo player. Tiga Indo berapa player bang? Tiga Indo berapa player bang? Apa tu? Facecam naikin, okay.
Different ways, like they could go and priority an assassin pick early off the bat. They don't have to. They could also something that's happened with a lot of the games for Indonesia, and I think is a big part of the like drafting phase, is the fact that you have quite a bit of flexibility with Keyboy. Keyboy, if you look at the heroes that he's played so far, even through the
Link
stage,
dah di ban keluar guys.
Phenomenal on the Edith. Like we've already seen that. But he's yesterday, was it yesterday? Yesterday he even picked up the
Arlott, yeah.
Rome. You know, and how many massive plays
Arlott ganti ban.
So
Chibi or Sakais.
Roamers like this on certain teams,
Both are good guys.
difficult to go through the draft and really
dua jungler ni dapat mid yang bagus supaya mereka free farm, free kills, bebas bergerak kemana aja. So dia mid jaga mereka sangat baik. Terima kasih Cik. Sama-sama. 300 subs, terima kasih. Tetapi kalau dapat 500 lagi bagus guys. Siapa yang belum sub, tolonglah sekarang tekan button subscription. 1,000 gua kaya. Kalau dah 1,000 nanti banyaklah konten saya buat. Bila dah 1,000 kan kita dah boleh monetize this channels. Ya, like juga, like jangan lupa, subscribe jangan lupa. Aku baru bang, terima kasih, selamat datang, salam kenal. Sekais lah jago, dia main Fanny dan Link. Kalau Indonesia final lolos ke bang? Kalau Indonesia lolos, menang ini, menang Malaysia, dua-dua lolos ke main tournament. Counternya pemain Indo di Malay Keyboy. Iya. Aku dah sub 2 kali Cik, terima kasih. Aku juga baru bang. Ya, terima kasih, welcome Riz. Game movement bila bang? Sedang berlangsung. Salam dari Pontianak. Waalaikumsalam. Kalimantan Barat, Indonesia bang. Pontianak, tempat Drian. Drian orang Pontianak kan? Aku belum subscribe bang. Subscribe lah sekarang. Lagi mau ngomong nggak subscribe. Subscribe sekarang. Assalamualaikum, waalaikumsalam. Dari Medan. Orang Medan. Salam dari Palembang. Waalaikumsalam. Malaysia menang lawan Laos. Auto layak ke? Cambodia, Laos. Ya. Layak. Auto layak. Kalau Malaysia kalah, tidur. RM2, Upipin. Salam dari tadi. Waalaikumsalam. Samarinda. Aduh. Jakarta, Jambi. Filipina kalau lulus ya. Filipina dah qualified sebagai juara. Gimana ya kalau defending champion di ngomong di Indo? Juara bertahan ya. Juara satu yang sebelum ni kan, how do we say in Indonesia? Juara bertahan. Kalau di Malaysianya dipanggil juara bertahan. Bukan juara M Series. Juara IESF last year. Oh, juara bertahan juga. Okay. Grand final berapa game? Satu game BO1. Sama aja. Okay. Juara tak tahan berak. Orang Indo semua belajar yang nonton. Berapa skornya? 1-0 Indonesia. 1 Indonesia, guys. You want to be able to fight into that because that's going to be a Zaman force. Di sini bisa isa rokok enggak? Ada enggak budak bawah 18 tahun di sini? Ada enggak budak bawah 18 tahun di sini? Yalah, kita off cam lah, tak manis lah. Ada tak apa kita off cam. Rokok lah bang. Budaya di Indonesia beda, di Malaysia beda. Tambah-tambah lagi kita dalam e-sport yang ramai anak muda yang menonton. Jadi apabila kita merokok, dia menunjukkan contoh yang tidak baik kepada anak muda. Berbeda di Indonesia, itu adalah satu budaya yang boleh diterima oleh semua peringkat. Di Malaysia nya beda. Jadi saya terpaksa off cam sebentar ya. Abang, kapan mau ke Indonesia? Snapdragon di Jakarta nanti. Snapdragon di Jakarta nanti mungkin. Saya lagi merokok bang. Iya, tidak ada siapa nampak. Respect bobotak. Rokok apa bang? Dunhill. Dunia umpama neraka, hidup ibarat layang-layang. Bang, Malaysianya di mana? Borneo ke Melaka? Kuala Lumpur. Otak doang nggak bikin podcast. Ada esok kita shoot sama ownernya. Sama owner tu dah. Besok kita tanya dia kenapa lambat sangat umum. Siapa pemain Indonesia yang masuk tu dah? Skylar jadi enggak? Albert jadi enggak? Keyboy jadi enggak? Sans jadi enggak? Siapa yang jadi? Drian jadi enggak? Waldera jadi enggak? Kadera jadi enggak? Ramai yang dilamarnya. Siapa yang jadi? Saya pun mau tahu juga. Guinevere will be a solid answer to go for the retreat battles because you could actually just go away with the spatial migration and stun, and it kind of works in a way. Semua jadi ambil bang. Audi TZ lagi. To get 100-0 retreat to win out in the retreat battle. Pascal lagi. Because of the range changes. Bude Clara lagi. Bude Clara lagi. Yang paling penting, paling prioritas utama nombor 1 Bude Clara. Nombor 1 itu. Geng yang masuk ada 500 orang lebih. Yang mana yang belum subscribe, tekan button subscribe guys. Like sekali. Ambil semua bang. Iya, Bude Clara tu nombor 1. Jangan ambil Bude bang. Enggak mau Bude cantik banget. Bude Clara. Kalau tak dapat Bude Clara nanti saya pikirkan Monica okey enggak? Kalau tak enggak dapat Bude, Monica juga okey. Tak boleh lah, boleh lah. Snowball potential is really there, so I think for Myanmar as they go for their last pick. Abang udah nikah, udah 2 isteri. It's going to be the XP lane unless this is a crazy flex with the Fredrin. Not sure if that's punya 2 isteri. But the Yuzhong is open. Not sure if they actually want to do that or maybe possibly go with something we haven't seen yet. Beli lemon gratis Bude. That's Yuzhong and Trizla matchup we've seen so many times throughout the ISF groups, and they go ambil lemon gratis Bude. They go the Cho pick. What you're gonna put in the XP lane?
What do you think? You think that's
Ya
good?
bagi
You think
salam.
this is a good choice?
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat petang, selamat siang, selamat sore. Ramai ya teman-teman dari Indonesia. Welcome guys. Kalian memang mantap. Bang Lot, penyanyi favorite di Indonesia siapa? Oh, saya ada dua. Brori Marantika sama itu lagu apa? Fly Beats. Apa Fly Beats? Apa nama tuh? Brori sama
a bit more reliably now compared to before when it was a bit shorter, but I'm not a big fan of the Cho in the XP. I think you all know why.
Well, let's find out here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's game number 2.
Okay.
Match point for Indonesia to move forward and advance to qualifying for the WEC in Riyadh. All they need is this one win to move
I'm back,
forward.
guys.
Myanmar can
All right.
extend the series to get to the 3-game.
Let's go. No 3 game. 2-0. 2-0 kan?
Myanmar has available to them. Look at this already early.
Kasih tahu Indonesia.
Happening here for Juno, but you know one thing too.
Kasih tahu Indonesia tanpa Kyrie masih lagi boleh bisa lolos.
Running like you said, this kind of new Cho having that passive. I think it's like 180% is what you get with that bonus attack. But then you have a concussive blast. So
Assalamualaikum.
How the lineup or how
Di sana sekarang jam berapa? Beda 1 jam guys.
Performs in terms of like the numbers and being
Di sini jam 7.20, Indonesia 6.20.
Try to get some pickoffs, you know, because right now they're just duking it out and you can see
Hati-hati bang, ladusing di rumput ada hantu bungkus. Iya.
Most likely he'll be able to just kind of stay in the lane as long as he wants to. So
wow.
On mid lane still
Bye Albert.
Find early pickoffs, but I just don't think it's going to happen here until these level 4s, especially that Turtle still 30 seconds away. But look at this, Ken fighting for his own XP, and Albert will go ahead and just continue on with this.
Okay, mati Juno. Oh.
Certainly there, Juno will have to respect it by backing away. Back to the Brave Smite. So most Terizlas that we've seen, especially with the War Axe change, they go for the Impure Rage to get more mana, and then they just go and rely on the
ambil bung towel aja bang. Siapa dia? Bung towel. Towel. Bung towel. Gimana sebutannya? Towel. Bye lah Albert. Boom! Fast blood. 2. Boom! 2 double kill.
Slows him down, gives Albert the movement speed to catch back up and to take him out.
Albert nih bos.
0 start for Indonesia.
Man, this is what I was saying even yesterday, Mirko. Like, once Albert gets snowballing on any of the assassins that he picks up, he's going to continue to just be very aggressive. So you got to be, if you're Myanmar, you got to be able to answer this. And that might just be also protecting Ken a little bit more because that pressure could get a little overwhelming. You're seeing nothing locked in first item-wise yet for both teams, but Indonesia getting themselves already 2K ahead against Myanmar with all those exchanges is where they usually start their games. It starts a little bit slower. They get the advantage going, and then it snowballs out of control. We saw this the last time.
Goal difference.
Like
sendiri kena hitung ya.
These 3 heroes, the Keyboy on that Guinevere, you have Albert on the Nolan, and of course
ya 2000 goal lead. Nail Bamota. Ya sekarang kita nonton game ini guys, bukan mau bilang beli itu beli ini. Aduh, kita nonton aja. Boom, hilang bos. Boom. One more. Go. Dapat. Boom.
Surely for Albert to pick up a killing spree in the first 3 minutes
Boom.
of the game.
Okay.
Game 1 yesterday or game 2.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying though? Like Myanmar, they drafted this because they're like, I hope we're tanky enough to go and deal with this burst, but it's just showing that they're not. And a lot of that has to do with the way Indonesia is cycling through.
Jangan marah-marah. Enggak marah.
We talked about this extensively.
Enggak marah, mana ada marah. Guys, saya nak 100 orang yang mana yang baru datang, selamat datang. Saya ucapkan salam kenal. Saya Abang Lot daripada Todak. Jadi kalau kalian bermurah hati, sila belanja saya like, subscribe, komen. Hai bang. Ya, komen aja hai bang. Hello bro.
They don't get set up, so at least they avoid it for now, but still they have to win this battle. Echo going to be dropped down too. They get the vision, but still both teams are ready to go for it. It's going to be a full-on fight.
Okay.
He's on to Ken now with the implosion as well, locking him down. Loopy dealing a lot of damage. Ken will be taken out with
Dua.
hammer swings as CW jumps with the synchro vision and Albert gets rid of the frontliners.
Dua.
Completely zoned away. They're being
Okay, 3. Ciao, apa lu bikin?
to attack again, and Justin doesn't have mana to play with.
Boom!
No astral recall means that Albert can just walk up fracture.
Oh, kena juga. Adakah itu the sky piercer?
Goes for the steal.
Is that?
He'll be able to do so. Ken has the retribution.
Is that the sky piercer?
Man, Albert's already 3 levels ahead.
Oh, awesome. We're gonna take a look at this.
Betul sekarang Malaysia jago yang mainnya. Iya. Halo Lord, hi.
Myanmar, I'm surprised they really do want to go and fight for this because wow, that's all.
Aku baru datang. Selamat datang, selamat datang.
It's all in reverse, I think. But
Dynamics, bro.
Dynamics, the dynamics.
Oh,
but,
dah settle.
as we saw that unfold, it was
Little bang.
Myanmar
Oh,
just
little.
choosing to fight for that, and honestly,
Okay,
it didn't
okay.
work out for them the way they wanted it to. And Albert also with
Thank
that
you,
full
thank you,
stage
thank you.
now picks up the Sky Piercer. And look at Keyboy. Like, this is just how confident Keyboy is with this Guinevere. Given the information, he's the walking ward.
Facial migration only onto the orange buff. Albert decides to just take it away from Ken. Being 4 levels ahead.
Easy win lah bro. Easy win. 2-0. Finish.
Man, the fact that he was... What is up with Albert on the assassin?
Tahniah kepada Indonesia ya. Udah lolos. Udah lolos.
Assassins, it's a different level entirely. Ruby DD. Kudo, I don't think you can really even go.
Udah lolos guys. Udah menang. Ha! Satu. 2. Boom. 3.
Again with the implosion steal to corral them together for that collapse.
Hey!
11-0.
Astaga. Ciao mabuk guys. Ciao mabuk.
Yesterday, the same
Ciao
thing is
mabuk,
happening
guys.
with this lineup that just has a few changes, but what the heck? Indonesia just pulling forward again.
Ciao mabuk.
Was basically undefeated in the group stage. They just
Aduh.
dominated time and time again, and now Indonesia, even though they lost in the group stage, at this point it looks like they are playing perfectly with this lineup, with this composition of heroes even, and Albert yet to be killed, yet to be stopped, picks up a malefic roar.
Pening kepala. Dia tak tahu mau buat apa guys. Dia ke kiri, enemy di kanan. Dia ke kanan, enemy ke kiri. Dia turun bawah, enemy di atas. Dia masuk, dia mati. Tengok tu. Aduh, ciao. Salam dari Timor Leste. Waalaikumsalam. Selamat datang.
If he enters, if Juno tries to go in, even Lycan pounce in, he's probably going to get blown up before he gets a chance to get a hit off.
Okay.
That's the troubling part about having this Roger in the gold lane.
Whoa!
So now you're forced, hold on.
More going to be locked down. By the way, the dragon as well. And Keyboy
That was a very good chow.
Everything in the kitchen sink to get me out. First kill in the game. CW going for the chase though. Him on force.
Okay, finally ada moment ya. Ini bukan chow yang. Oh, lagi satu.
Ruby DD walks up again with the Shun Pool. Gonna be Albert walking out, some damage back onto Ken, forcing him to half HP.
Okay. Tower first.
Isolating and zoning them away from this tier 2 in the mid lane.
Oh, Sans also picks up the implosion, so we might have to keep an eye on a possible play. Doesn't have a flicker. It went with the Purify instead, but can still possibly use that in a quite a surprising
Lot
way.
20.
You have to see it unfold. Taking a look at the items real quick too, you can see them coming into place already. CW has those 3 items working on the
Okay,
next
Chow is coming.
Holy Crystal next, or just going into even some more penetration, because right now there's just too much damage overloading
Chow
Myanmar.
is
When they get a pick off with the Ruby DD, it's great.
Belakang ada orang, Sans.
So much work to get it through. So as they try to defend this tier 2 turret, look at this. Albert's just going to go ahead and start up the Lord. He doesn't need the rest of the team to come here. They can just keep this Myanmar at bay from even entering their jungle. Ruby DD, like just trying to make something happen, will just get poked down. You know, and
Aku tak tahu Chow tu kenapa. Betul-betul mabuk.
It's nearly impossible
okay.
to get the kill on this Valentina. So with that, Myanmar is going to find themselves once again on the defensive, trying to hold on the best they can for Indonesia with the tools. The fact that Sands has an implosion,
kasih habis guys.
Possibly force this situation in here, and shields are going to be popped already before that Lord even gets there. Holy Crystal just picked up by CW.
Okay, Chow.
Damage is now even
Lord is coming.
ahead for Indonesia.
Lord is coming.
Potential.
Okay.
Myanmar on the defense.
A lot of battle spells.
Game over.
It's gonna be just
no.
almost decimated there.
Whoa!
On the 3 Lepay. Again with the engage. Now
Game over, game over, game over. Moment, bro. That is moment, bro, from Lutfi. Settle. Kasih settle. Tak mau lama-lama. Mau pergi makan. Dinner.
With some damage on that hammer, swinging it back, going to take a little bit of that.
Okay, go. One more.
Albert, look at the
Keyboy. Settle, bro. Tanya, bro. Indonesia to Riyadh, guys. Indonesia to Riyadh. Tanya, Indonesia. Clean sweep.
Man, a
GG.
sweep. My goodness.
Clean sweep. Easy win.
Knew that they were very far ahead.
Easy win.
Knew that, it was highly
Easy win.
that Indonesia was going to punch it in there.
Sangat easy.
Usually we see teams being able to
Jade, saya dah subscribe. Thank you yang mana yang dah subscribe. Terima kasih. Wih, 921 orang. Bapak, baik tu Abang Lord. Terima kasih semua. Terima kasih Indonesia, terima kasih Malaysia. Yang mana yang belum subscribe, tekan button subscribe. Lepas tu kalian nak mau pergi mana-mana, go ahead. Malaysia akan menyusul. Waalaikumsalam, yang bagi mereka yang bagi salam. Aku udahan bang, sampai jumpa. Iya, terima kasih. Udah subscribe bang, terima kasih. Kapan Malaysia main? Jam 8, jam 7 di Indonesia. Wow.
Later this year, but we'll take a look at the highlights here once again for Indonesia. Very much a highlight reel for them, and it just looked like, straight from the draft.
Indonesia Palembang, terima kasih banyak. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Terima kasih, semoga panjang umur, murah rezeki, bahagia dunia akhirat. Jaga diri. Terima kasih untuk donationnya. Beli Sans bang. Ya, saya tengah kumpul duit. Nanti dah ramai orang yang donate saya. Nanti saya beli. Retry enggak? Oh, dia retry. Yang tadi itu soalan saya, dia retry kan? Bangla hadir bang, welcome. Bangla pun Bangla boleh. Tidak ada apa-apa yang hina guys. Bangla juga adalah manusia dan juga yang beragama Islam, saudara seagama kita. Jadi tidak ada apa-apa yang hinanya di situ. Don't worry guys. This is the only moment yang apa si Chow buat. Indonesia hadir. Welcome. Kita saudara bang. Iya. Alhamdulillah, live saya akan pastikan Malaysia Indonesia tidak bergaduh sesama sendiri. Okay, we will enjoy every single game. Even though kalau Malaysia berlawan sama Indonesia juga, akhirnya kita akan sentiasa say good luck, have fun, thank you very much, good game, nice try. Gitu.
Under 11 minutes. From Indonesia.
Malaysia lawan apa? Cambodia. Shout to match nombor 2 M2 bang, tim Bumis Gold. Oh iya.
my goodness, Indonesia just had this game.
Naomi
plan in
jadi
mind
ketua
from
bang.
the draft. They executed
Naomi
it
tengah try out di
perfectly.
RRQ,
They
guys.
got them the snowball that they needed here. Myanmar
Bang,
really didn't have
itu
room
betul
to
kau tak mau
breathe.
buka cabang di
Because again,
MPLID?
when you look
Ya,
at
ada
Roger in the
rencananya.
gold lane, it's
Mau
difficult. You know, it's really difficult to
melebarkan
farm out
sayap
the way
ke
that you need to.
Indonesia.
You can see the
Jadi
huge
kalau
goal
ada,
difference between Judo
jangan
and
lupa ya
CW.
menjadi penyokong
The
Todak.
Roger just
Mesti
didn't
kena dukung Todak
work
ya.
out the way that they
Nanti Abang Lot
wanted
akan
and
sampai di sana
we couldn't get online
bersama
fast
kalian.
enough.
Kita
Even if
akan
it did, I
mendukung
feel like even if
Todak.
Juno had more gold, more items that he
Todak
needed,
ini still
the team fighting would have been
doakan
very
ya.
difficult. Even with a
Doakan.
good implosion and everything,
Mungkin tak not that soon kan, not so soon. Orang bilang tak semudah itu, tak secepat itu, tapi kita akan cuba. Kita akan cuba sampai kita berjaya. Ada Todak ID. Malaysia siap dibantai. InsyaAllah, amin. Mantap bang, semoga secepatnya Todak ID direalisasikan. Iya, gitulah. Apa Todak botak ke? Iya, Todak botak. Todak botak is real, guys.
My question, right, is
Todak botak is real.
what is Myanmar? What happened to Myanmar?
Malaysia menang bang. Malaysia menang. Udah like 2 kali, makasih. Jepang hadir bang. Wih, Jepang. Todak ID. Ya, we planning. Tahu kan apa maksud planning ya? Rancangan. Malaysia boleh. Bang, kalau Todak ID saya boleh lamar kerja enggak? InsyaAllah bisa. Tapi kalau gadis-gadis, cewek-cewek yang cantik-cantik itu mungkin ada harapannya tinggi, peluangnya lebih tinggi. Indonesia Bekasi hadir. Ya, Indonesia Bekasi. Bekasi baru-baru ini kan kemarin kan ada kebakaran di Bekasi. Saya lihat di TikTok banyak lalu FYP. Kan di Bekasi kan ada kebakaran mall kah? Mall kan? Gimana keadaannya? Gimana keadaannya di situ? Ada apa-apa korban? Ada korban nggak?
For Albert, this I think is his like stat right now, his record right now. In all of the assassin games that were at least streamed, he hasn't died a single time.
Wish, banyak.
What is his KDA is my question.
Astaghfirullahalazim, inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi rajiun.
10-0 today. Yesterday it was 16-0 on the Nolan, and it was 13-0 with the Ling. So someone calculate that.
Tebak grand final bang siapa versus siapa? Indonesia Malaysia guys.
But for you guys out there,
Bola ni macam Pak muda saya. Salam dari Indonesia. Waalaikumsalam. Kita sama Melayu. Saya India guys. Dan yang terluka juga banyak. Astaghfirullahalazim. Saya berbangsa India. Okey, saya berbangsa India. Saya memeluk agama Islam. Saya dilahirkan di keluarga India beragama Hindu. Kemudian saya masuk Islam. Saya memeluk agama Islam. Jadi I was not born as Islam. Saya memeluk agama Islam. Siapa aku bang? Ripal. Kau tu Ripal. Kau hilang ingatan enggak?
How good is this jungler for retributions? How fast can they retribution? Because it was all
Saya memeluk agama Islam tahun 1995. Ketika itu umur saya 20 tahun. Dan kemudian tahun 97 saya menikah isteri pertama. Tahun 2017 saya menikah isteri kedua. Jadi sekarang saya punya 2 isteri, punya 5 anak. Umur saya 49.
And they make it work, and just the teamwork that you see kind of unfold here from the Indonesian team is something that I think a lot of teams will look up.
Tapi maaf kalau soal kompetisi Indo juaranya. Ya kemarin kan Malaysia udah menang sama Indonesia. Jadi malam ini kemungkinan akan bertemu kali kedua kalinya. Okey, bahasa Indo kan. kedua kalinya. Jadi kita lihat sama-sama mampukah Indonesia membalas dendam atau Malaysia mendapat kemenangan yang kedua. Tapi udah pasti akan menentang Cambodia bentar lagi. Ada uang, ada kuasa. Jelas mampu bang. Okey, kita mendukung sama-sama ya negara yang masing-masing negara yang yang Indonesia sudah tentunya akan mendukung Indonesia, yang Malaysia udahnya tentu mendukung Malaysia kan. Habis perlawanan kita kembali merapatkan ukhuwah. Gitu. Salam dari Indonesia. Waalaikumsalam. Let's call up. Who? Malaysia main pukul berapa bang? Jam 8 Malaysia, jam 7 Indonesia guys. So we have another 30 minutes. Bolehkah Indonesia menang? Ya, udah menang. Halo. Sans dengan celana pendeknya. Sans. Tutup. Tutupin aurat tu. Udah aku subscribe bang, terima kasih. Yang mana yang sudah subscribe, terima kasih banyak. Aurat tu Sans. Kita saudara bang, tapi kalau waktu match kita rival, iya. Ayo. Siap. Saya salut betul sama MPL Malay kat. Cuma tontingnya seru, gameplay dari SRU juga jadi pembelajaran. Iya. Meningkat naik guys. Quality of Malaysia meningkat naik.
I need a translator, Mirko. I need a translator.
Don't worry, I got you.
Ya, kita tinggal tunggu sampai jadi yang itu kita lawan.
Alright, so according to Sans, he really
Gak jelas.
doesn't matter as long as he gets to face off against the best team, I guess. You know, like whoever qualifies, he's fine with it. No problem for him.
Okay.
Alright, so I got a question as well. You know, I think I have to throw this at Albert. You know, the guy who's been getting all the hate after that loss against Malaysia. How are you feeling right now, Albert, after having a solid performance? Solid is an understatement. You were performing like a madman on these assassins.
Mana Albert?
0 deaths on the assassins. The stream matches at least, right? So
Oh, di belakang tu.
You had a great performance on the Nolan. You said that, you know, the opponents aren't that strong. Thailand weren't that strong. Today you faced off against number 1 in Group A, and you did the same thing.
No strong.
What was
No.
the idea behind that? How
No
were you
strong.
so good on the Nolan?
Myanmar no strong.
Nama Nolannya keren banget. All good.
Apa ya?
English.
That's the phrase nice. We just answered with biasa aja. It's like it's normal. It's normal. Yeah, it's a classic one. This is why it's the weakness point of them, you know, for the interviews. You have any other questions?
Bang, Malay versus Indo jam berapa? Kalau bentar lagi Malay menang, jam 10 malam waktu Malaysia, jam 9 waktu Indonesia.
Are you enjoying the patch?
Tapi BO1 guys
Change to
Okay.
the meta game? Are you guys enjoying it? Do you like
That
this,
grand final
from,
BO1
utility
satu
junglers?
perlawanan satu game sahaja, and it doesn't give anything, tidak memberi sebarang makna game itu. So supposed not to have that tournament, that game. Sepatutnya tak perlu diadakan. Because no prize pool. Kedua-dua tim udah lolos ke Riyadh. Jadi kenapa perlu main? So maybe they going to be troll. Mungkin ada yang troll sebab tidak memberi apa-apa makna. Tak ada apa. Grand finalnya BO1 and dua-dua tim udah lolos dan tidak memberi sebarang ganjaran or prize pool, nothing. So it's just a fun game. If you ask me, itu just fun. Ya, dua-dua tim udah layak. Kenapa perlu main? Tak perlu main. Bang, jujur kalau dapat rekrut player dari Indonesia, abang paling pengen rebut siapa dan alasannya apa?
I'm coach right now.
Kalau saya lah kan, Keyboy. Kalau saya Keyboy. Sebab apa? Malaysia pengen butuh. Malaysia butuh rumah. Hanya zone saja yang ada a good roamer and Yums now. So we need the import roamer untuk datang kat sini sekurang-kurangnya roamer Malaysia yang the young roamer boleh belajar something. Saya tahu keyboard enggak dijual, tetapi soalannya kalau rekrut siapa, ini cerita kalau. Ceritanya kalau. Jadi kalau keyboard jawapannya. Semangat Malaysia, bismillah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Go Riyad. Buat tajuk Malindo Forever Bang Lot. Live dalam ini harmoni je. Iya kan? Harmoni. Di sini Malaysia Indonesia enggak gaduh guys. So Abelot, kalau kita menang nanti grand final tour boleh. Hey, Mr. Simon. Guys, the big boss of Selangor Red Giant is here. Simon Mason Lim. Okay, anda boleh say hi dekat dia. Ini adalah pasukan dia yang bawa nama Malaysia. So good luck untuk Malaysia. Good luck untuk Bos Simon. So kalau kita menang, mau troll enggak? Soalan dia. Guys, mau troll ke enggak? Weaver sila jawab. Say hi Bos Simon. Jangan troll.
I think like part of this as we look at the lineup here for Malaysia.
Dah layak dua tim ya, kedua-duanya udah layak, udah lolos ke Riyadh guys.
For them and by
Gaskun bang, Gaskun.
Isn't it Skies that only is the only one with the pentakill? Like
Jungle Goal. Okay, ya just BO1 guys. Nanti kalau ini Malaysia udah menang kan, salam semua ya, sahabat Simon. Waalaikumsalam. Tidak salah untuk kita menjawab salam guys. Dan tidak salah juga untuk non-Muslim untuk memberikan salam. Sama ada dia bagi tahu salam atau assalamualaikum. Nothing wrong with that.
Really the compositions change here, and I think I said this even before we saw them beat before they even beat Indonesia.
Waalaikumsalam.
They're known for that Longar strategy that
Saber Rom boss. Okay, dia orang minta Saber Rom. Saber Rom, Chang'e goal lane. Go boss.
On the changes that are happening.
Show match je, ya. Tell the boys, live Abang Lot, penyokong Indonesia, penyokong Malaysia minta Malaysia main goal lane, Chang'e, Rom, Saber. Kalau betul jadi you guys need to say thank you very much, Boss Simon.
And yeah, I'm still surprised, man, that was actually a sweep, because against Myanmar, who was, undefeated technically and very, very strong, I was thinking we would see them go the distance in the 3 games, but I think playstyle-wise, everyone right now in Asia is like rejoicing because of just some of the changes that have happened, where it's not so much that slower pace gameplay. Like, don't get me wrong, objectives are still important, and we see this from time to time. But so far, it's been refreshing to see a lot of these teams bring that playstyle back that was kind of on the back burner for a little bit. Not that they couldn't play it before, but they had to have a certain instance for it. So for Cambodia here, take us through that lineup.
It's going to be Ra, Lucas, Boxy, Felix, and Run. But honestly, looking at the lineup coming in from Cambodia, we've seen that for them especially, they've been able to utilize
betul buat show match. Dan memang show match. Sebab kedua-dua pasukan udah lolos, udah layak. So that game means nothing. That game means nothing. Perlawanan itu tidak membawa sebarang makna untuk kedua-dua pasukan. 1K Bang Lot, cat janggut warna pink. Bodoh lah. Aku ni umur udah mau 50, udah tua. Kan, kulit udah gelap, lagi mau warna pink. Aduh.
He's an absolute beast on
this. Ini biarlah betul. Full tank bagi seru. Aduh. Setuju janggut pink. Well, I will take unpaid leave. I will one time I come out with my pink beard, okay, pink beard, I show off, and then I will take unpaid leave. Ataupun aku akan cukur semua, baby face. That's it. Tapi saya pernah hijau guys. Ada yang tahu. Dulu pernah hijau, pink pula. Okay. Saya pernah hijau. Saya pernah buat hijau. You know what happened? Bila saya pernah hijau, waktu itu saya live streaming, belakangnya ada green screen. Green screen. Jadi bila saya go live, janggut saya tak nampak. Sebab warna hijau. Dia apa chroma key. Iya. Janggut warna hijau. Green, pakai green screen jadi sama color. Aduh, rosak. Pernah buat. Ajak Sunfrost. Bang, kapan cukur rambut? Ya udah cukur guys. Nak cukur apa lagi? Kalau lagi cukur kulit kepala yang hilang. So far dah berapa player dandil Bang Lord? Belum ada yang dandil. Tapi almost. Saya tak nak bagi peratus. Nanti dia jadi macam Daddy Hood season lepas 80%, 90%. Gak mau nanti orang kata tiru marketing homeboys. Kan, tapi we are almost. Nanti kita akan bilang siapa yang dandil, siapa yang akan ke todak. Abang Botak start jam berapa? Ini mau start ini. Bang, keknya dua negara Indonesia sama Malaysia keriak iya. Iya. Lot hopefully bisa buka branch and compete in Indonesia. Ya, we are trying guys. Kita memang serius dan kita mencuba. Kan harapnya tak ambil masa yang terlalu lama, but it's okay for us to wait 1 or 2 years, tak ada masalah. Tapi kita akan sentiasa mencuba. Alright, let's go. Drafting pace.
What was the Indonesian on stream, the live stream game was the fastest? Well, they had a 9:32 game with the Bane jungle.
Okay, let's go. Cuma nak tahu berapa orang baru Bang Lot nanti. 2 atau 3 guys. 2 atau 3. Saya happy doh. Saya stream dekat YouTube ni. Ya, kalau kat game-game Malaysia macam ni kan, dekat TikTok saya boleh dapat 2-3 ribu view. But untuk hari yang kedua, saya dapat this much. Tadi dekat 900 orang. This is awesome. You guys is like 600 sub. Serius ah? Wih. Jangan buatkan aku menari ya. Kejap lagi aku pargoy. Kalau 1,000 aku pargoy. 1,000 aku buat pargoy. Aku buat konten. Kalau 1,000 aku buat konten yang yawi. Yang gitu apa?
It's not really initial burst for the Ling, but it
can
be
Yawi punya TikTok. Apa lagu tu? Dan subscribe, thank you.
But it's going to be the fairness. So yeah, Malaysia.
Bang kena baca
playing into that instant burst, they want to
buku lah bang esok exam alah. Cheese.
And as predicted as well, it's going to go.
Gitu.
It's going to be
1,000 sub empas kerusi bang. Kau ingat aku pascol mau empas kerusi. Daboy. Daboy. Itu susah. Aku udah tua. Kalau buat daboy nanti habis viral 4M view. Aku dah tua. Jangan diminta guys. Daboy enggak mau. Indo dah main ke bang? Udah menang 2-0. Easy win. Punggung letak goyang Daboy. Iya. Bang Gundul. Bang Gundul dia bilang. Bapak. Aduh rosak tu budak-budak Indonesia ni. Kalau dapat 1,000 pengikut, bang ikut setelan Daboy. Bisa enggak? Okay, on. Siap. 1,000 sub bagi JC Todak. Kalian di Indonesia. Kemarin kan aku ke Jakarta udah giveaway banyak JC Todak. Kacamata ini kacamata Todak guys ini kacamata Todak. Okay, ini juga di giveaway-nya. Okay. Cap ini juga di giveaway di Jakarta. Okay, banyak yang saya buat giveaway di Jakarta. YouTube boleh vitamin tapi tak nak. Masih ada lagi budak-budak. Nanti ada yang klip saya isap rokok nanti macam tak manis. Sebab budaya orang Malaysia. Tambah lagi kita dalam e-sport. Kalau saya buat benda lain tak kisah. Sebab e-sport ni dia ramai anak-anak muda. Kan umur-umur macam anak saya 14-15 tahun yang tengok. So saya tak nak bawa contoh yang tak baik. Walaupun saya ni dah tua kan, orang tak kisah pun, tapi still saya rasa macam saya tak boleh nak bawa. Tak apa, it's okay. Harga spek ni 300 lebih guys
Super aggressive.
Okay. Ini 300 lebih, boleh bluetooth. Ini boleh bluetooth dekat phone korang, boleh jawab telefon, boleh dengar lagu, kan, semua boleh. Semua boleh. Spek ni. Nanti saya bagi Boss Simon Boss Simon, MSC top 3 you will get this one. I give you one, okay? Nanti baru Boss Simon semat. Nanti dia pergi interview mana-mana kan pakai sini Boss Simon patut. Bapak. Saya bagi Boss Simon satu. Siap. Ada bos. Kat sini bos. This is for you bos.
If you don't land your ability, you're kind of forced into the bottom lane, you're kind of forced into the split push, you're giving a massive advantage to the opposing team, and in this particular case as well, it's not.
Guys, nanti korang ingatkan saya takut lupa. Boss Simon dia takkan tuntut. Kalau orang janji dengan dia takkan tuntut. Kalau orang lupa kan dia buat bodoh je. Dia takkan tuntut. So korang tolong ingatkan, MSC nanti Selangor Red Giant top 3, korang cakap abang kena bagi Boss Simon cermin mata.
Yeah, it's I don't know, man. And even with all that, like I'm glad you really talked
Kalau
about
saya lupa pun dia
because
takkan
that's
tuntut.
something we just haven't seen. It's almost like the
Champion
Louis,
saja
like
ke
you
pergi
said,
Riyadh.
it's the same
Tak,
position
dua-dua
where
udah
it's like
lolos.
it's just fallen off for some
Indonesia
reason.
udah lolos, ini
Teams
siapa
have been
menang
struggling to
lolos.
make it work.
Dua-dua
And
lolos.
part of that also could be just
RG
we're not
Bobby
getting
ada
to the
welcome
natural,
RG
like,
Bobby
late game
Amir
stages
Aizat namanya.
of games that
Aduh.
we're used to seeing where, you know, those big
Aku suka
opponents really
gorgeous.
do cause a lot of issues
Aku pun
later
suka
in the
dia.
portion of the game. So it was Cambodia, by the way, that picked
Kesian
up the
dia, dulu
heroes that I was
selalu je
really
kena
talking
bahan
about
dengan
too.
Abang Lot.
The Edith is locked in. They got themselves
Kan,
the
sekarang
Robert.
kau tengok
Now they
dia
have the
makin
Twista,
matang.
which again it was Malaysia that banned out the Yuzhong.
Makin gempak gameplay
they
dia.
have a solid choice already for the first phase for Cambodia, and they actually have a lot of room to move around with.
Notice ke Abang Lot, Haikal Zaim, hai.
Navari
Kalau
was
Malaysia
banned
kalah
out. I
out ke
think
bang? Janganlah
Cambodia,
minta Malaysia
they could
kalah.
even
Tak naklah
take
kalau
up
pun.
Farsa if they wanted to.
Orang
These higher
geng, jangan
damage,
lupa subscribe geng.
options
Saya
for
perlukan
the
kalau
mid
malam
lane,
ini
even
1000,
Valentina still-
kalau malam ni 1000 view,
taken. So they have to try to
1000
have
view
a
pula,
response to that.
1000
I think
subscriber. Kalau malam ni
Farsa
esok lusa saya tak kira.
Valentina cross
Kalau
feels
malam
like,
ni
do you wanna
cecah
give up
1000
another?
subscriber,
You also wanna give up
saya
another
akan
strike?
buat yang
Because then
cheese
you're fighting, you know,
cheese.
fire with fire, basically.
Kan,
So
yang
that's
daboi itu
something
jangan
that
minta,
Cambodia
nanti
has to
lutut
deal
saya
with,
patah.
in terms of, like,
Saya
what do they
masuk
want around
hospital
this
nanti,
lineup
daboi
now.
itu.
It's a good solid
Kan.
choice to ban out
Yang cheese tu,
multiple
yang Yawi buat tu.
assassins, you
Tu
know,
boleh.
'cause they don't want to deal with the amount
Jagut.
of snowball potential that can happen here, like we saw, you know, throughout their performance for Malaysia. And there you go. Last ban is actually interesting. It's Kadita here.
Respecting a lot of the initial
Aku
burst
kena
that could actually
betulkan
be
balik.
utilized by Cambodia as well, because
Saya tak
with their
boleh nak baca.
composition,
Apa
it
pun
already
CCTV,
does
terima
one
kasih.
thing really
Saya
well,
tak tahu dia
which is
cakap apa.
locking you down.
Daboi tak
You have
mau,
penalty zone,
daboi.
you have the onward
Lutut
burst
saya
shatter,
patah
obviously
weh.
primal wrap
Aku
that
ni
can pop
lutut
in the
kaki dah tua.
mobility field. So for Cambodia,
Umur dah
it really
49
looks
suruh
like
buat
they wanna be
daboi.
the ones
Agak-agak
utilizing what Malaysia did to
Backflip, mati
Indonesia.
terus
They
aku.
want to force these fights to go in one way, which is straight into that dive, straight into that skirmish, lock
Tekan
them down
shift
and let it
resize
back
some-
right to deal damage. But now my question is, with the Navaria and the Kadita banned out, what's going to be the choice for Ra in the mid lane? Because we did see a Yeve from Ra
Yeah.
yesterday.
Yep.
We have seen Ra pick up some of these
Nanti
heroes,
kita
but like you
habis ni nanti
mentioned,
tolong
Valentina
buat mi.
already in the hands of
Sebab dia
Malaysia.
macam
We're
font dia
going
tak
to have,
nampak.
you know, crazy
Abang apa
levels of
khabar? Alhamdulillah
power if
sihat.
they go
Font dia tak
for
nampak.
the real world Malaysian steal.
Buat
And
yang
look at
nasty
the
girl.
Bane, by
Ui,
the way.
nasty girl.
Respecting it for Malaysia,
Okey ke
because
tu?
they-
Janji tak ekstrim
I
lah.
guess it's a good deny ban. It's a good
Subscribe guys,
deny ban.
janji tak
Not
ekstrim.
ban pick, deny pick.
Bagi
But
apa-apa
it's also a
challenge
good
yang
pick for
tak
them, because
ekstrim
we were
saya buat.
mentioning earlier
Jangan bagi
how
yang
they
ekstrim,
need
mampus
extra
aku.
damage now to capitalize on the
dari
lockdown
Ram
power they
Bobby,
already have
saya
with the
peminat
Edith and
tiga
the
Abang
Charisma.
Lot, di mana
And
ada Abang Lot,
yeah,
di
Bane
situ
does
ada
that, you
saya.
know, with the Sky Piercer especially.
Oh,
You're
ya, ya.
shooting out
Dapat.
bullets with that skill
Saya
one,
peminat
and you're-
tegar Abang Lot di mata saya ada Abang Lot. Oi, thank you.
demolishing an entire team
Oh, macam tu.
sometimes. Skies will be on the Fanny. It's a glue pick too. Interesting stuff for Malaysia.
Okay.
Okay.
I wasn't expecting even the Fanny pick, but hey, when you ban all the nearly all the assassins that most of the junglers have been picking, why not pick up the Fanny? I'm not sure if we've actually seen on stream
Okay.
a Fanny game. One that I can recall, I can't really.
Okay, what I can say now,
maybe off stream.
kau tengok
they've happened, you know, off the
si
stream.
Stormy dapat hero comfort hero dia.
Maybe they were leaning towards the Bane.
Lolias dapat comfort hero dia. Yums dapat chip. Saya tak pernah tengok Yums main chip sebelum ini, but hopefully he can play well. Bro, 1-0. 1-0 confirm.
Still good, don't get me wrong. But
it's already 1-0, bro.
To really show its effectiveness, and that's something that's natural.
Dah 1-0 confirm. Gameplay SRG hampir sama macam Philippines.
You need to get to the late game.
Kalau custom Malay tak ada ke? Tak ada. Abang, saya sudah subscribe. Terima kasih Mr. Bombastic. Sekais dapat Fanny pula tu. Auto win, guys. Yums padu main chip. Dia belajar dengan aku. Silau. Aku tumbuk kau sekarang ah. Rashman bukan legend. Rashman jadi apa? Arwah. Kau tahu? Tukar nama nanti. Rashmak Arwah. Kau nak silau-silau kat aku.
The Bane with the Sky Piercer with the first
Waalaikumsalam Syarul Nizam. Pak Cili bapaknya upik. Iya.
First time that we are going to be seeing it stream. So ladies and gentlemen, are you team Bane or are you team
Okay, let's go.
King on the Warcry Roger? Very, very interesting.
Focus, guys. Focus. Focus. Focus.
Number 1 of match number 2. Who will be the second team to qualify to IESF 2024 WEC Riyadh? Will it be Cambodia or will it be Malaysia? Leave your predictions in the live chat right now. First blood. What?
What happened? Sorry, Felix is not sorry about that. It's the first blood and he's gonna force Gojas back too.
What?
Boxing just staying here. Now Gojas is actually in a
bro.
situation.
No,
He's gonna
bro.
have to go back unless they just trap him under the turret. It looks like they're gonna do just that. So interesting. First blood already. Here we go. We're gonna take a look.
Oh, dia pergi kacau. Ni apa buff tu? Okay.
What happened?
It's okay. A little bit of communication problem. It's okay. Alah, tak bagilah satu. Bagi satu. No problem. Just give one. Gurau bang. Okay, saya gurau je. Don't worry.
Boxing is. Did I not say that the Edith has been just performing like crazy? But look at the Fanny.
Whoa! Look at that! Look at that Fanny, bro!
At least finding an answer to what I was.
Look at that!
Boxing is being a threat here on the Edith.
Well played, right?
Look
Because
at
it's already
that!
very uncharacteristic for Malaysia, or maybe it is characteristic. Very aggression at the start. It's just Cambodia know how to go up against an aggressive team because they themselves are an aggressive team. Maybe for Cambodia, it's about them just looking in the mirror and seeing, oh, Malaysia plays the same way. It's just us, but in a different flag.
Okay, sorry.
Here. And
Okay, saya
this
akan
lead
slowkan
that Felix
sikit.
has,
Saya
by
akan
the way, in
slowkan
bottom
sikit.
lane.
Saya
Wait,
akan
there's another
slowkan
skirmish,
sikit.
Edith.
Another skirmish all.
Sekarang okay kan? Suara saya okay kan?
As you were saying,
Suara
the
saya okay
lead that
kan?
he has.
Yeah, it's a
Suara
big
saya okay
lead
kan?
that Terizla has in the bottom lane. He will be able to get level 4 first. So Lucas on this Bane will actually have a very, very
Bang,
good
nanti
time. Yums
restream
is
Indo
still
tak?
level 2.
Restream.
Yeah, again, deadliest
Okay.
catch. Look at the damage coming out from it. It is going to be boxing that
What
gets the
is
kill,
this,
but
bro?
man, deadliest catch, deadly damage, and that's going to get them the
Boom!
turtle as well.
Hey!
Lucas swoops in. Now they're going to
Alamak.
find it out. Oh, the lockdown is on point from Sorry I'm Felix as he uses the penalty zone to even catch Skies. Huge win for Cambodia.
You can have sorry in your
Slow.
name, but it didn't look like he was sorry at all.
Okay.
With the 2-3 kills that he gets all the way from the start of the game. Cambodia starting things off really strong and now utilizing the strength in the top side again.
Again, the top side. Lolil going to be in
Boom.
trouble. Couple hits away, but won't be able to get the kill, and now
Okay, go. Dua. One more. Kacau Xavier.
Sky Piercer on
Bodohnya
top of
Xavier.
it, but Malaysia still dragging behind.
Sabar,
a
guys,
little
sabar,
bit.
guys.
Man, Cambodia, this is the pace.
Malaysia tengah mengkaji. Oh, this is how they play. Okay, like this. Sabar. Gara-gara lu nonton jadi kalah bang. Aduh.
Super duper crazy aggressive. That was a term I think that we
Jangan gitu,
agreed
bang.
upon in the drafts. And we do see that. but
Habis
now
tadi
it's wrong.
Indonesia
In terms
menang
of the
tadi
timing
gara-gara
there.
aku kak.
He went in
Alamak.
when he was level 2 and for the rest of the team as well. Knowing that Gojas is at level 4, your roamer just died. there was no reason for them to really go for that skirmish.
Yeah.
Sky's losing out on a lot of
ambil.
momentum, and here not even able to deal a lot of damage on Lucas.
Time and time again, the combination.
Okay, go. Boom. Ambil. Ambil. Go. Okay, come. Pump. Boom. Pump. Mana pump? Mana pumpnya? Okay, satu mati. Bang, sini bang. Okay, aduh bang. Kalam awal lagi baru minit ke-6 baru minit ke-4 guys.
Looks like they ran a little bit further, run the king,
Boom!
run away here, gonna get locked down under the
It's okay.
We'll take one with him as you
Tak apa.
as well. Turtles now up here.
Gak apa-apa.
Ready to fight it out against Malaysia for it, but it looks like they control
Dapat?
this side unless
Oh,
guys
no.
can go in. He can't get the turtle. Was trying to get the retribution off, but won't be there in time.
It's okay.
It did make him panic though, right? Because it did seem like, for Boxy at least, he was able to be the one to get the turtle, and that will be at least some resources given to the wrong member. So Lucas won't be able to fully snowball, but still, with 2 turtles at the start,
Sabar ya guys.
with this kind of composition, you expect Cambodia to be able to utilize
2000 goal lead.
just invading, I would say, up against the Fanny. You want to try to threaten the purple buff takes a few of these times, especially considering the Fanny's behind and not, at the optimal state, but still, he's doing okay. It's not horrible for the Fanny.
Terima kasih Abang Madara untuk donationnya.
Quite okay.
Saya follow Abang lama.
Sky Piercer, and for Cambodia,
Thank you, Madara.
Have to try to lock Skies down in his own jungle. If they can go for the purple buff steal, that would give them
gambarnya
such
kurang
an easy
okay.
road in the mid game.
Gambarnya
And the mid game
kurang
is
okay.
definitely the stage of the game that they want to utilize.
Gambar
most
apa yang
with
kurang
this kind
okay,
of
guys?
composition. And personally, for me, if I take a look in Cambodia here, I have to again talk about the pattern. Run the king.
Wait!
Whoa!
Whoa!
Anyway,
Sekais gila, wow!
Situation on the bottom side once again in the jungle. Lucas using the deadliest catch to try to escape.
Ben kacau doh, Ben kacau.
Goes down. Skies trying to possibly enter from the backside there. Sorry on Felix, luckily there. Look at Skies on the map. I don't think he's going to be able to actually find his
Terizla juga boleh pakai Yang itu boleh lari balik.
on this, but he's still going to be planted. There he goes back in the mid lane and will
Wow,
escape.
Sekais.
But
Gila.
Malaysia, I'd say they're still doing pretty good at keeping things even, but now the revenge. Cambodia will go on the top side. Lolio could be in trouble.
It's okay.
Boxing, but he flickers out. Lolio can't escape the last fifth.
Whoa! Bye, Lions!
Flicker out of the dawning light, surviving a little bit longer.
That was a very good flicker.
Malaysia, just as I was saying, doing pretty good, staying together. We'll lose a couple key battles here.
Okay, no ulti.
Primal Wrath going to be used into the dawning line on Stormy, forcing him back and run the king, making him run for his life. We'll get the flicker out. So Cambodia will now secure themselves the third
It's okay.
3 neutral objectives, but if you take a look at the gold lead, it's only just
It's
about
okay, nampak atas dah
1,000.
push.
It's creeping up at that 2,000 mark for the gold lead, but this is not really going to be that good for
Malaysia tak respect Cambodia, sabar.
They would want to have a bigger lead, especially considering they started the game off with an amazing snowball. Maybe getting that, onward again.
Again, going to be utilized. Just trying to hold down this.
Sabar,
side, but
guys.
They also get the split out, so Cambodia, and you're starting to see things kind of really fall into place for Ra, your Big Daddy on this pick, this Xavier pick, like we said. Scaling up pretty good this early on in the game with the
Empat bawah ni. Empat bawah, guys.
Again, if we take a look at the lead on paper, if you just take a look at Cambodia's composition, it's not really that good. They want to be a little bit safer with a bigger lead at this point of the game. But then you take a look at the Xavier, right?
Xavier
You
betul-betul
think to
kacau doh.
yourself, hey, yeah, no problem. They have a Bane, they have a Xavier. Even
Okay,
if it goes
atas
to late
dapat
game,
lagi.
The Bane's going to be a big problem. The Xavier is going to be an
Objective
even bigger
gameplay.
problem. And the fact that Lucas is already so tanky means that they want to go for these skirmishes. This is a timer to go for it. They got a turret.
Just run it down.
5 mid.
Get the turrets. Get the resources. Just pushing everybody out. Shortcut going to be used. They might be forced to fight here. Onward. Goes in. Earth Shatter. Not going to find the kill.
Lolia silap.
Lolia going to be in trouble. Lucas will get the kill.
Lolia silap.
Used with 3 members down for Malaysia. Dawning Light already committed as well from Cambodia. Run. Is he actually going to force this in? Stormy has the penalty zone. And Yume's now going to be the target, but they won't
Silap
follow
Lolios.
through. They want to get that tier 2 in the mid, but Cambodia just coming out swinging in game number 1.
That was just so forced by Malaysia, man. The fact that Yums already went in, popped in the shortcut, was able to get some members to rotate back into the
Sabar.
able to force out Ra to flicker out just based on just with the shortcut alone. So they already got a little bit of a
1.2K.
W
Terima
there. The fact that
kasih,
they tried to
guys.
Push even further with the spear of destruction.
Yang mana yang belum
19 of the
subscribe, sila
game from
tekan button
Lolio,
subscribe.
was
Belanja
already 1
saya
and 2 before
subscribe.
that team fight even
Mana
started.
tahu malam ni terus
The fact
1000
that he took
subscriber
it,
ke?
that's
Kan,
where the destruction
tekan
landed
button
in the
like.
midst of the Cambodian
Welcome to the stream.
mid-game
Terima kasih
power
support
spike
Abang
they
Lot.
have. And he took it. That was an interesting play from Lolio. One that I'm not a fan
Mana
of.
Feni?
You can definitely see now Cambodia with a 4,000 gold lead. They're going to go and force the issue.
Once again, Lord here for the taking.
Oh, tak
It's going
dapat.
to be Lucas that secures it. They might be forced to fight. The shortcut already dropped down. Yume's going to be in trouble as Run the King will
Bapak
get
dia orang ni.
another notch on the kill list. Meanwhile, Lolio does get that push in the bottom side, but at what cost as Cambodia furthers their lead and now the Lord in the mid lane.
It's well played to Cambodia, obviously, right? They're doing so many of the correct things. They're able to punish every single mistake, even the minor mistakes coming in from Malaysia. But also for Malaysia, this is a completely different team. The number one of each group, Group A and Group B. Myanmar in Group A in that match number 1. We were talking about how it was just weird to see Myanmar play in a different way. And now it's happening to Malaysia as Cambodia continue the siege.
Oh, the siege, the penalty zone already dropped down the turn. They're gonna be forced to fight once again. And look at Sorry Felix jumping to the backside, just decimating Malaysia. Only Skies left alone and also Gojes, but I don't think it's gonna be enough as the Lord makes its way to the face and they focus it down. And Cambodia will take first blood in the best of 3 series against Malaysia.
10 minutes and 30 seconds. We saw in game 2, Indonesia, Myanmar. We were already surprised.
10 minutes.
10-minute and 50-second game. Cambodia, the overwhelming underdogs coming into this match, you know, with Malaysia beating Indonesia in the group stages, not dropping in a single game in their groups, and making it here with all the hype in the world. That kind of performance from Malaysia.
Yeah.
We did say that Cambodia definitely could make the adjustment.
No, this is not what we see Malaysia sebelum ni.
And also against Thailand.
Agak kucak-kacir gameplay. Team fight yang tak bagus.
It was just a discipline. They were already playing an early game. They already had an amazing,
they are not playing
in every single game and every single early game because they were always able to at least get the first few neutral objectives, or even if they don't, get the team fights.
Nampak kat sini pump lagi kena. Untuk apa dia masuk situ pun tak tahu.
You love to see Malaysian aggression, but at this point, right, like with their composition, they have to respect that Cambodia actually have a lot of early game power themselves.
So there is a lot of SYS memang kuat. Memang kuat, bukan kata dia orang tak kuat. Kuat, tapi kita tak main seperti yang biasa yang kita main. So, nampak kena lagi. Dua hilang. A lot of mistake, guys. Nampak kena lagi sini.
What Malaysia did was, nah, you know what? Let's try to do that again. They went in.
Lepas tu dia punya ulti pun dah. Ulti dia pun sengit.
To commit and to even contest that the first turtle of the game. Yet they did. They forced it out. It did not work out for them, and the snowball just kept on growing for Cambodia. But luckily for Malaysia, you know, they were able to go in for some of these big fights to actually turn the game around once again. They were able, I wouldn't say it's like a full turnaround, but it's almost like a half turn, right? Because they were able to lower the goal lead from a 2,000, 3,000 goal lead, as you can see from the 4th minute of the game, down to just a 2,000 goal lead, so 1,000 goal lead at this point of the game here. You can see that Malaysia goal.
It's okay. Kalau go home, yeah.
But again, they decided.
Tapi tak apa, baru first game. Don't worry, guys.
In a very like unique way. There were some mistakes also, by the way, for Run the King. You know, that like and pounce that actually he could have escaped, like you mentioned, nicely during the play-by-play of this moment. But this was the biggest mistake that Malaysia made. Sini. Just mistakes over mistakes, and just both of them reacting to these mistakes.
Situ dia. Dia punya tombat jauh, tapi dia tak patut masuk.
1 and 2 Moscow will never be able to win in that team fight. There is no way that would have worked out. I'm trying to find a reason as to why he did that, and it's just a pure mistake. That was just a big blunder.
Ya, betul.
Again, it just made no sense to go in
Nampak
like
mati
that.
lagi.
And in the end, they again just tried to 50-50 it for some reason. Technically with their composition, okay, never mind. Not for some reason. This is
It's okay guys, it's okay. Dia orang boleh reset, dia orang boleh reset.
They have a composition that doesn't do too well, especially when it comes to wave clear. At this point, they're kind of forced to fight. But hey, Cambodia,
Aku suka
game.
gorgeous.
Very, very good stuff from them. As we will have to just see the adjustment from Malaysia in game number 2. Cambodia also stayed very,
Kenapa
very
pakai chip? Itulah macam saya dah cakap, saya tak pernah tengok Yums pakai chip. Ada yang cakap power, tapi saya tak nampak dia punya penggunaan chip yang menarik.
And we were talking about how, you know, for Cambodia, maybe the next thing that they need to look out for is how to shut down Skies.
But it's okay.
They didn't do it, and Skies just always.
Saya yakin Selangor pula Malaysia akan kembali. Malaysia akan menang the next game. Indo dah 2-0 tu. Tolong diam, okay? Easy server. Sabarlah Muhammad Hashim. Baru kalah satu. Sabar. Takut dia ambil chipnya sama musuh. Ya ban aja. Tapi bagi saya Xavier tu paling problem. Chip bagus, cuman kenapa glue gak ada inisiasi.
Cambodia banned out all of these assassin heroes, and
yeah, maybe they tried, but it is not goes on their way. Santai guys, santai. Apapun keputusan, kita tetap mendukung pasukan Malaysia.
I think Fanny is still very difficult to pull off, and only certain
mengkaji lawan rekod penonton 1K, bapak baik dah. Subscriber udah 1,000 belum? Itu juga mau direkodnya. Kalau kalah masalah ya ke enggak? Out. Playoff, yes. Siapa yang menang lolos pergi ke Riyadh. Siapa kalah out.
On this Xavier pick, but this, I don't know, this game doesn't have any like crazy items or anything.
Come on, Malaysia.
In the lightning trap.
Come on, Malaysia.
He's got one glove, right? He's got some adaptive attack and a little magic damage there too. And some cool.
Saya induk bayang ke saya dukung Malaysia. Ya, terima kasih.
A lot of times he was just laying down the mystic fields,
Pick chip tapi gak ada hero pick off.
And I think obviously if you got to a lot later of the game, later portion
kita nggak tahu apa yang terjadinya di situ.
And with this and the way things were kind of unfolding and the way that Saryam Felix started the game for Cambodia,
ayo Malay bareng.
A very key component for them winning this
gitu
game.
Lah sebutannya bareng. Bareng Indo ke Riyadh.
We know Malaysia
bareng.
defeated Indonesia
bareng.
earlier in the group stages.
Ngertinya apa? Bareng.
Because for me, Cambodia just completely demolished them here in game 1.
That's why. That's why I was saying,
lagu.
At least before the drafts, when we got to the match card, I was already saying.
Tak apa, yang ini okey.
On paper,
unexpected pick bin. Iya, Amalot pasang lagu jika kau fikirkan kau boleh. Bareng bersama. Oh. So nobar maksudnya nonton bareng, maknanya nonton bersama, menonton bersama. So that's why they call it nobar. Okay, baru gua ngerti. Nobar, nonton bareng, nonton bersama. Okay, I got you. Terima kasih.
Even now, especially now, I feel with the patch coming out, we haven't seen Chip do well at all. We've seen it once, and it was from New Zealand up against Guam.
Bang Laut, bila nampak live masa-masa, aduh. Cek kodam maksudnya apa? Cek kodam. Itu apa? Datang pula cek kodam. Apa itu cek kodam? Ayo Malaysia jangan telat naik pesawat ke Riyadh. Bareng Albert bersama
Maybe it's because Chip has been banned out so many times, maybe even in scrims, that we don't get to see a whole lot of Chip. And maybe for Yums, it becomes a little bit inexperienced when it comes to that hero again. Meanwhile, for Cambodia, it just feels like even their swap to Lucas, by the way. Shout outs to them. We were talking in the rosters as well that if they do decide to go for Lucas, they'll probably go for a more utility build, a more utility jungler. Bane technically fits there. He's a damage dealer, but he's kind of utility.
644 subscribers. Alhamdulillah, terima kasih. Siapa yang belum lagi subscribe, kalau sudi nak memberi subscribe, saya ucapkan terima kasih.
Malaysia, the favorites of the
Salam dari Sabah. Waalaikumsalam.
10 minutes and 3
Cep Kodam
seconds.
ketua. Apa itu Kodam? What is that Kodam? Kodam.
That also came through with
Gerak
a lot of
Jelayus.
mistakes from the
Malaysia tak
Malaysian
respect. Respect.
Find the mid lane.
Ini
Shortcut
semua
used
kerja
up,
booking.
Still trying to force it. Spear of Destruction.
Aduh.
8th minute 1-2 Moscow that probably
Masih
didn't
game
have the
satu
HS yet.
santai.
It's probably
Iya.
just the and the golden staff.
Perbuat official. Kalau kalah masih ada star protection. Iya, mungkin star protection ada kan. Boleh main lagi. Botak cerita. Aci kau itu pascol. Bodoh. Botak cerita tu pascol.
Any like impressive items here. He was still at the phase of the game where
Hello Bang Hai.
He's still waiting for the power spike.
Indo gagal revenge ni kalau boleh kalah. Iya.
36,000 damage. He
Assalamualaikum,
dealt more
salam.
damage than anyone else, and we probably expected Bane or even the Edith maybe or the Roger to deal the most damage, but no, it's actually
Komen
Xavier. It's
bijak
actually
Bambang.
Rob who dealt the most damage. 36,000 just with the Mystic Fields alone.
Ban je saya
It's
itu.
so
Kenapa
much
saya
utility.
itu?
And I have to say, man, with the Xavier, especially up against
Kenapa
the blue,
dengan
that last
saya?
pick was just really good for them. There's so
Bolehkah comeback?
the
InsyaAllah
range
boleh.
for Malaysia was just
Ramai teman-teman Indonesia juga sedang mendoakan, mendukung pasukan Malaysia supaya Indonesia boleh menentang sekali lagi Malaysia.
I'm not sure if they would have been able to end in the 10th minute and the 30th second.
Memang pelik cara dia orang main ni. Kalah menang tak kisah, tapi kenapa macam tu? This game is one of the game yang paling tak best sepanjang tahun ini. Sepanjang tahun ini, daripada Selangor Giant sampai ke Malaysia, this is one of the bad game kan. Bagus untuk mereka buang now, but bukan untuk kalah this match lah. One game no problem. Patutnya kau nak ke jungler, tank ke jungle fighter ke. Dah Bane kan last pick kan. Bane last pick kan. Panik ke panik juga. Panik guys.
Yeah.
Panik guys. Kenapa Malaysia kalah?
That's why I was wondering, like,
Kalah lah.
from the draft, I felt the same way, man. Because I was looking at
Kalah lah guys.
the stats and stuff here too. It's like the chip, if you're gonna pick a
Ambil
first
Nail
pick,
jadi jungler atau tak
I
bang?
don't think you want to be sending your
Abang
fanny
semoga
through the
sukses,
shortcut,
tambah
like,
banyak
unless
orang yang
you're-
subscribe-nya.
unless
Amin.
I
Salam
know
dari
we wanna
Indonesia
snowball
paling bang.
as hard as we can,
Waalaikumsalam.
where
Terima kasih.
then-
Dah ramai
then
dah
it
view.
kind of make
Hari
it make
first
sense.
sendu je.
Then
Terima
nobody's
kasih.
level one, right?
Saya
Yeah,
peminat
then
tegar
yeah,
Abang
then
Lord di
nobody's
mana ada
level
Abang
one,
dari
because
situ
then
ada
it's
saya.
like if you were able to get
Abang Lord, saya follow
snowball
lama
from
abang.
Fanny,
Saya suka cara abang buat live ni
then you go
mabar.
through the shortcut.
Terima kasih semua yang memberi donation melalui social bus. Thank you very much.
Where the walls are going to be? How are you going to go through that portal and everything? And so I almost would have liked to see if they did want to go with the chip play here, but which they wanted to as first pick, it was priority for them. Then maybe
Bentar ya.
don't pick what I would say is like the most difficult jungle to work right now as an assassin hero, because there were so many other options that were banned out obviously, and then I feel like you could have just gone even utility, like you could have possibly just went with utility and made that work. I can't recall, but I don't think the boxes were banned out. We haven't seen Barrett in forever, but maybe that could have been something they pulled through.
Always tak.
Even if it's not even if it
Always tak
wasn't
giriat.
the Barretts, I think part of the game plan too could have just been they wanted.
Terima kasih untuk donationnya. RM16 guys. Bapak baiklah. Kan? Amin.
We're getting the Bane.
Mesejnya
And we're working with that. So I
berbunyi
I
begini.
think even maybe part of the game plan initially started away.
Salam
for
bro,
Malaysia,
semoga sehat.
and then it just
Always
took, like,
and
a curveball,
success.
Because the Fanny was a big scratch
Always.
in my head.
Tak giriat ke? Ha.
Obviously the
Sihat
damage was
always
great
and success
early on,
always.
like,
Tak
you
giriat
saw
ke?
it in
Saya
those
tak
early
pergiriat.
fights, those early skirmishes,
Tapi
but it just
jam
wasn't enough
10
to
malam
deal
ni
with the-
kan? Jam 10 malam ni
This could also just be
Homeboys
the fact that because of the first blood,
is
the fact
flying
that the
pergi ke
snowball
Riyadh
already
malam ni
happened
jam
for
10
Sario and Felix,
dan esok ke atau pagi Daddyhood akan bergerak. So kita doakan supaya mereka Man Cina Man Cina, terima kasih untuk 16-17 sen. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go.
It definitely felt like the Fanny was forced, because you were mentioning, the box share could have been an option to go for. Some of these utility junglers could be an option, and yeah, it really could have, because Cambodia, they didn't ban any of the
660
utility
subscriber
junglers.
guys.
They
Terima
actually went
kasih
different
banyak.
route. They went the opposite route. In the second phase of the bans, they took away the Nolan and the Hayabusa. They got rid of the Ling
Semoga
Ling
Malay
and
menang
the
bang,
Roger, so
nyusul
they have
Indo.
first
Amin.
pick in the second phase, and they were able to pick the Bane. So they literally shut down skies.
Yang hujat orang bego bang. Sorry sebagai tetangga tu dukung. Enggak ada masalah. It's okay. Normal. Bang, satu ke subscribe giveaway jersey tu ada bang. Ya bisa, tapi untuk teman-teman Indonesia gimana mau giveaway-nya? Ya, so tidak adil. Sebab supporter saya ramai yang Indonesia sekarang di YouTube. Suara abang lo tak berapa kuat. Ni dah dengar dah ni. Pecah win streak kalau kalah. Itulah.
Cambodia were the ones to ban it out on the red side previously with the Ling and the Loyi, and now we'll see a different ban for Cambodia.
Baiklah, terima kasih Fizi.
It might be the Fairness.
Nasi kandang kuah banjir. Esok kita pergi.
Because if they ban out the Valentina, it gives them
nasi kandang kuah banjir. Helikopter.
with Raw on the Fairness. A lot of success.
Yeah, I was gonna say Fairness is interesting because
makan dulu bang, nanti sakit. Makan dulu, nanti sakit. Kalau sekira kalah, kita tak boleh nak menyalahkan para player. Mungkin tak ada rezeki tidak akan salah lama. Aku yakin malam ni kita punya Malaysia pun insyaAllah menang. Amin. Kalau kalah tak pun sekurangnya dapat kesedaran. Nah. We will win. We will win guys. Okay, sabar. InsyaAllah kita akan menang. Tak ada istilah kalau-kalau dah sekarang ni. InsyaAllah kita menang. Saya yakin dengan pasukan ini. Tak nampak draft, sorry.
I mean, even the X-Borg has been a hero that has done wonders for a lot of teams that are able to draft it early on in the first phase. But again, for Malaysia, they still have some choices.
Terima kasih Mancina, support local streamers. Thank you very much. Semoga awak diberikan kesihatan yang baik, dipanjangkan umur dan bahagia dunia akhirat. Amin. Adam Daniel, abang I love you everybody. Duduk tengah bang. Ya dah budak tu duduk tengah dah ni. Malay Prime sehari enggak apa-apa. Malay kan dalam proses untuk nak baru nak naik. Ini adalah proses untuk kita meningkat naik. Gak apa-apa. Ini bukan SRG kalah, ni kalau Malaysia kalah. Tapi aku yakin Malaysia menang. Sabar guys. Game ke berapa ni bang? Game kedua. First game Cambodia menang 1.
This is an elimination match. It's a playoff match and an elimination match.
So insyaAllah kita akan tengok game yang kedua ni.
Don't get a shot to play in the main stage. So topping your groups, all the crazy hype that we've been seeing. If they lose here, it's done. For Cambodia, they're playing around that. It seems like they just love playing as the underdogs. They're gonna go for the Roger pick there, and that's gonna be the Valentina and the Nolan to
bang, agak nge-lag.
Participate in the Fairness.
Mana ada nge-lag?
I think if Cambodia really wanted to go for the Fairness,
enggak
they should
nge-lag.
have gone for the Valentina.
Perfect.
So the fact that they went for the
Excellent connection. Right.
What is that gonna be though? With the Terizla banned out, do they want to go for something like a Yuzong?
Excellent connection, guys.
Aggression, some XP threat as well, because yeah, we have been seeing Yuzong and Terizla being the two main picks in the XP lane. It's been kind of one-dimensional in a way, but they go for the Xavier and the Edith. This is
lag
so
tadi
early on. A Xavier
sorry.
in the first
Tak tahu apa problem dia.
Is it that prio?
But now
we have seen it rising
sekejap tadi.
popularity in rank games.
Sekejap tadi ada. Saya ada report kat sini. Ada tadi sekejap.
I think aside from the game that we saw earlier, we haven't really seen Xavier pop off that hard.
Sorry guys.
It's just that previous game. And that was
di luar bidang kuasa saya. Ya. Tadi ada sikit. Bang, ya. Sekai Nolan will down. Player SRG dah slow. Nak mula star syndrome. Mana ada? Kau ni pandai-pandai je. M6 di venue mana? Belum diumumkan lagi. Belum diumum lagi. Ni pasukan si Yosun kah? Iya. Iya.
Good for them, at least against Indonesia.
Pakai bisnet lah bang. Bisnetnya di Indonesia guys.
It'll be as good as
ambil kau ban 10 minit. Weh, sama tu. Dia punya
I'm just gonna say it's over if he does that again.
Sama draft.
Yeah, I agree with you, man, because I think part of this too, it's almost the same game plan. Like, because you have a Nolan there, like, you want to get the early advantage. You want to snowball as hard as you can and start doing what we saw from Indonesia in the previous game with Albert even. And so part of that is like you hopefully they don't go in and invade and give up the first blood. I think that's step number
Yalah,
one.
Nolan tukar dengan Fanny je. Kau tengok CU apa ni Cambodia sama draft.
It's really what is that roam going to be for you? Because man, time and time again, Edith, I feel like Edith's stock is going up. If you love Edith, you're Edith main, she's getting just unreal playtime right now in all over competitive play. And there's a reason for it. Like, a lot of the times it's her ability to just make fights happen, force fights. You can even use it to disengage or appeal, but a lot of the times we just see Edith being so aggressive. Even in MLBB Women's yesterday, we saw this happen and be a key component to teams winning. So you kind of have to, if you're Malaysia, what are you going to pick up for a roam? The Gronk is already banned out. You
okay,
don't have
Bendy
that as an
ban.
option. You know, you took out the Angela. The Bane is actually just coming out for a ban too. They don't want to deal with that, but I would almost like to see them pick up a Minotaur with this lineup because, you know, and I almost would have liked to see the Minotaur be a priority with the Vexana that it's open, because that combination of CC has been so good for teams that have picked it up. That's such a good duo of heroes that, you know, half the time the enemy team's in the air with the knockups. So instead, the Matilda is going to be banned out. So I think for Malaysia, I almost consider picking up a Minotaur here. Get a little more tankiness to you. As long as the Minotaur doesn't get shut down, then it does become a menace, because you're just trying to find setups and then follow up with the Nolan. But
okay, Yums pakai Chow, guys.
Now, we don't know just yet.
Yums pakai Chow.
Is it going to be roam? Is it going to be parked in the XP lane? Like
no.
I don't know. For Malaysia, I think it's better if it is roam, though. What do you think?
Rome.
Yeah, I agree. I think it'll be better for Rome, especially considering, you know, Yums has played the Cho a lot in, you know, the domestic league in MPL Malaysia. We haven't seen Gojas play a whole lot of Cho, especially in the XP. So, I was about to say, you know, you said the Minotaur. I was about to say, not a big fan of the Minotaur pick, especially for Yums. He's an aggressive guy, especially in this meta. You want him on a proactive pick. You don't want him to be reacting on a lot of
boleh jadi juga Chow. Gojas pandai tau main Chow.
Even though that does fall in the criteria that I just mentioned, you know, proactive, initiation. I'm not a big fan of the Cho, and now, oh man, I was about to say I'm not a big fan of the Cho because against the Xavier, against the Roger, these two guys can just go for Purify, and then you're technically going to lose a lot of value. And then now there's a Masha that can dive in. There's going to be an Exborg here to answer through this damage output that Cambodia have. But again, if any of these carries, by the way, again, same thing that we saw from last game. If any of these short-range carries walk up, they're gonna get caught by an Onward, an Earthshatter, some of these taunts as well, some claws coming from the Roger, a Xavier immobility field, and last but definitely not least, the Thunder Pierce. You heard that right. Thunderclap plus Sky Piercer. That's what we saw from Lutpi in game number 1 of match number 1 on the Masha. And then game number 2 was banned out. So Cambodia taking a page out of
Jangan cakap susah-susah, guys. Let's support.
And I love it.
I want Malaysia to win. Kita tengok. Dan harap-harapnya.
And maybe get a clean sweep here, Naisu.
Like, not only do I see good potential for Snowball, but even late game value is here for Cambodia. So Malaysia's gonna have to do something.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, will Malaysia be able to equalize here and to take us to game number 3? Or will Cambodia eliminate Malaysia with a clean sweep, putting themselves onto the main stage for IESF WEC 24 Riyadh? It's Skies on a Nolan, a signature pick of his. But same goes for Lucas on the utility jungler for Cambodia. He was able to make it work in game 1. Let's see on the Fredrin if anything changes. Lucas, Concussive Blast, wants to try to hold and, you know, at least equal the crazy clear speed of the Nolan here, but you can already see that Skies is level 3, a level ahead. Yum's already very aggressively invading the enemy jungle.
This is a good invade.
Menang alhamdulillah, kalah innalillah.
From, you know, Lucas here, and it looks like that's all they want to do, but also Sario and Felix going to help bring the backup, and that's what we're talking about. One of the things that Malaysia, they
Lucas?
They get the full reset, so he doesn't want to use the retribution, I guess. They get the information that he didn't either.
Okay, go, first blood.
Lucas in trouble trying to get the turret.
Dua.
That's not going to be enough. That was definitely a mistake. coming out from Lucas. What happened
Tiga.
there? And it's going to happen more. More punishes under the turret. Sorry, Felix might be next here.
Tiga.
In Malaysia.
Tiga.
Talk about a strong
Just
start,
hold
a
on.
snowballing start.
Relax,
Exactly what they need with
santai.
this lineup.
Santai.
What was that?
Relax. Santai.
I'm actually kind of speechless there after watching that play. He had
Santai,
the angle
santai.
already. The rest of the team had already bought him enough time, bought him enough space to actually go for it, and he decides to go for the other camp instead of utilizing Boxy's hold onto the orange buff. And now he's going to be behind quite a bit, and because of everybody rotating to help him, the whole team's going to be behind. Lucas kind of, gave Cambodia a hard time in the early game now. And now
pulang.
Fight an uphill battle. There's 3,000 gold almost below, and Skies, he has no interest in going for the turtle. He wants to continue this deny. He wants to continue this punish from Lucas, and he'll do so. Lucas finally now using the retribution, but it's a bit too late, buddy. That window has closed, and now it's the Malaysian snowball that we all know and love.
His level 3, Mirko, to the level 6 of Skies right now. That is, concussive blast or not, like
Bagi satu Yoms.
trying to keep up with Skies. At this point, you're just stuck trying to farm, trying to be in the jungle. And look at that, Dragon already going to be used on boxing, able to survive with the flicker, but a flicker from Stormy.
Bye.
Here comes Humes, goes in. The assertive guy.
No, don't go there, don't get there, bro.
Now sitting on 4 kills for Malaysia in total. You're gonna get this turtle as well, Lucas.
Santai.
Anything with that, so he's just gonna have to watch the turtle secured. Now Malaysia furthering the lead, and now they want to punish Lucas even more. Back for the orange buff.
Santai.
Back, he's gonna rely on boxing. Boxing now gets the level 4 available for this Edith.
Makan.
King gonna be in trouble as he falls under the turret to Lolio. Meanwhile,
Santai.
Cambodia will just
Santai.
It's just looking very grim already for Cambodia. 3.5 minutes in, as Malaysia full snowball mode already.
Yes.
3
Santai.
minutes, and it already seems like it's going to go to a game 3 again.
Yums goes in with the way of the dragon. Nice pick up, Raw. You're not his big daddy this time, but they will punish Humes. Sorry, Felix comes in, but on the side, the king
Makan
Stormy as he falls under the turret. And this is once again Malaysia just dominating on all sides of the map. Even the jungle. Lucas will not see a buff here as Skies furthers his lead. Level 8, almost level 9 against Lucas, level 5.
What a stomp this is, right? For Malaysia, they have a 5,000 gold lead at the 4th minute of the game. They're beating the clock at this point. I don't think I've seen a gold lead this massive this early on in the game. Usually it's still 2 to 3. And now Lucas wants to
bagi satu macam tu.
We talked about the pick-off potential with a Cho pick, and it's happening time and time again in the hands of Humes. Even questionable.
Go. Ambil tower.
Just a little.
Boom.
He's probably a little tilted with the way the early game went. I mean, he's
No, bro.
Dealing with the last under the turret.
Go, bro. Come, bro. No, bro. Come, bro. No, come. What? Ni, no ke come. Sekarang no ke come.
Back up, but look at this, Lucas. You want a buff, you're not going to get it because Humes, even zoning him out. Lucas has to rely on the rest of the team to help him just secure it, but look at the damage already coming out from Skies. They're going to fight under the
Skies!
The orange buff, but they might punish him back as Skies does fall, but now sorry, won't be able to get away, but another kill gets picked up for Lucas, and it could be more. Run the King on the run for Stormy. Stormy one hit away, and he will get shut down.
It's okay.
For Cambodia, some way,
Kita ada lagi ni datang ni, habis ni.
How do they do that? They won against a 5,000 gold lead, snowballing composition of Team Malaysia.
Santai.
With a Nolan, a Valentina, an export. This whole team was built to secure the early to mid game, and the fact that they had a 5,000 gold lead, man, Malaysia overstaying so much. The turtle was up top. They could have gone for the orange, but they decided to actually chase a bit too far, and that could prove to be costly for them, man. Stormy, that big shutdown, 4-0, given to the hands of Rung the King. They're able to get the turtle, as we can see here from the live screen. But, man, they've lost so much momentum based on that play. All right, if you take a look at the gold lead, it's still not too bad. It's still a 4,000 gold lead for Team Malaysia. So they're still able to hold it down. It's not the worst. But Malaysia, remember, with this kind of composition, you're good even in the late game with the Moscow technically, but Cambodia are not just good in the late game. They're going to be excellent in the late game with that Xavier. The Xavier is going to be the key to victory here. If Malaysia don't end this within, 14 minutes? If Cambodia can actually just equalize the goalie here as well, it's going to be great. Oh!
Once again, they're going to find a lot of CC on Humes, but also firing back to the backside, forcing Sarium Felix back. Gojez now just cooking him, but he won't actually pull the trigger on the last Insanity. So still, Cambodia withstands some of the fight. I think, as you were saying, you know, Mirko, hold on now once again, Skies.
Bye!
We'll be able to execute him with the Sky Piercer. So that's a kill down, a body down for Cambodia. Sarium Felix going to possibly jump in. Doesn't want to commit because meanwhile the top
there you go, Moscow.
Malaysia still playing around the lead that they have, even with Cambodia.
Dapat guys, bawah dapat.
They still have a massive goal
Tak
deficit.
sombong ni kalah. Enggak.
Okay, so still very, very good. Yums again.
Dapat dua.
Look at this, Lucas in trouble. Sarium Felix trying to turn the tide onward into the air shatter, but they have no follow-up available. There they go, jumps in, run the king.
No, dapatkan Xavier dulu guys. Xavier dulu.
They need to match up against the firepower of Malaysia.
And now we're going to take a look at Loliel, who's already snowballing on this Moscow. The DHS already built up 3-item power spike for him. So at the 8th minute now, this is the
Sabar bang, sorry guys,
for the play that he went for in game number 1. Now he can actually go for the Spirit of Destruction. Now he can actually pop in onto 4 members, and maybe he'll be able to survive, actually. Still going to be tough, though, up against this composition. You have a lot of CC, a lot of damage from Felix, too. So you really can't count Cambodia out, despite them losing out so hard in the early game. They still have a lot of damage output to actually turn the tides for a lot of these skirmishes. But at least for the Turtle...
Go, fast load. Semua dah tunjuk muka kat bawah dah.
Down below. That's all they can do. They can't go for any of these skirmishes. Not now. It's a desperate dawning light to maybe go for a steal. But it's not going to happen here. Malaysia secure the first lord of the game. 8 minutes in and 30
bawah.
Man.
Yeah.
Absolute stomp for now. Even despite that, you know, kind of like a small throw. It's a wishing lantern, by the way, for the Valentina. It's a new item coming in handy. Have to seize into the Sky Piercer for the Masha as well. These core items are still quite far away.
Hello, semua, sorry.
He's not the big daddy this game. Not yet, right? He's got to wait for those items to be finished up. They're getting a little bit of damage onto Gorgeous, which is great before the Lord actually comes in. And Ra gets the Lightning Truncheon, but I think he'll need 1 more item to at least be online. 2 if maybe they want to turn the tides of this game. But Malaysia, they're building the waves in such a good way. Cambodia have a good, wave clear technically with a Xavier. But Malaysia could actually just go for the stomp, could go for the dive all the way. They have Yums, they have even the last Insanity as well.
Yep.
It seems they're gonna do it.
You're gonna get the shields off here. Lord now part of the fight in the backside, gets the kickoff once again. Humes might get caught out himself.
Nah, it's okay.
Down a little bit before the turret goes down. Last Insanity gonna be used.
Dapat satu.
Light already committed. Boxy goes down, but look on the backside again. Sarium Felix
dapat dua.
Chasing Loliel, and he can't
dapat dua.
get the kill. A couple hits away only. And meanwhile, Cambodia trying to hold on.
It's okay. Bubar.
To deal with these minion waves pushing in. For Malaysia, happy with the assault so far, looking for more. Loliel will pick up the wind of nature. He might
dapat 3. Game over, guys. This should be over. Supposed to be. Minion dah sampai. Oh, tali. Hey, Yums, what are you doing? Yums!
Going for Ra. He does find him with the way of the dragon. Find enough time. The immortality is going to pop. Malaysia still looking to possibly end it here, but they need more kills. They don't have enough waves pushing in for Cambodia. They'll actually defend and stay in the game.
Incredible value though still for Malaysia. The fact that they were able to take 3 base turrets with just the first Lord. And Loliel, we did see him go for that Spear of Destruction like we expected, right? Spear of Destruction in towards the back. Didn't find the kill onto Ra, but still, that was really, really good. They were able to
tak perlu masuk pun, santai. Baru first slot tadi kan.
Had to really respect that, but still they were able to defend. With that big of a goal lead, you would expect Malaysia to be able to end the game, but that's why the wave clear coming in from the Xavier is just so valuable. It's still going to be really tough though for Cambodia to look for a full comeback here. 18 seconds.
Dia tahu dia nak kick, tapi tengoklah kawan-kawan dia duduk mana. Memang tak dapat lah.
Straight up for Malaysia. If they keep this lead in the 12th minute of the game, as they get that enhanced Lord, I really don't see a way where Cambodia can actually go for the defense unless Malaysia make a big throw happen. If they make a big mistake, right, around the dive for the end, but I can't see that happening here. I really can't.
Go. Another fast slot. Another fast slot. Dapat.
Advantage that you have in the macro as well because of the base turrets taken down. Oh, okay. That could have been an answer as well, by the way. If somehow Ra gets the dawning light to steal the Lord, yeah, that could have been.
Sombong apabila menang lawan Onyx. Inilah Malaysia dari dulu lagi.
Obviously, Malaysia didn't even let it go to become enhanced.
Iya ke?
Okay, so that actually makes.
Mana ada bang sombong? Biasalah bang fans. Ada yang gitu. Kalau nak mendidik semua fans untuk Usnuzon memang susah.
Even with having Gojas just going with Last Insanity, it's going to disperse Cambodia so much. And I think they might have a troubling time defending their base here, but let's find out if they can do it.
Loville already has it with the nature as well. He picked it up in the previous fight.
Yums.
So it's going
Yums, kau jangan buat mistake, Yums.
Some of this damage coming in from Felix.
You get the right
I think he'll have
candidate.
to go for Stormy, and Yums already concealed in the back.
Yep, Yums trying to find Ra, possibly going to be able to flicker around and avoid it. They do drag the Lord bottom side. They might be able to buy themselves enough time. They have to deal with it, but Lucas is already down, and the Lord is still up, and they'll just focus on the crystal and Malaysia.
Yes!
Will take it to a game number 3 against Cambodia.
Sabar itu indah. GG, well played.
Being able to come back after being down 1-0. There you go.
GG, well played. Alhamdulillah.
Right? In game number 1.
Tahniah Malaysia.
I don't know what it was. Maybe they were just.
There is a hope. There is a hope.
Go for the team fight. But in game number 2,
boleh menang guys. Boleh menang.
An amazing draft to play around.
Boleh menang.
We kind of doubted as well. I didn't
boleh menang.
Like it.
Yums lupa apa tu. Dalam keadaan itu Xavier tahu Xavier adalah key player untuk dia letak shield depan tu nak stun. So Xavier pun tahu Chow akan cari dia. So the only place adalah dia main passive belakang. So it's not easy. Dalam crystal kau nak dapatkan orang not so easy. Tapi it's okay.
This is why I'm going to be talking about that. Chow, all the way from the start of the game, being so good for the team, helping Stormy to clear out the waves and then rotating over. You can definitely see for Boxy as well, but mainly Lucas. He was zoned completely out, and I wish we got to see the Lucas reset because I think that was what lost them the game. After that, there was no coming back from this unless Malaysia threw. Even they did.
Saya akan Malaysia menang. InsyaAllah guys, InsyaAllah. Macam saya cakap, sabar.
Gave a few shutdowns, gave a few bounties to Cambodia. But again, yeah, it did not matter.
So this is how Malaysia plays lah kan. Ini yang biasa dia orang main. Sepatutnya kita yang main agresif. Tapi kalau kita tengok first game tadi, dia orang agresif. Sini pun dia bukan apa. Dalam sangat. Tapi alhamdulillah guys alhamdulillah.
Some core mistakes here. This is the one where I think we were all kind of confused, right? Like Lucas, you didn't want to fight for the orange buff when it was 50-50, but now that it's impossible.
Sini paling besar mistake
Be Ethan Hunt, you know.
Nah, ini paling besar mistake.
Stuff there from Lucas, but they have to make some adjustments, man. I think you mentioned as well. At that point, maybe he's tilted, but fighting for your nation here, you're trying to qualify for your nation. You're representing your nation. Tilt shouldn't be a dictionary that you can. A word in the dictionary that you
Sungai Buloh Adik, welcome guys.
In this competition at all. You have to go all out. In Malaysia, they definitely had the stronger mental after getting stomped in game number 1. They kept it clean into game number 2. Meanwhile, for Cambodia, overthinking.
Bapak lah Marsha tu tadi.
Keep on seeing them making mistakes back and forth, and only Ra was really making some good plays happen. I think with Boxy too, there was some good engages. And for the most part, maybe even Felix actually. Run and Lucas were making some questionable maneuvers here and there, and it was always punished by Malaysia. You don't make these mistakes against Malaysia.
Asyik baik dulu Lial sentam Crystal.
You know, I think when you look
kalau
at
tidak boleh comeback dulu Bang Lo. Taklah kita ke MSC nanti. Untuk MSC nanti ya.
And it was almost the same
Santai.
situation for Malaysia.
Kita berehat sementara.
You know, it came down to like just kind of some blunders in the early game, like I mean pre-first turtle, and especially with Lucas here. So
kita berehat sementara.
How that
Xavier panik tadi dengan Chow. Itulah. Tapi itu yang membuatkan Chow juga buat mistake. Disebabkan dia panik, duduk dekat dalam. Kan, Chow pun boleh buat mistake. SKJP saat kita jangan pecah. Aduh. Guys, ada tak yang belum lagi belanja saya subscribe? Kan, boleh tak sudi belanja saya subscription hari ni, tekan button like. Hari ni adalah hari yang kedua saya di YouTube, kan? Dan saya sangat-sangat menghargai kedatangan anda semua, kedatangan dan juga button subscribe yang anda tekan. Saya dah 698, lagi 2 nak 700. Bapa takkanlah hari ni terus jadi 1000. Tapi kalau hari ni jadi 1000, tinggalkan 999. Jangan bagi 1000. Jangan bagi 1000. 999 je cukup. Kan? Kasim, baik doh Kasim. Jangan bagi saya 1999 sahaja cukup. Sudah bang, thank you very much. Yang mana yang belum, sudi-sudilah ya. InsyaAllah lepas ni saya cuba banyak buat juga live streaming. Nobar live streaming ni saya main saya main rank. Korang juga nanti boleh ikut InsyaAllah. Nanti saya buat dengan Weaver. Nobar kita akan buat nobar. Apa lagi saya nak buat? Nantilah kalau saya buat vlog ke apa ke, InsyaAllah. Mic-nya kecil pakcik. Mic-nya kecil. Mic apa yang kecil? Malah kok mirip kayak orang Indo. Iya, orang India. Dia kata kok mirip kayak orang India. Saya orang India, saya bukan Melayu. Emangnya saya orang India? Emaknya India, ayahnya India, adik-beradik semuanya India. Saya juga dilahirkan sebagai seorang India yang beragama Hindu. Suara live tu slow. Oh, okey. Kemudian saya memeluk agama Islam. Tahun 95 saya memeluk agama Islam. Final jam 10 guys Jam 10 waktu Malaysia, jam 9 waktu Indo. Jadi sekarang satu sama. Saya orang hutan. Lagi berapa bang nak cukupkan 1k sub? 300. Perform gila bang. Alhamdulillah. First match Malaysia, baca gameplay dia orang je. Jangan cakap macam tu, saat lagi terciduk kan. Kamu sedar ke game satu tadi? Iya sedar. Itu pasal panik sikit. Suara slow kan. Udah panik, diam dulu. Tengah menang baru kita Malaysia menang. 737 subscribe. Alhamdulillah, terima kasih. Semoga kalian suka diberi kesihatan yang baik, dimurahkan rezeki, bahagia dunia akhirat, memberikan kebahagiaan dunia dan akhirat. Itu ayat. Bang, nanti ada lawan Indo ke? Ada. Siapa yang menang lawan Indo jam 10. Tetapi match itu tidak memberi sebarang apa-apa makna ya, sebarang makna. It's just like a show match. Sebab dua-dua tim udah lolos ke Riyadh. Saya sentiasa support. Terima kasih Muhammad Zadurain. Game 1 dia orang lead, main 5 rapat-rapat. Ya betul. Lepas ni Malaysia lawan lagi ke? Kalau menang lawan Indonesia. Penatlah komen, tidak yang nak jawab. Tadi kat live Jack pun sama, semua sombong. Dah, saya dah baca dah. Muhammad Farahin Ahmad, saya dah baca dah. Aku tanya kalau kalah dengan Cambodia ni macam mana? Tak layak terus ke? Ya, tak layak. Habis. Pulang. Saya dah jawab. Muhammad Farahin Ahmad, jangan marah. Kadang-kadang bila komen-komen kadang laju, kita tengah menjawab sesuatu tak fokus, kan? Jangan marah. Saya dah bagi pihak Jeb juga, saya dah tolong jawab kan. Kat mana-mana live lah awak pergi tanya, saya dah tolong jawabkan bagi pihak semua orang.
That Yums did pick up the show. Like, I know we were both kind of talking about it in the draft, but it was really smart because of the pressure.
Malam bang lah kita malam. Dia ingat satu komen je nak, tak apa. faham perasaan kadang-kadang dia nak tahu jawapan. Dia bukannya komen yang bukan-bukan. Dia nak tahu jawapan tapi tak ada siapa yang tolong jawabkan. Korang yang baca pun tak jawab. Dah lah, host pun tak jawab. Viewer pun tak jawab. Aduh. Kan? Tak apa, saya dah tolong untuk korang semua. Final hari ni ke? Dia sebenarnya yang ini tak ada prize pool guys. Dah masuk main tournament nanti dekat Riyadh baru ada prize pool. Dekat sini tak ada apa. Jadi kedua-dua pasukan yang akan bermain nanti kejap lagi jam 10 itu adalah macam lebih kepada show match. Sebab tidak mendatangkan apa-apa makna sekalipun. Dapat nombor 1 bukan ada prize pool. Nombor 1 nanti dekat Riyadh pun bukan ada seeding ke apa. Tak ada. It's just like dia dah letak dalam jadual, nak tak nak kena main. So kita orang minta Malaysia main 5 tank. Kalau nge-lag bang Lot, nge-lag. Aduh.
Best of one now, you know, it's just one single game.
Ya, nge-lag. Tak ada pun. Final berapa game? BO1. Final BO1 guys. Kau seorang sendiri mau ingat lah. So kalau Indonesia kalah ke, Malaysia kalah ke, jangan bacot. This is like more to show match. So just enjoy. Mungkin mereka akan bawa meta macam-macam. Kan? Mereka akan bawa meta macam-macam nanti. Kejap je tadi lag. Ya. Assalamualaikum, waalaikumsalam. Dan sub from Philippines abang Lat. Thank you. Trafalgar, thank you very much for your subscription. Nice to know you. Welcome Philippines. Dah start ke game bang? Baru join live ni. Dah start. Dah satu sama. Dah satu sama guys.
That's almost what it felt like, but it was weird because we're watching it for a Fredrin. Like that's not normal, right? So I think for Cambodia,
final bila bang? Dia sebenarnya dia bukan final tau. Dia maknanya it's just like a show match dua pasukan yang dah layak lah. Tapi kebetulan Indonesia dah di situ. Jumpa pula kejap lagi siapa menang ni, harapnya Malaysia, kan? Jangan salah mengucap dunia hanya sementara guys. Ya betul guys. Ipo mari taklah sembang oh. Terima kasih bang Lot. Kenapa tu terima kasih? Saya menjawab soalan awak ke? Sama-sama. Saya sukalah singgah butik todak kat IOI Putrajaya. Ya, siapa-siapa yang ada area Putrajaya kan, korang boleh pergi ke IOI City Mall di tingkat 3. Ada booth todak kat situ, todak shop. Korang boleh beli macam-macam barang kat situ, daripada paling murah RM2-3 sampai lah yang mahal kerusi pun ada. Nanti Lolials bawa Nana Gulin. Wildcard MSC bila bang Lot? 28, 29, 30. Tanggal 28, 29, 30 wildcard. Main tournament bermula tanggal 3 ya, bulan Juli. Saya kan lama-lama kan saya rasa saya dah pandai cakap Indonesia tu. Ini pun dah campur-campur dah aku ni. Melayu campur Indonesia. Kan? Lama-lama aku rasa dah boleh dah kahwin dengan orang Indonesia ni. GH baru todak cantik tak bang? Cantik. Saya akan pergi minggu ni kot. Nanti saya buat satu konten. Ayo Malaysia gas sampai Riyadh. Ya. Buat tim todak Indo. Iya, dalam ada rencananya.
All of his different heroes, you know, having a very deep hero pool. So
even a Lilia.
MSC IESF memang semua kat Riyadh ke? Ya. Gas budi. Siap. Boleh bang Lot cari isteri Indo? Ya, saya udah ada 2 isteri.
I thought it was going to be set up for something. That's why we
kalau cari yang Indo jadi 3. Buat vlog GH todak bang? Ya, saya nak buat vlog juga GH todak. Saya rasa good idea. Saya nak buat untuk TikTok saya sikit. Lepas tu saya nak buat dia juga. Bagus juga. Ada juga lah konten-konten saya sikit. Kan? Caudak sistem. Okay, let's go. Faramis, Angela sekali lagi di band. Loyi di band. Sungai Siput. Weh bapa, Sungai Siput dah dekat kampung aku dah ni. Bude umur berapa? Enggak tanya. Malam ngopi dulu bang. Oh iya, ngopi kan. Bentar ya. 5 isteri aja. Mana ada, mazhab kita hanya dibenarkan 4. Jangan sampai 5. Tak nampak bang? Oh. Wait guys.
Cambodia. Well, they have to. I think the Ling has to
Okay.
go. They're gonna respect the Nolan first.
Oh.
Okay.
So Harith
I
and
agree
Ling
with it.
usually
Nolan
are the bans
di
together with the
ban
Loy
dulu.
Yi, but now they actually ban out the
Tapi sikit
Nolan.
kejap,
So maybe trying to trade the Harith with the Ling with the Harith. So one pick with two picks maybe.
Yeah.
That's so far what it looks like, right? Let's see what Malaysia go for. Do they want to ban the Harith? Do they want to try to limit some of these picks so that they can only get one or two? So it'll be beneficial for them.
I think you could. I want to see what these last bans are going to be, but I think Harith Prio for either of the teams. Again, Roger is still going to be highly contested between both of them. Edith now, we've been seeing just in nearly every composition really work well. So there's, even regardless of what these next two bans are, I feel like even for Malaysia, they could do what we saw similarly last game. Pick up a Roger, flex it in. They took out the chip this time, so both teams taking out the Lui Yi and the chip respectively. Last ban for Cambodia. I think part of this too is securing, like I said, securing themselves for Lucas. And that's why I think whichever of these teams don't pick up the Roger, at least pick up the Roger and then flex it if you need to. Just don't flex it. I don't know. I don't want to flex it. I don't want either of the teams to really flex it into the gold lane, but that seems to be the play. Harith is open. Faramis is banned out here. Okay, so the Assassins are open that we've seen before banned out, which is a Hayabusa. The Bane is open. So this being the first phase and a lot of these options available for both the teams, I don't know what you start, man, from Malaysia, the way they played from game 1 to game 2, because they both had very similar starts and similar mistakes. Like the reason why both these teams lost their initial games was mainly off of a mistake from the beginning. So Malaysia is going to go ahead and just take this by taking up the Harith. I think that's good.
All right, Harit. Oi, Harit dapat kalau lial sah.
Now for Cambodia, I don't know. What are you thinking? They
Harit dapat kalau lial. Okay,
I think
good.
the Roger for sure. They've got to pick it up here because technically for Malaysia they could also use it in the jungle.
Oi, Moskov
And that's what
open
we have
tapi
seen
dia
from
ambil
them
Harit.
before. I think against Indonesia game number 1.
Innocent
Pick
tak
up the
main
Roger,
ke? Bang,
first pick,
ini
and then they went for the
Malaysia.
knockout,
IESF ni
straight
Malaysia.
into the
Ini
jungle
bukan
he
MSC.
goes. I think it'll be the same
This
here.
is
Kind of similar.
diam
If
bang.
you
Okay.
leave the Roger open when you already have a Harith, the
Okay,
Roger
saya
will also
diam.
be picked up, but in the jungle. But for Cambodia,
Saya diam lah.
too risky. It's a bit too,
Jangan tanya apa-apa soalan Saya diam.
yeah, it's a bit way too risky to actually leave the Roger open here. So they go for it, and maybe Tarisla. I would say, or Edith. Maybe they might have to prio Edith here, because if they don't get the Edith pick, Yums, we know, against Indonesia, that was one of the big picks that was able to give them such a good time against Indonesia. The Edith, so that they can force them to go for the fights. They end up
Okay,
going
dia
for
dah
the penalty
delete.
zone.
Saya boleh bercakap.
Tarisla over Edith.
Okay, lagi 250 subscriber guys. Come on.
Should be the Edith that comes
Kakak dah
up for
delete.
Yums.
Kakak dah delete. Saya
It's
boleh
like
bercakap.
a proper mix of proactiveness and also reactiveness on that hero.
I think so far it looks
Ni
like
siapa?
were sweeps.
Kejap lagi, habis ni boleh. 1K subs botak guys. Guys, boleh tak dia diam balik? Jangan lah.
Might as well go with what worked the best for you. This is a huge gamble.
Kambodia layak ke
I'm
dia?
actually surprised this is locked in. The
Kalau
Fanny
menang ini
again.
layak guys. Mana facecam? Kejap. Saya tengah berasap. Saya tengah
I
merokok.
don't know. Did they have to pick up the Fanny now?
Lag.
So this almost makes me wonder, like, is this the right choice
Serious,
for
I like-
Malaysia? Because they pick up a Fanny, and what we saw earlier too was the fact that they
Sabar ya guys.
were even cut off with the penalty zone.
Saya tak tahu adakah lag
So,
ni
like,
datang
they were
daripada
caught in the
server
penalty zone
ataupun
alone.
saya.
So, this is, I don't know.
Botak
I'm not
hitam tak
sure.
beria.
I'm so
Janganlah
long to see it from
racist
Malaysia
kat
for first
sini.
phase. They did get a
Apa awak
great
dapat
pick with
racist?
Harith.
Awak
Show's
dapat
been doing
dosa.
decently, but man, the Fanny in the
Dosa ni
first
nanti
phase,
ke
I
akhirat
think-
nanti awak
I
kena
wouldn't
jumpa
even
saya,
see
cari
Cambodia
saya.
go for the ban for this,
Buat
so I
apa
feel like
sampai
they
saya
could've
nak
just
tuntut
waited on
orang
this
macam
and
tu?
picked it up
Saya
later
maafkan
on.
awak lah. Saya tak nak menyusahkan
I think
awak
they
ke
go for the
akhirat
bait,
besok
yeah.
datang nak
Would be a great
orang
option
kata
to go for the
merangkak
jungle
cari
now
aku.
that you don't need to utilize the flash, but they go
Tak
for
payah, saya dah
Valentina
maafkan awak dah.
instead. No big ultimates thus far.
Tak
So
faham tu
a very
korang ni.
interesting Valentina pick here for Cambodia, but I would say actually in this game, I actually kind of like the Fanny pick. You already
Do
have
you?
a Harith, right? So you have a lot of magic damage in your gold lane. You need a bit of that physical presence, and with the Ling and the Nolan banned out so early by Cambodia in the first phase, it does limit the amount of heroes that you can go for the assassins that deal
Fanny
physical
okay,
damage.
chip je tak kena
in the
game
jungle.
tadi.
So
Mungkin.
now with the Fanny, I would say it's okay, especially
Abang
considering
Lot
Sky
musuh
in game
Hudil.
number 1,
Siapa
despite them
cakap?
losing on the Fanny, he was playing really, really well. The only problem I had with the Fanny pick was because they already
Kenapa
had
suara
chip
putus-putus bang?
and
Ada
Moscow.
je.
And then to add in the Fanny together with the chip, I just don't see how that combo would be, would work, be used. But now we do see that Aurora. Respect for Stormy. Good job by Cambodia reading that out, because that is what Malaysia really want to do usually, especially when they already have the physical force of a Fanny in the jungle. They want to go for even more magic damage around the mid lane.
Padan muka kau.
They're kind of also lacking some beefiness.
Agak-agak boleh menang tak? InsyaAllah boleh. Saya nampak ada lagi Chow dah diambil awal lah guys.
Full glass cannon, full damage
full glass cannon.
Abang
lot musuh netizen. Itu mungkin. B1 ni malam ni mainnya lot. Ya, malam ni.
So good on flex as well. But if we take a look at the weaknesses for the Roger, it's got to be one of it at least. It's got to be the fact that he can't go for with the nature, or
Fanny lagi kalah lah. Tak. Tapi okey. Edit dah di ban belum? Ban dah di ban.
By that metric,
Chip dah di ban. Kalau di ban edit cantik juga ni. Kalau 1k subscriber nanti botak bang. Okey, saya janji kalau 1k subscriber saya akan botak.
It kind of forces the Roger to only go for one.
Saya janji.
You'll have to choose.
Tolong rekod ya. 1k subscribe saya botak.
Rose gold meteor, but then you get bursted by the Fanny. It puts you in a tough spot. I think it's a good Bane ban as well, by the way, from Malaysia. They noticed. I thought the Bane would have come through.
Xavier masih ada lagi. Tak tu. Xavier dia boleh main. Mirip pasal bang. Bang tengok cincin tu tak? Saya tak dapat. Saya masih baru lagi.
I'm really wondering.
Chef janggut tak nak. Memang udah betul bang.
Is it still ultimates, or is it purely just to get the Terrify, get the utility, and get a little bit more damage on top of it? Maybe it's just the comfort pick for us.
Boleh percaya ke nak botak? Cakap dulu sumpah. Okey, sumpah saya akan botak.
I think you just go for comfort the best you can. You hope that you are able to survive the damage that you were talking about, because like you said, there's a lot of burst damage potential just with the physical damage from Malaysia and even the magic damage from this Harith, but it could also just be, we talked about the play styles leading into the series.
Janggut, no.
It's full send, the Lungar strategy, that chaotic style.
Mungkin mereka akan bawa
fast, go hard, get it.
Fredrin.
Most of their games have been pretty quick. I mean, even the previous one was around 12,
right, let's go.
12:50 or something like that.
Janggut sunnah kan? Janggut sunnah. Tapi kalau saya buang, sekejap jadi tumbuh. Carry. Okay.
Especially if you can follow up on some of the pickoffs with this Cho pick already locked in. So I'm wondering how they round this lineup out.
Kata nak nobar tapi tak tunjuk muka. Apa lah? Saya kan tutup camp sekejap. Saya merokok.
See the X-Borg is open. They could possibly pick that up from Malaysia. Causes a little more of that chaos to the mix when they fight in these team fights. And with the carry being picked up from Cambodia, I feel like
udah 700. Terima kasih kepada 700 subscriber. Yang mana yang belum subscribe, boleh tak sudi ringankan jari anda, tekan button subscribe. Kalau 1000 subscribe malam ini, saya janji saya botak.
We'll find out if it's an XP Cho or an XP Edith, right? And
Kagura.
All right. This is just this is Malaysia just being like, you know what? Big damn. We're going for the big damn.
Kagura.
Game, we're going for it. Okay, so this makes sense, and I feel like for Cambodia they have.
Tadi Myanmar ladies dah tunjuk Kagura.
Range is pretty low. You have to really find your positioning.
Hi Bangla, hi.
All you have right now is this Terizla, man. So like, what is their roam gonna be here? Because quite honestly, there's so much displacement, or at least
Malay emang punya M1, bukan M1, M2, M3, M4, M5 enggak punya.
But she has a lot of burst damage potential, and she can actually do quite a bit with her
seperti kata Udil, kan?
So this
pikir ke depan. Jangan bangga dengan apa yang kita kecapi yang sebelum ini. Ayo terus ke depan. Fikir di depan aja.
This is like pure damage pick off versus
bang, game belum habis dah botak.
Durability, there's some magic damage of course there too.
Bang jangan merokok. Okay.
Lucas has to have a good time with this.
Bang Lord berhenti rokok kawin 3. Aduh.
He really does. He needs to be set up for success here. And I think, okay, so earlier when he picked up the carry, I was instantly thinking,
boleh, kita boleh bangga dengan pencapaian yang lepas. Tapi kita kena tengok juga, adakah pencapaian lepas itu satu
a top tier roamer.
How do we say that?
Meta, right? It definitely comes down as like an S or maybe A
Satu
tier.
tiket
Definitely
untuk
in the
kita boleh berjaya di masa
upper
depan.
echelon of
Tak,
the
orang lain dah
bio
maju
picks when
dah.
it comes down to roam.
Orang lain
So,
makin
then
maju.
they pick up the Kufra.
Contoh di Filipin. Filipin tengok. Udah 4 kali juara M Series. Jadi kita Malaysia dengan Indonesia harus fight mencari di mana lagi kelemahan kita harus diperbaiki supaya kita juga mampu untuk memberi saingan dan menang ke atas Filipin.
It was 1-0 for Cambodia, but Malaysia were able to equalize the odds.
Bismillah, ayo.
And from a best of 3, we're back to technically just a best of 1 to decide which of these nations will go and represent their country in the main stage of IESF WEC 24 in Riyadh. Will it be Cambodia? Will it be Malaysia?
Nah, di sini nggak ada gaduh. Di sini nggak ada gaduh. Sini oke.
Show us. Will it be even a stomp, or maybe perhaps our first ever mid to late game battle? Because in the early game, Ra is getting bullied. Deja vu.
Oh no, deja vu.
Bye.
Yums. Ra is gonna go down. This might be once again a response here coming through. Yums trying to get out of there.
Whoa! Yeah!
Possibly another
Yikes.
kill. Malaysia, 2 on the board early in. Boxing not going to be able to really do much either, and Skies will go ahead delay.
Skies.
I was about to say, man, that was really close. The fact that he wanted to just, risk that
go just.
Revenge strike, not enough to get the kill, but sorry, I'm Felix.
Uh-oh.
Has that minion there to take out the tower, and he's just gonna chase down Gojes. Nowhere to go. It's swung into
Okay, one more. One more. Cantik.
For Malaysia, as Lolil will pick up the kill. At least Cambodia able to get 1 on the board earlier on the top side. Malaysia really controlling so far this portion of the game. Nothing too crazy.
No, Stormy, no, Stormy. No, Stormy.
But not enough damage just yet.
Berani do Stormy ni.
Still for Malaysia, it's such a good lead at the start of the game. If you take a look at the gold though, not too big. It's only just around 500 gold that they picked up with those 3 kills. I think it's because of the solo kill as well up top that they weren't really able to fully capitalize on this, and it's actually gonna be Cambodia on the turtle.
Okay, yeah, actually, Cambodia will be able to take this just fine. Really easily, actually. They knew that Skies was trying to get the buff. They might look to punish now. Stormy could be in trouble in the mid lane. Lucas jumps in, won't be able to get the kill with the Lycan Pounce, and now forcing Yums back a little bit further. Skies might try to just swoop in and retrieve this purple buff. He's going to have to time it perfectly. Penalty zone already going to be used. Gojes trying to join the fight from the backside, but Skies is in trouble.
Ooh, selamat.
Able to survive, though, barely. But meanwhile, we'll lose that buff, and they keep it together. But
It's okay.
Cambodia really fighting back, given how the beginning of the game went, at least able to keep things even and take some even from Malaysia.
Game number 1, Cambodia, the way that they were able to go up against the Fanny was, all right, you know what? We are already snowballing at the start of the game. We'll just use our composition with a lot of the displacements that we have in our composition to go up against the Fanny. We won't even go for the purple buff steals, purple buff invades. But game number 3 is a bit different. You do have, tools to utilize to cancel out those dashes coming in from the Fanny, but it's still kind of a brawl composition that you've built for yourself in the early phase of the game, especially considering that, this is a strong side of the XP lane for Cambodia. They're going to be able to force the issue a lot in around that purple buff side that will be spawning up towards the top side of the map. So for Cambodia, it's already a very different angle of attack now. It'll be more of the threats towards the purple buff. And when you do that, Skies is going to be having a bad time.
Wait, sorry.
Could work.
Sorry, Cam.
Is still really good on the hands of Skies. But if you don't have a purple buff,
sorry
to say, but it doesn't matter how good you really
sorry.
are around the early game, at least, right? If you don't have the purple buff and you play within your base, sure, Boxy.
Oh, Box. Okay, he's gonna be fine. But yeah, as you were saying, if Skies doesn't have the purple buff, it's gonna be tough. And every time it's up, you look at the rotations from
Okay, dapat dua.
Stormy from the Yin Yang overturn with a huge setup, and into the penalty zone they go. Still looking, Stormy's the one to fall, and they might be looking for Gojes. Tries to get
Gojes.
What a flicker, though. Will be able to pick up a kill himself and survive the fight. And now they just chase him down, but Gojes should be fine. It looked so good for Cambodia, but then fell apart quickly.
Wow. Back and forth, but a win for Malaysia. Good flicker out by Gojes. And honestly, for me, it feels like Ra was saving that flicker a bit too long. I think it's really good, though, if we take a look at the long term of that flicker not being used, because they do have a lot of pressure here, and Skies is waiting in the bush, gets spotted out. So they're going to reset and look to go for the neutral objective again. 1,000 gold behind this time.
Ooh, he's trying to get in there. He's going to be able to get there in time, though. Ying Yan overturn.
Baiklah.
Somehow able to get the turtle in the exchange. No one will fall, but the turtle is at least secured for Malaysia. Cambodia tried their best to keep him at bay, but they struggled a little bit dealing with this. Purple buff's going to be up for Lucas, though. And again, Cambodia still trying to work through this lead now. Yums takes some damage, and Stormy, but they get the turret now for Malaysia. Bottom side turret. Looks like they're going to put more pressure here on the resources. Cambodia, though, to go ahead and make sure Lucas gets this buff, because Malaysia, man, they're starting to further the gold lead. We talked about it. They kept it relatively even, but now they're pulling further ahead, 2,000 ahead in this gold, almost 6 minutes into the game. But relatively, I'd say it's still a pretty back and forth between both.
The Malaysian snowball is online in the 5th minute of the game. A signature playstyle, which theoretically is kind of weird. It doesn't snow in Malaysia, but hey, we'll go with it, right? Sky Piercer for the Fanny. Oh, Yums!
Yums gonna go in. Way the dragon gonna be used. Purify already there. Now running in the mid lane. Look at the damage coming out. Yums in trouble. Zaman Force already dropped down as well. They're gonna find out Lucas could be in trouble. And Overturn has too much damage, but it's a double kill for Lolil. And they force boxing back as well. They're not done yet. Sorry, Felix has to flicker defensively. Man,
go push top, push top, push top, push top.
Overlay of ultimates and abilities to win that fight.
They wanted to, you know, double down on the early game to mid. We saw it with the Kagura pick as well, and we are seeing it now. Use the
Bye, Lolias! You are a man!
That final shot, Felix definitely overstaying in the mid lane, not respecting that damage from a 3-0 Lolil on the Harith. 6 minutes in, Naisu, and it's looking very, very similar to game number 2 and how Malaysia was able to control the map. But this time, I think it's a bit more impressive, because it's not like they shut down Cambodia from the start. They're just able to outfight them, outclass them in these skirmishes, and even outset up a lot of these skirmishes. Yums, we gotta give a lot of credit to him, because in that second turtle, it would have been free.
Okay, gone, bro. Gone, bro. 1, 2, 2, bro. 2, bro. 3, bro. 4, bro. 4, bro. Bro, 4, gone.
Teammates fall apart as Malaysia will get the kills, get the fights, and the turtle now ready to just further the lead. Full snowball effect at this point. Lolil gonna find so even with the Zaman Force, but they'll get this tier 2 early. This early on, and a purple buff gonna be lost for Lucas.
Slowly but surely, again, just utilizing their lead. They don't want to, to throw the game. This is still such a massive lead to utilize. So many advantages to choose from. I mean, at this point, I'm really just trying to look at that damage as well. The fact that the Cho dealt 10,000 damage more than
guys, 1,700 orang. Boleh tak bagi saya 1,000 subscriber hari ni?
Kind of speechless there. Okay, so
Alhamdulillah, terima kasih.
It's not like they're not doing damage at all. For the Terizla, the Valentina, and even the Roger, they're actually doing quite a bit of damage, but Run the King on this carry, pick that I was also kind of doubting in the drafts. I have to say, man, you don't really have a good time on the carry up against this kind of composition. You want to pick up the carry usually up against tankier members.
No, Yums.
Composition with a lot of damage dealers. That's why I was already downing it. But then I saw the Kufra pick, and I was like, all right, I get what they're trying to do.
Gorgeous. Salah tu.
Yums conceal.
Oh, Yums.
Boom!
Conceal again, gonna knock up 3 members, but can't find the way the dragon he was looking for.
Do it!
Anyway, Cambodia gonna force Malaysia back a little bit further. Everybody's still alive.
It's okay.
Yums had an idea. It didn't work out that time.
Jauh sangat Yums, jauh sangat.
It's great though, right? The fact that you can still just utilize Yums with his aggressive damage, with his aggressive positioning and decision making, it's still okay for Malaysia. You don't really have to go for the full discipline route sometimes, especially if you have a player like Yums. He's on a roll.
Gorgeous.
Goes for those crazy, risky plays. If he dies, it's fine. It's just a roam. You just wait for him to respawn, especially in the 9th minute of the game where the death timers are still so low. So now Yums is actually going to look for the angle of attack, and you'll have a very, very good angle to go for a flank from the bottom side of the map. The purple buff actually going to be stolen away by Skies early here before the Lord even gets contested. So that's an advantage already by Skies. 2 levels ahead now of Lucas. When it comes to the retry battle, Lucas is gonna have a tough time, especially now the Heptaseas also. Man, so many of these power spikes coming in the right time.
Yep, Tyrant's Revenge gonna be using the rage. They find the target. Yum's gonna be taken out. Zaman
Satu.
unboxing. Look at the damage.
Dua. Go! Finish it up! Go to Riyadh! Go!
Wipeout for Malaysia. They have the waves already pushing in. Timers are too long, but they could possibly
Go to Riyadh! Go to Riyadh! Don't need replay! Don't want replay, bro! We don't want replay! We want the game end! No replay! Alhamdulillah! Go Riyadh!
and move forward to the WEC.
Mana suaranya?
2-1.
Malaysia, mana suaranya?
Start from Cambodia. It looked really good for Cambodia. I think we just gotta give it to their mental fortitude. The fact that they were able to come back in such a way in game number 2.
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. Nice.
Small errors they were making in the game and even in the draft as well.
This is Malaysia, guys.
We're gonna be taking a look at the highlights as well.
This is Malaysia.
See exactly how Malaysia were able to get it done.
Mereka bilang satu malam
Game
champion.
number 2, I think, was more of a mistake for Cambodia, right? The fact
Maafkan
that,
mereka ya, guys.
We don't need to talk about it again. It's getting old now. But game number 3, it's a bit different. Still, they were able to punish Ra. They were able to punish
Boom.
Lucas too. So it's the same 2 members that get punished in the early game. With Boxy too, technically. So everybody got punished
Heartbreaking
there.
game.
It's very similar, but it's in a different way that they punish them. They punish them through clearing the mid lane. It's as simple as that. Having the Cho in your kit, it just gives you so much value.
Tahniah.
Sometimes when you think of the Cho, especially now,
Tahniah
it's
kepada
not
semua
really,
pemain-pemain Malaysia.
the best pick in the role. We completely forget that he has so much wave clear potential with the concussive blast. So anyone you pair him up with, it's almost a certain better mid-prio, combo that you will have compared to the enemy team, unless, Cambodia pick up something like a Grok. And then all throughout, we definitely saw that the
Boom.
impact of that early skirmish.
This is very good, bro.
Sky is getting such an early lead.
Sakai's
Lolio as well winning out. And
on point.
Stormy getting that kill very early on assist. It just elevated their game so much in the mid game and all these skirmishes as well. Because with the snowball, with the Kagura and the Harith, these damage dealers, combos like this become possible. Combos where you go for the burst, but you layer it in a way where it kind of feels like you just out-damage them and out-sustain them as well in these skirmishes. This is another mistake by Felix, walking up way too far, man.
900 bang downloadku. Alhamdulillah.
Harith and
Macam tak percaya tu saya.
These angles, very good targeting as well, bringing the carry of all people back
Wih,
to the
bapak
team.
baik tu.
Skies, I was coming in last.
Bapak
Very good
baik
for him
tu.
as well.
Ini mistake Yums. Nampak terlalu dalam, terlalu ke dalam.
They were able to go for the purple buff steal
Terlalu ke
so
dalam.
early on because of the brawl composition that they have. They were able to force the issue
It's okay.
and because they had a winning lane in the XP. That was what I thought was going to be used a bit more, but unfortunately, after getting that first purple buff steal, I think they got overconfident. Lucas started to open up the map again, making some real big fundamental mistakes where.
Alah, bagilah maniac!
I think we have to talk about.
Bagilah maniac tadi tu.
Lucas just walked in that mid bush towards the top side, wanted to go for the invade.
Bagi je lah maniac tadi dekat Skies.
Opening for him, but yeah, it ultimately became a game that
Santun bang Lord, polite.
Towards the mid, towards the late especially.
What is the meaning of sentence santun?
It was even faster
Santun means
than
polite.
game number 1. Able to take revenge.
Lebih santun, maknanya lebih polite.
1 second game of game number 1
means
now
polite.
They beat
Maybe.
Wait. Why?
Maybe.
Okay, Malaysia versus Indonesia, it says. All right, I was getting confused there, but no. This is the same stats, right?
10 minit je.
A bit thrown off there.
Is it?
Okay, though,
Yeah, I think it's the same.
Is it 10 minutes? 27
Dah
seconds?
1K.
though?
Was it 10 minutes?
I really didn't pay attention to timers, but it is. It's 10:27 against Cambodia. So, yeah.
Dah
I was gonna
1K.
say it was before the First Lord, yeah, right?
It was before the First Lord. It was right as the First Lord spawned.
Kenapa versus Indo? Salah.
Lord at that time.
Cun ngam
They were
satu
just able to
ki.
get it done with that skirmish. The fact that Cambodia
Dah 1K.
tried to fight that was, it
Ketemu
was
ke
kinda
kita.
weird.
Okay guys, gini ya ceritanya. Untuk next match, perlawanan seterusnya adalah Indonesia versus Malaysia. Game ini tidak membawa sebarang makna.
doing there. And
there is no meaning of this game. Kedua-duanya udah lolos pergi ke Riyadh. And this game ataupun this match, it's a BO1. It's just for the sake of the schedule. So kedua-dua mereka boleh troll, boleh bawa apa saja hero mereka suka. Okay. Maybe it is like more to show match. The next match is going to be more like show match. Bentar lagi. Jam 9 Indo, jam 10 Malay. Okay, it's going at 10 o'clock Malaysian time, 9 o'clock Indonesian time. It is final BO1. Yeah, it is more to show match because this game doesn't give any meaning to anyone. Both of them already qualified to Riyadh.
But man, this Kagura popping
Rosa
up
lawin streak troll. Both team I think going to troll. He's going to pick funny heroes. Trust me, this is what going to happen. Tadi kita ada bilang sama Boss Simon, kita request Chang'e Gold Lane, Saber Roam untuk Malaysia. We see no price. This one no price. It's just a qualifier to Riyadh. So only at Riyadh ada dia punya prize pool. So this one no prize pool, guys. So sekiranya kalau Indonesia kalah atau Malaysia kalah untuk next game, jangan bacot because it's a fun match ataupun show match. Okay, tidak ada apa-apa makna. Final ini tidak ada apa-apa duit, uang. Ngerti nggak? Jelas ya. All MM, boleh jadi all MM, all tak faham lah bang. Takkan saya nak ulang lagi. Saya ulang. What is the meaning of sentence santun? Yeah, I already explained just now. Santun. Polite.
To the carry. They saw the carry and they were like, all right, you know what? If they want to try to go and deal damage to our frontliners,
Cambodia. Hello, welcome from Cambodia. Sorry, Gigi.
We're just outburst them.
Well played.
We're not even going to need.
Suami nak ambil gambar masa nampak Abang Lot Kemison tapi dia segan. Alamak. Kenapa tak suruh dia tegur je? Boleh, saya kan duduk Kemison. Saya duduk Kemison je tingkat 34 Tower B. Kalau jumpa nanti suruh dia tegur Sampai ke sini awak cari siapakah suami awak. Nanti kalau saya jumpa suami awak, saya kata kenapa lah isteri awak sampai ke YouTube dia cari nak bagi tahu benda tu. Aduh, kelakar lah awak ni. Tapi kalau itu harga diri Malaysia yang terjejas bang, siapa kalah mesti kena maki. Enggak, kalau itu adalah real tournament then okay. Untuk rasa kecewa, rasa marah kan. Fun match guys, fun match, janganlah marah sama siapa pun. Mana ada ke Boss Simon di sini? Oh, Boss Simon, are you here?
We haven't seen a whole lot of the Kaguras, the Auroras, and
where is Boss Simon? I cannot see him.
He just fits Malaysia style so well. And in a bit, we will be going to an interview with Ozoraveki.
All out Boss Simon. Okay, he's there. Oh, ada. 2 minit special untuk viewers. All out for fun. Okay, korang decide. Okay, 2 minutes now. What you want? Apa yang korang nak? Cepat. This live will make them play whatever request you guys request, please. Malaysia, come on, request now. 2 minit daripada sekarang. Fun. They're going to play your hero. Korang nak macam mana? Saber Room. Okay, Saber Room confirm. Saber Room. Mereka mau Saber Room lagi. Estes Hyper serius lah. Chang'e MM, okay, lock. Chang'e MM Saber Room lock. Lagi, kejap saya baca. Mia XXP tak sesuai. Kalau janganlah sampai macam tu sekali kita nak ni. PH kok gak main bang, already qualified. Mereka ada di mereka udah lolos lama. Hellcat Room. Nah, Saber Room. Zilong EXP. Okay, Zilong EXP, nice. Zilong EXP.
Speaking of their identity,
lock.
We're definitely gonna get
EXP dah lock.
Questions over to Ozoraveki. So let's get into the
MM dah lock. Saber dah lock.
Hello, Ozoraveki, can you
lagi apa? Mid lane apa? Mid lane dengan hyper. Jungle.
Ozoraveki, the analyst of Team Malaysia.
Hey, Weki.
man, Ozora, I got a few questions.
Johead Hyper lock. Johead Hyper for Daddy Hood.
Game number 1.
Johead Hyper for Daddy Hood lock.
Team Malaysia after seeing your run through the group stage.
Mid lane.
This is the first game that you've dropped.
Mid lane.
Qualifiers, and I just want to know, shed some light into that loss. What happened? Was it draft? Was
Mid lane.
I think generally we have a really
Zaz mid lock. Okay. Zaz, Johead, Chang'e, Saber Room. EXP tadi apa ya? Zilong. Okay. Okay, boss. Settle. Settle. Kita dah bagi draft. Kita dah bagi draft Harap itu jadi Jam 10 kejap lagi. Harap jadi Okay, kita dah bagi kita punya draft. Chang'e MM, Zilong EXP, Saber Room, Johead Jungle, Zaz mid lane. Okay, settle.
Great picks, unique picks and everything like that.
Kenapa PH dia orang yang udah qualified defending champion, juara bertahan? Terlalu kejam ni. Estes jungle susah. Serius ah. Mengelot apa function grand final sebab ada 2 slot pergi Riyadh. Ya, tak ada function apa sebab tu mereka just nak main macam tu. Odette Johnson tapi dia orang nak Saber Room. Dia orang nak Saber Room tadi. Tukarlah bang. Okay, Bos Simon telefon.
Especially the mechanics of our
players.
And then especially if when we come to pick like something unique or something that's our meta. As long as the player can play well in the meta and then we can like study up the why is good and stuff.
Live.
It always makes sense, right? Mobile Legends has so many heroes.
On.
Doesn't mean that you have to
Troll.
always play the same hero. As long as it's good in the meta, you can fight the meta even though it's like odd. It's fine.
Oh yeah, okay. Zach jungler.
As a non-meta hero fan.
On. Okay, let's go.
He's a fan of Gord, by the way. He's like the number 1 Gord at one point, top global. But speaking of these new picks, you know,
Bos langgar Ijaya dia telefon. Okay, jungler kita tukar. Jungler tukar. Mid laner yang camat menjadi jungler.
Because we know that with the current changes, especially the Kagura Aurora may be able to benefit.
Okay. Good luck, Zach. Zach QT jungler. Okay, go.
Good balancing coming out from Munton because especially it comes to the jungle changes.
Bos Simon buat hal lah.
You see that we open up a lot more heroes to be played. It doesn't have to be tank jungler all the time, so you.
So Malaysia Indonesia Malaysia Indonesia. Kejap saya nak tukar.
I think Munton is just making a very good small changes here and there that don't break the hero, but instead make the hero have their own identity. So like Moscow for example.
Malaysia Indonesia saya nak tukar.
Now he can fly over the map. Now he's good. So I think the balancing changes are doing good, and then it's just up to the coaches and players to like find out whatever heroes that you like to play and then just apply.
Malaysia Indo.
All right.
Malaysia.
Awesome, right? Nice. Do you have any last, questions or you want to say anything before we end this interview?
Yes.
All I want to say is congratulations for booking your slot to WEC.
Bos Simon Sempoy. Siap. Tapi tengok dia betul-betul support saya punya live, even kat TikTok apa semua. So dia datang say hi juga kepada viewer. Okay. Apa kata korang semua? Say tahniah untuk Malaysia dan juga Bos Simon. Tahniah. Just say congratulations. Just say whatever wish yang korang nak wish. Kita udah lolos. Malaysia udah lolos. Dan korang nak tambah something untuk Indonesia juga. Tahniah kepada Indonesia juga. Go ahead. Go ahead.
There you go, Naisu. Now we're going to be ready for the next match because with Malaysia winning here and Indonesia winning previously, that means we are set for
go ahead. Ucapkan apa saja yang korang nak ucap.
And also technically have Group B supremacy here for Asian regional qualifiers.
Yeah.
Both of the teams who made it to Riyadh to WEC to the
maybe
main
the boys
stage,
is watching our live as well.
But if you guys
kan?
remember,
Dalam banyak streamer yang sedang buat liputan, sedang nobar.
Indonesia,
kan live kita dipilih untuk Bos Simon hadir dan berinteraksi dengan korang kan. So thank you Bos Simon, we appreciate that. Again congratulations to Malaysia.
And if you guys are
Siapa menang Malot? Malaysia, guys.
is going to achieve, right? Because obviously both of the teams have already qualified. Technically, it's unnecessary if there's no impact here. But there
no impact. You see, no impact. Technically, no impact at all.
As a Southeast Asia representative for WEC 24 in Riyadh.
Thank you, guys. Thank you kepada semua yang wish congrats.
So it's a very important match, nice.
It is, and you know, it is great that Group B was able to pull this through, and we know that another Asian team is out
Tukar
there.
Title Grand Final, bang.
You know, the former champions, I should say.
Grand Final.
So I can't wait to see what happens with the best of one, at least to round it out for us.
Well, with that, we're gonna head to break. A very short one at that. 10 minutes only to get to our final match of the day. The grand finals, best of one, Indonesia versus Malaysia. It's been Mirko and Naisu, and we'll be back later for the final match.
Dah cukup. Cukup. Kalau ia pun 999 stop. Jangan pergi 1000 lebih. Albert nak revenge tu tak ada. Dekat sini tak ada benda. BO1 tak ada benda nak revenge.
And right now the hype is already around Malaysia after beating Indonesia 2-0. They maybe have already, you know, gone to the same level as Indonesia.
We'll see. We're going to take a look at the lineups here once again for Indonesia. We have Boots, Albert, CW, Sands, and Keyboy. And again, Boots, we know now.
BO1.
Earlier, he's coaching them, right? He's coaching them. CEO Boots and
tadi pun letak nama Boots tapi yang main Lutfi. Kalimantan hadir, welcome.
For Lutfi, really a key part of this success that they've been having, and
dua-dua udah lolos guys, dua-dua udah layak. Jadi this game nothing, just troll aja lah.
Yeah, this is his rookie season. This is his first time.
Just troll aja.
Before this, he was playing in the second league, right, in MDL, so he does have experience playing there. But against, you know, the top tier players, all that, and especially internationally, this is his first international event. Even before MSC, right? So
Boots main ni mesti nak balas dendam. Ini tak ada istilah balas dendam. Anggap aja tanding persahabatan di match. Ya.
But for the rest of the team, we've seen them many times before, bro. It's
saya rasa kedua-dua tim udah berbincang ini untuk fun match. Saya yakin dan pasti match ini is going to be fun match. Dua-dua tim udah deal. Kalimantan Tengah hadir, welcome. 1K ada. Alhamdulillah. Semoga kalian semua diberikan kesihatan yang baik, dimurahkan rezeki dan diberikan kebahagiaan yang dunia dan akhirat. Amin ya rabbal alamin.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Amin.
Even if you look at some of these names,
thank you. Korang memang sempoi
the
ya.
international scene in general, but also
Keren
specifically
sih.
the Malaysian scene. You have Yums,
Kapan main ni match? Dah nak buka. Salam kenal dari Batam. Waalaikumsalam. BO1 je final. Iya, BO1 je. Dia sebenarnya tak ada apa pun dia nak panggil final. Nothing bro. Sebab bukan ada prize pool. No prize. Kedua-dua mereka udah lolos. It's just that jadualnya udah disusun. Jadi mau tak mau terpaksa main. Keyboy jungler. Boleh jadi Keyboy jungler. Boleh jadi. Ini going to be surprise guys. Going to be surprise. Tengok caster pun akan kejut.
These two teams are both winners. They're both going out. They're both flying to Riyadh later this year, and you know, they're going to be in Riyadh a lot this year. Let's just say that.
Subscribe, bro. Thank you, Zaf's team.
Specifically,
Zaf and team. Dah 1K, alhamdulillah. Terima kasih The Gunners. Sans goal lane. Bisa jadi. Relax. Tengok, saya yakin dan percaya is going to be fun match here.
If Malaysia is actually able to maintain that standard that they already set early on, because
tengok nama Lolias tu bang.
Malaysia
tak tengok.
For the longest time
apa namanya? BO3 or BO5? BO1. BO1.
But even our dear friends from Malaysia,
tak pernah lagi dengarkan grand final BO1. Inilah IESF.
On the international stage, they're usually
udah 1K ya, terima kasih. Sudah nambah player Indo kah? Ada. Nanti pengumumannya.
For Malaysia, these
Sentiasa
players have
masuklah
improved
live
so
Abang
much
Lot.
on even some of their respective teams that they've come from, and now they're forming this national team. Their improvement has come through, and the synergy that they're able to play with against a team that has relatively has a lot of synergy.
Betul kan nama dia orang tu?
Indonesian team is
Yalah,
no
nama
joke,
betul lah tu.
obviously. They're one of the best in the world
Siapa
here.
juara IESF Bang
But
Lot?
Malaysia, from what
Juara
we've seen, is
IESF-nya
getting
nanti
there.
guys
I
di
think it's
Riyadh.
getting more apparent that
Ini qualifier je. Ini semua qualifier.
a lot of the time, a lot of people already respect the play style of Philippines, Indonesia.
Todak Rian
they're
ke?
usually the two countries
Belum
that
lagi.
pop in your head. But Malaysia, what they did already in the group stage, if they can do it again in
Bang,
this best of
buat
one,
chat sub only baru
I know it's
ramai
only
follow.
for
Iya,
Steam,
belum
if they
lagi.
can
Ini
do it
dah
again
ni kan
here,
nanti.
they even further that
The next one
theory of,
baru boleh buat.
man, Malaysia has gotten so much better over the years, over the time. And remember here in ISF, guys, there was no imports, so we can't go and argue all that stuff, right? This is national players, national
Saya tengah cari
teams
macam mana saya kena
duking it
buat tu.
out. And the thing I love about Malaysia so far is, like we just heard from the interview, the amount of uniqueness to their drafting. Their playstyle typically stays the same, but they love to experiment. And if it's not meta, it doesn't matter. If they can make that hero work in the current way of the meta, they'll do it, and that's what I love to see.
I think that's what everybody loves to see. Finally, a breath of fresh air when it comes to the meta, right? From the Southeast Asian region. Because technically from the African regional qualifiers or the first few days of Asian regional qualifiers, yeah, we've been seeing a whole lot of different picks, unique picks, which is cool to see. But now for the Southeast Asian teams, especially Malaysia, part of the big three when it comes to the major regions, going for risky moves in the draft makes it just so much more engaging as a viewer, as a caster especially, right? Whenever they go for the Aurora, the Kagura as well, there's always a little bit of a smile there, a little bit of happiness for us.
Yeah.
And I think it's safe to say for both of us, right? As an Indonesian, as a Filipino, the Philippines and Indonesia, and for Indonesia as well, they've been top two for so long. It's about time we see a new nation, a new region take control. maybe, we never know here, but maybe
I'm just shaking my head.
Yeah, but
I might not be agreeing with you, but I'm just shaking my head up and down.
But especially considering, Naiso, World Champions will also be in Malaysia. We're gonna have a World Championship.
Saya rasa fun match, masing-masing nak jaga nama negara. Fun match. Confirm fun match.
It's gonna be really cool to see the Malaysian support.
Pasti. Dah habis ke? Last one. Ini Malaysia Indonesia BO1. Just one last match. Settle.
It's cool to have these new regions.
Sebenarnya tak payah nak tengok pun. Sebab nothing. Ini tak ada apa pun.
Yeah, there's that national pride, obviously, that you want to support your country every single time. That's why we're seeing so many of those fans as well in the live chat, right? So
Saber room. We will see whether Saber room jadi ke tak jadi. Kita minta Chang'e Gold Lane Saber room.
The competition.
Yeah.
Don't be toxic, guys.
Kita minta Zilong EXP, kita minta Zaz mid lane, kita minta apa lagi
Kind of chill. They're just watching at the game.
Jungle apa tadi?
Looking at the game in a very competitive and sportive.
Jungle apa tadi?
I would say
saya lupa. Johet, Johet. Itu yang kita minta. Kan? So kita tengok jadi tak jadi ya. Dan Zack QT main jungle.
Are you really sitting there like typing away on the chat?
Zack QT main jungle.
Like I don't know.
Yang confirm lah Zack QT main jungle. Itu confirm. Tentang meta ataupun hero draft pick kita tengok.
So,
kita tengok. BO1.
That's your thing. Great. But at the end of the day,
minta saya bukannya buat apa streaming main rank. Kau minta semua aku nak pick. Aduh, kena menang nanti pecah rekod Arcadia. It's okay. Nama pun fun match.
Once again, some of those slots are being
it is fun match.
A lot of this throughout the past. This is day 4. I feel like now that
show match, fun match, macam tu lah.
Asia here, Mimco, like I feel like
negara mana lagi yang dah qualifier Bang Lot? Hari ni last day guys. Hari ni dah habis dah IESF, lepas ni semua di Riyadh. Ada beberapa division yang akan go to Chengdu. Contoh macam Pagi apa semua ada kat Chengdu. Dia orang kena pergi Chengdu sebab sekarang national qualifier, lepas tu nanti regional qualifier. Nampak Zack QT? Nampak tak Zack QT? Nampak tak Zack QT? Nampak tak Zack QT?
Interestingly enough, I'm not sure if we're going to get to see that again, but it looks like they They banned out the Fanny to start out. I think this is going to be the battle of obviously these
kenapa
two
hilang?
junglers again.
Bro,
that we got to see, and I think it's very exciting to see unfold depending on what Albert
Bro,
also brings to the table in terms of his hero choice. Because we've so far, when these teams have played against other teams and on the live stream, we've seen the teams they face ban out like all the
dia orang tak
assassins
tunjuk
that
tu.
they can. You know, so
betul.
I think,
Memang Bos Simon lah yang call tadi. Korang ingat aku main-main ke? La ilaha illallah.
Some typos they had to get there, but still, here we go. There you go. All right. So Malaysia, but the bans were the same. So it was that Fanny ban. You can see this too, Nolan. So I think. Oh wait. Okay, they're flipping it around too. Indonesian's actually going to be on the blue side. We have Malaysia on the red. And so interesting that they're going this route too. I'm wondering what
salah bendera
for priority for Indonesia.
Oh, tadi salah bendera.
Well,
Okay.
Is number one still, right? I think for Indonesia especially.
BO1.
Actually for both Indonesia and Malaysia, whenever the Harith is left open, they even prioritize the Harith still over the Roger. So I'm
macam mana nak dapat dua dekat MSC kena perform dua-dua team. Macam nak serius ni main.
If they don't, maybe the Angela ban will come through. I think for Malaysia, they've got to, you know,
dah Zak QT dah main. Sekarang tak main, rehat. 1K, terima kasih.
Still up for grabs. And for Indonesia, I think they're pretty
dekat live Agus viewer tak relax bang. Macam bukan fun match.
I don't know if they actually want to go for Angela.
Tak apa, Malaysia memang fun match. Kalau Indonesia tak nak main fun match, biar aje. Tak kisah pun.
Either Angela or Ling. If the Ling does get left open, or if the Angela.
Sebab Zak QT tu dia bukan roamer, dia mid laner.
Pick up either the Angela or the Ling. Malaysia will have a chance to go for the straight up Angela Ling combo, but they stopped that before it even happens. They stopped that in the banning phase here. In the first phase, the Ling, Harith, and the Roger.
Kita tengok
big picks. And now it gets kind of tough for Indonesia to try to decide, but it doesn't seem like it was tough at all. They actually just lock in the Ling, confident with Albert on the Ling. We did see a 13-0 game just yesterday. Johnson Kadita.
They're back. The Johnson
Kadita.
That's it. I mean, I almost feel like this is also a way for them to, you know what? Let's have some fun with this. But these are still actually quality picks because, like we said, you will not see many teams pick up Johnson. You'll see teams pick up Kadita, sure, but Johnson right now.
Berbalik Johnson ke Kadita. Jadi.
Malaysia will do it though.
Jadi.
How does Indonesia respond to that? I think Albert already gets his Ling. Not gonna get the Angela to be there to support him. Interesting. All right, Zask. Zask is gonna come out for this game, and the Masha locked in. Okay, for Lupi here. All right. Interesting.
Nah, kita nak tengok dia orang ni siapa yang nak main siapa ni. Dia orang mungkin tukar role. Aku rasa dia orang tukar role tu. Mungkin Albert tak main apa Link. Tengok mungkin orang lain yang main. Kau relax jap. Link keyboard ke apa ke. Kau tak cerita. Tak. Kau relax jap.
This is borderline crazy. It's not just off meta, right? Same goes for the Zosk as well. When was the last time we saw Zosk
Caster pening.
Professional match? I don't remember.
Caster dah pening. Ini apa benda dia orang nak buat ni?
Yeah, Season 7 MPLID was the last time at least I saw it domestically with the Zosk. And the always pick as well, Malaysia want to double down on this composition.
Aldos is back. Aldos beta guys.
That's something that a lot of teams have been able to utilize with the
aku sekarang ni kau tengok caster ni. Just look at the caster. Dia orang ni serius tu. Dia orang tak tahu benda ni fun match. Aku kesian kat caster ni. Caster iya kan dia semua pick ni.
On the Moscow yesterday or 2 days ago
aduh kesian tu caster kena kencing.
Okay. Whoa. Aldous? So Freya's gonna ban. Honestly, I think this is like
caster kena game.
Almost just like, you know what? We both locked in our slots. Let's go out with a bang for our seeding. I think that's what it is. You know, like, as much as possible. Just
okay, dia orang dah macam perasan.
Going back to the question that I asked during the interview for Malaysia was like, do you guys let the players pick their picks for the draft, or is there like a communication between you guys, the coach, and everything else? Maybe this was just like, you know what?
Okay, dia orang dah perasan dah.
The Malaysian players, you guys can just go ahead and pick what you want, roll with it, have some fun.
Nampak dia orang dah perasan tu. Alah.
Enough too, where it actually
Kasta dah tak
throws
kena game.
Indonesia off. You know,
Kumar
but
versus Dark
even
System.
the Zask pick, I feel
Nak analyse apa ni?
I've seen now a couple streams even pop up where you have the Zask mains playing this quite a bit.
Okay, kita tengok.
The new system, we're ranking it up. Yin is banned out. Man, we missed the Yin roam, by the way. Bring that back. You know, bring it back to the table. But interesting, last couple bans from Indonesia. I don't even know what to guess, man. At this point, with these first picks, first phase for both these teams, I don't even know
Let's
what
enjoy the game,
for
bro.
us to guess here. So let's just sit back.
Julian.
see
Okay,
what both
good
teams around
pick,
us out with for
Julian.
their last two
Bagi
picks,
Zak
because
QT, Julian.
Aldis, like, is this also going to just be like,
Bro,
okay,
but the
where do you
price
put
pool
Aldis?
different, bro.
Where do you
First and
want him in your
second, no
rankings?
price
If
pool,
you have an
bro.
Aldis
This
player,
one
where
no
do you
price
want
pool, bro. This is just a qualifier,
man,
bro.
I don't want him in my rank game. That's number one, right? If you tell me to
you don't have
choose,
a
I don't.
Joy.
I guess
This
now
one no
it's
price pool, bro.
You don't get a
insta lock,
choice.
and it's gonna be a
Price
Joy
pool
as
only
well, so
start at
Joy
Riyadh,
goes
bro.
to the jungle, I think.
No
I
price
think the
pool, bro.
gold or the
How
XP
got?
should be
How
okay. You know
come
what?
if there
Maybe
is a
in the
price
mid
pool,
lane, honestly.
grand final is
Have you ever seen the
BO1?
Aldous
Come
mid
on,
lane?
bro.
You get more
Use your
mid
brain,
in
bro.
mid early on, so you can get more stacks.
More
technically.
stacks.
That was Bellaric as well. Oh my god, yeah. Both Indonesia and Malaysia, they're just gonna utilize this to try to like read and test the waters.
Wow,
These are some
Selena.
crazy picks, man, and that's Selena to end things off. That's Keyboy on the Selena.
Okay.
Alright, let's take a look at Malaysia. What's their last pick going to be? We're not going to see a marksman, I think, especially now looking at the competition
Okay.
from
Wow!
Indonesia.
Wow, Saber room finally! Thank you, boss Simon! Saber, Saber jungle! Saber jungle!
By the way, so
Yeah.
Saber jungle!
a swap in
Saber jungle! Dapatlah
Yeah,
satu
no
hero.
skies. It's
Dapat satu hero. Kita dapat satu hero.
Okay, so it's jungle Saber.
Jungle Saber.
Third lane Joy, is that right? Or unless they're doing a lane swap too. Lolio's going on the Joy.
Keyboy on Zas? Sans on
Sans
lane?
Link.
Is this real? Wait till we get in the game.
Betul tak aku
This is
cakap?
almost
Diorang
like,
hero tukar. Betul tak tukar
fun
role?
match territory.
Betul tak tukar role? Korang tak percaya
okay,
doh.
for the
Korang
seeding.
tak percaya
Are they
doh.
aware that this match is, for the
Sans
seeding,
Link.
or do they think it's just like formality? Because based on the draft, I don't think this is something we can say is normal. You don't see a lot of these. picks.
This
Maybe
is
Selena,
Abang
we see
Lot,
Selena,
bro.
but That's it, Ling.
Well, it looks like it was the swap.
Keyboy pakai apa?
So let's jump
Keyboy
into it, ladies and
Zaz.
gentlemen. Let's have some fun here. You guys can let us know which composition in the chat you're feeling more. Is it for Indonesia or is it for Malaysia? Let us know with the hashtag.
Ada, mata cinta, mata cinta, bro.
Who is it going to win this best of one, the grand final? And hopefully the players know as well, this is for seeding, because that's what they're battling out for. Let's jump into the land of dawn here. Both teams once again have
Meta rosak
secured their slots
dua-dua,
to the WEC. So at this point, they're in it for the last match as we round up the Asian Championship for MLBB. And yeah, this is interesting. I mean, how
Let's
often do you
enjoy,
get to
let's
see
enjoy,
these
let's
juggled-
enjoy.
These juggled around. I mean, even Keyboy
First
running
game. Okay,
the
okay,
tempo
okay.
rain on the Zask this time.
Let's
It'll
enjoy.
be fun to see if this actually ends up working out pretty well. But I will say, man, with the Saber over here, actually, he's already making his way up top. Okay.
Sans do the same thing. Will be stunned up. Now triple sweep, not ready
No
just
level
yet.
four.
Zacuti goes in for the dash, and Sans will be able to escape right now. Time of the blade is going to be used up as a triple sweep. Not there. A good knock-up to get Sans out of there, but it's going to be traded down by Lolio.
Dua-dua jungler mati.
Not just the river, just the dashes to get him down.
Dua-dua
Okay,
jungler mati.
Well, already it's a 1-for-1. Pretty even across the board, of course. Gojes. Albert,
Whoa.
on the hunt.
Jangan lag.
Come on, Albert.
Tak payah replay lah. Aduh. Observer.
He wants to be stacking up on this Aldous. He wants to be taking a lot of things. So the fact that they were able to zone him away, even though obviously, he had to spend the flicker there, and technically he didn't get anything, no resources back. it's still not that bad because Gorgeous does lose quite a bit there in the bottom lane as they are going to go for the turtle. It's Sans who starts things first. ZocQT on the purple buff, trying to go for the purple buff first as Sans keeps on going at it. Doesn't have the purple buff just yet as Sans jumps in Retribution and we'll be able to find it. ZocQT does he go for the triple sweep? He doesn't even have it. Sans has it with Blaze and we'll be able to use it under the turret. That's gonna be the tank. One last hit. Sans picks it up. A good abyssal.
Wow!
Stop Humes, but look at the chase phase. Gorgeous.
Apa ni? Jungler mati. Hidup mati. Dua-dua jungle. Duduk base.
Another abyssal arrow right into
Dua-dua
the
jungle duduk
thunderclap,
base.
and that's a Sky Piercer built for CW. Calvin Winata on the Masha.
Alrighty, well, at the same time, it looks like both teams have just ignored the turtle. They just want to battle it out further. Top side, they're gonna get killed.
Hey!
Good abyssal arrow once again as the Dominator's Ascent gets used up. Keyboy now going to Stormy. He's forced back with the oddity as Albert again just tries to go for another abyssal arrow. As Lolo is jumping in, has electrifying beats, gets stunned up with the abyssal arrow, does some damage. Keyboy flickering forward. What was that?
Wih, bahaya tu Albert.
The Breath of the Ocean sidestep now. ZocQT with a few shots should be able to take Albert down. Meanwhile,
Kenapa macam lag ni?
And Sans will be going on to
Tukarul.
ZocQT up top. It should be free. Wrath of the Dryad used up as well here by Lutpi. Gorgeous. Does he go for the steal? Does he flicker in? Do it! No! Sans will just take this away.
All right. Turtle finally secured into this game. Driving around. Johnson going around.
Oh, bilang.
The Keyboy right into the rough waves and the Breath of the Ocean. An abyssal arrow though connecting onto the backline where the Tempest Blade is going to be used on. ZocQT will not be able to utilize the triple sweep all the way. Stormy gets a good petrify but gets stunned up by the abyssal arrow. Still with the immune, able to escape. Albert diving deep under the tier 1 as Sans looks for the kill but will be able to do so. Who goes in, chase fate onto Albert. Now an oddity again. Stormy able to outplay Sans with the Fire Blade, chasing him under the tier 1, getting the kill and now getting chased down by Yum. With Gorgeous is focusing on the farm in the mid lane. It seems to be another trade. That axe is not going to land. Yums will recall.
Okay, a whole lot is happening here. My goodness. And, you know, heroes that you're not even used to casting over, but it's fun to see. And with that, you know, I wouldn't even say, when you look at this lead, Johnson's making his way down.
Whoa, bilang!
Oh no, it's Keyboy again who gets caught, but look, P! The Wrath of the Dryad was used up earlier. Keyboy is able to outplay with the Dominator's Descent. Wow, what a play on that Temporal Rain too. Gets a whole lot of value. Meanwhile, Gorgeous in bottom lane will try his best to pick up some of the gold from that turret, but Sans is here. Now Gorgeous deals some damage back with the Sans. Woo. It's gonna be a lot of damage placed down, but now it'll be 3v1. Lutpi picks up the kill. Yom's trying to go for the conceal to help him out in the bottom lane. They will
Kompo dia orang dah bincang, ya dah bincang tu confirm. Oh, hilang.
Arrow, but he sidesteps it just in time. Triple stream as Albert does some damage back. That's a Sky Piercer and Sans.
Dah macam rank lah.
Man, so I guess you could say that Indonesia's at least got a lead right now. It's very minor, but still, both teams
dah
just
macam rank aku
find
tengok.
pickoffs where they can, get kills where they can, and just with this interesting lineup, I should say, able to pull through for Malaysia though on their end. This is the way they could win. This is just Gojas gets 900 stacks, dude. Like that might be the answer. 900 stacks. Oh.
Johnson with the rapid touchdown, able to crash onto Albert. Look at him. Look at this tree man walking all the way towards the front, trying to chase Stormy. Keyboy, Dominator's Descent. He'll just stay there. That was unfortunate, Keyboy. And a nice try, man.
Nice try. I don't know. Hold on.
Still steal by Sans. He dodges away from the triple sweep. Now picking up ZocQT. Going to be slain by the Finch Poise. The chase fate connects with the Breath of the Ocean. And it's going to be the shutdown for Stormy.
Tree man.
Getting the rough waves.
Whoa.
Chase fate now used. Oh, flicker out of the missile arrow right into the oddity. But CW is here to go in. That's a thunderclap kicking off. To cancel the rapid touchdown. Forcing Yoms in the skirmish. And CW gets that last thunderclap as it'll be a trade.
Kita langgar dinding.
Up top, but look at the mid lane as well. Keyboy staying busy.
Man, that's tough. Yums is like, come on, I got you, Stormy.
Malam ni rank keluar lah sibuk betul.
Instead, Stormy's out of there now.
Triple sweep. Albert will lose his life. Dominator's Descent though as he moves forward.
Bye, lucky boy.
Will be taken down by the little Johnny boy there. Dominator's Descent. That's what I call him, by the way, man.
Little Johnny boy?
Little Johnny boy. Whoa. A little bit of another skirmish happening there. It seems for Lupi is trying to go for the top.
Whoa!
Keyboy figures out the rapid touchdown. He'll just make a detour though. Loliel going for the chase as well. This should be Keyboy falling to the electrifying beast.
Whoa, tiga hilang. Alah!
Sans and Lupi taken out.
I gotta say, Yums, he's got a license, man. He's actually a pretty good driver aside from earlier when he ran in.
What?
CW's gonna get the kill on Stormy. They might have a revenge here.
Okay, CW dealing damage back. Thunderclap gets caught by the Gorgeous with the shutdown. And in the 7th minute, rapid touchdown again onto the back. Gorgeous dealing damage, and he might not need the 900 stacks. Maybe he's healed enough.
He's there already.
Aduh.
He's got it already, and he's 5-2-3.
Game apa ni?
Though, I mean, the burst,
Mobile Legends naik. Malaysia versus Indonesia. Sabar guys. Malaysia boleh menang.
That's not even with Stormy. Stormy at some point, like there's so many just one kills that they could get. Once again, Yums is gonna drive it with Stormy. Oh, it's up to the rest of the team.
Langgar.
Turtles up though.
Langgar.
They're gonna be started there with Keyboy. Might just make their way down to the turtle pit. There might be a little bit too late for this drive though.
Langgar.
Here they come.
Yeah, Sans picks it up, gets caught by the Petrify. That's Wrath of the Dryad to taunt them back in towards them, but that's not going to be enough damage right now, as that's going to be the electrifying piece with the triple sweep used up, and that's a chase fade again to dive Albert to the backside with a flicker as well. Keyboy deals some damage now, doesn't have the Dominator's Descent just yet as Loliel gets rid of Lupi on the other side of the map. It's still going to be Keyboy trying to look for the kite down, but the Breath of the Ocean puts him down to the ground. And take a look at the shutdown picked up by Albert as well, able to outplay in that chase, but now Loliel has the damage. Touchdown! Oh, he crashes in and he gets shot down by the turret. Albert looking to go for a play, puts in the trap. Stormy gonna try, this arrow connects again. Albert
lah.
Now looking for electrifying beats, has 2 stacks on him. Albert trying to juke here, electrifying beat chasing. The slowly but surely able to take Albert down. Sans goes in for the chase. He did get that purple buff.
Aduh, main fun ke ni?
Who's winning?
Ya, dua-dua dah layak. Jangan dia dua-dua udah lolos ke Riyadh. Jadi just a BO1.
With these lineups,
tak baik,
it's all
Joe.
you, buddy. You got it.
It's all fights,
So this
It's
game
all plays, it's all fights.
doesn't have any
It's all
meaning.
drive-bys from you.
Tidak membawa
And,
sebarang makna.
honestly,
Tidak
this
bawa
whole time,
sebarang.
I feel like Ludwig has just been the tree man. Oh, hold on.
Wait.
Oh, wait. They run into, what do you call it again?
The Johnny Boys, man.
The Johnny Boy.
Ran into a Johnny Boy there. That's the least alien name I could think of, man. I don't know how you got to Johnny Boy.
It's just like an Indonesian meme, man. They just call the.
Tak dapat apa ya adik-adik. Ya, enggak dapat apa-apa.
Going for the
Look at that
chase,
threat, dude.
Zakuti.
Look at the threat from this Belric.
Oh no, look at the threat of the 3 members jumping in with Thunderclap as well. Zakuti, where did he go? CW forced to flicker.
Okay, kereta datang. The kereta is coming. Kereta is coming.
Goes in for the chase. The rapid touchdown and the chase. Connecting on the Albert in the back line with the Wrath of the Dryad connecting as well. That's going to be Keyboy versus 2 members. Able to flicker out for now. It's a Petrify on the Sans as he gets some damage back on the Yums. It's a kill now. Picked up by Loliel's a good Breath of the Ocean. And Loliel's goes ham. Wild in the skirmish. 4-4-2 in favor of Malaysia. Only Albert now looking to go for a steal.
Go Albert.
Technically, there's no retribution on their side. He could pull it off. Lolio zoning him very, very well. Albert walking forward, trying to go for the stun flickers as well. Goodbye, Albert. Good night. Go chase him down. Trap. He's not Albert. Delaying the inevitable. Look at this man. He's trying to run away. Albert, you're going to get chased down. Lolio with the dash.
Bye, Albert.
Lolio can just go through it all.
I was wondering if Gojas would be able to catch up to him, but good thing Lolia was there. Man, if you ask me still, who's winning? I don't know. It is going to be a Lord, though, up top side. And once again, Yu's driving around. Expert driving skills here. Still, Sans is around the corner.
Okay, go. Langgar.
And, you know, this is the thing for Indonesia. If they actually want to stay in this game here, they're going to have to deal with this Lord the best way they can. They don't. I think defense-wise is okay, defense-wise, because they even have a Zask. But with the force of this Yums driving around in this threat just like this.
Oh, Breath of the Ocean into the rough waves. The combo CW disappearing from Atlanta Dawn around that orange buff. Now they continue this chase. That Sans getting knocked up. Triple sweep from Zakuti.
Bye, Lazak.
be enough to take Sans down. Now with the Lord up top as well. We might be looking for a
hilang.
Massive taunt onto 4 members. Keyboy with the dominance percent now forced to flicker back. The chase straight into the back. Oh, he gets close to Keyboy and he'll take him out. Now next it's going to be a double kill.
Boom!
Rapid touchdown onto Albert.
Game over. Game over.
Game in the 11th minute, making it 12. That's GG to Malaysia.
It's just fun match, guys. Fun match. It's just a fun match.
Malaysia, for
it's just a fun match.
Final.
Okay, teman-teman Indonesia, it's just a fun match, okay?
Oh, against Indonesia. Again, guys, just so everybody knows, because I know some people probably jumped into that game and are like, what is going on?
Mantap. Thank you, Malaysia, for giving us a good entertainment. Thank you, Indonesia, giving us a very good entertainment.
Just for seeding. So that's
okay, Malaysia and Indonesia, players, coaching, management, thank you very much kerana menghiburkan kita semua. Yeah, so thank you very much.
Questions of who was winning that game during that time, but clearly in due
so kedua-duanya udah lolos. Tahniah untuk kedua-dua mereka. Thank you untuk Bos Simon yang merealisasikan
against Malaysia.
No.
There you go.
We
We've been
cursed
hyping
the
this one up too.
Philippines. Dude, no, guys. It's your fault.
Oh, what? My fault? What?
It's your fault. You cursed the Philippines, and then you're gonna curse your own country. Oh, what in the world, Arashi? I remember this is again a standby. What am I saying? A standby towards, you know, a rematch of the MLBB scene as well, Arashi. Indonesia versus Malaysia. Last time around, it was Malaysia being able to win it 2-0. I think Malaysia and Indonesia played again in a best of 1, but I don't know the results yet. I haven't seen the results. So if you guys can, you know, let us know in the comments, we'll be very grateful.
Oh yeah, Indonesia and Malaysia, man.
Alright.
Wow. We
Semua
were also
kena ban.
hyping up Malaysia earlier on by
Siapa kena ban?
saying that, okay, you know, Malaysia rise up moment. It's time for them to really make a statement.
Oh, botak Jonathan yang dia kena copyright.
Because you know, in my predictions, I went for
Iya.
Indonesia. If we go with that pattern, you know, I'm
Ya, ramai yang kena. Jadi, waktu nggak ada game, musiknya slow. Musiknya kena slow. Takut copyright.
I'm anticipating them because if we take a look at
Up next, Indonesia versus Malaysia again. Ini cewek ya guys.
number 2 in Group A under the Philippines. So
Yang live IESF. Ya, ini pun live IESF, tapi saya slowkan sikit. Apa
to make it all the way to the playoffs. I think they lost 1 match as compared to the 4 matches that they played in the group because there are 5 regions in their group, so it's a little bit
harap ini enggak ada apa-apa masalah ya guys.
4 regions. So there's definitely a fighting chance and
Indo Malay PH sama. Iya.
don't mean anything after the match.
Ni baru qualifier kan.
Right?
Sebenarnya IESF ni macam mana, bukan group stage lagi kan. Ini qualifier. Okay. Qualifier di mana untuk MLBB malam ini kita akan tahu siapa yang akan ke Riyadh. Untuk cowok sebelum ni udah ada. Filipin udah jadi juara. Jadi mereka bersama tuan rumah Saudi Arabia udah lolos terus ke main tournament. Main tournamentnya akan berlangsung pada bulan November, bulan 11. Sekarang untuk cari 14 lagi pasukan daripada beberapa region. Jadi untuk region Southeast Asia, region Asia Tenggara, Malaysia sama Indonesia udah lolos. Tadi kan udah lolos untuk cowok. Untuk cewek ini kali pertama diadakan. Jadi hanya Saudi Arabia saja sebagai tuan rumah. Mereka mencari 15 lagi pasukan. Mungkin saya mungkin tak salah. Jadi Cambodia udah lolos. Tadi Cambodia udah lolos, Kamboja udah lolos, menang sama pihak. Bentar lagi kita mau lihat Indonesia sama Malaysia. Siapa menang, lolos. Kalah, bye-bye. Ladies Indo ini sangat-sangat kuat ya guys. Ladies Indo ini sangat-sangat kuat. Ya, setara sama ramai yang bilang gitu. Indo kan Malay menang tadi. Yang cowoknya itu enggak, itu fun match guys. Ya, sebab ada musiknya guys. Yang musiknya tu itu sebab saya very be careful. Bila ada musiknya keluar saya akan slow down. Saya orang Indonesia respect bang. Terima kasih. Wish. Jadi semua kat Riyadh. MSC lagi, IESF lagi. Iya. MSC wildcard kan 28 tanggal 28, 29, 30 bulan Jun ini. Main tournament tanggal 3 sampai 14 Juli. IESF bulan November, bulan 11. Dibo main enggak? Enggak. Dibo main enggak? Jadi guys yang baru masuk, jangan lupa belanja saya subscribe. Selangor FC sangat kuat, bisa kalahkan Onyx. Selangor belum jumpa lagi Onyx, belum. Yang jumpa tadi Malaysia, jumpa Indonesia. Yang tadi Malaysia jumpa Indonesia. Selangor belum lagi jumpa Onyx. Nanti di MSC di Snapdragon. Sabar. Baik betul ya MLBB. Iya. Nanti bulan 11 juga wildcard M6. Tapi pemainnya sama, hampir sama. Onyx enggak ada Khairi. Malaysia, Indonesia enggak ada Khairi. Malaysia enggak ada Innocent sama Kram. Jadi kan beda tuh. Dah main kah baru nak main? Nak betul-betul tunggu MSC. MSC Snapdragon. Oh my. Okay. Apakah ngetrol lagi tim ladies? No. This one siapa menang lolos, siapa kalah enggak lolos. Jadi ini tak boleh ada troll. Ini enggak boleh ada troll. Okay, let's go. Ini enggak boleh ada troll guys.
Let's take a look at the drafting phase though for game number 1 and we're going straight into it, man. No
cewek gak ada fun match. Selepas ini the BO1, that BO1 bisa jadi fun match. Cambodia sama pemenang match ini bisa jadi fun match. Kami mau troll bentar.
That's an interesting option that Malaysia.
Ini BO3 guys, BO3. Best of 3.
They have over Indonesia here. But for Indonesia, Arlet and the X-Borg, they definitely have their eyes set on the EXP.
Mana Indo versus Malay final IESF. Udah habis.
We just saw that
yang cowoknya udah habis. Semoga tim Malay dapat masuk semua laki dengan perempuan. Ya, tapi Indonesia ni kuat guys. Ladies Indonesia ni sangat-sangat kuat. Ini nombor 1 sekarang ni. Number 1 ladies team in the world. Ini live sekarang. Iya. Indo ladies enggak ada lawan. Iya, sangat kuat. Tapi kita lihat, kita just see how good they are. Kenapa PH tak ada Bang Lot? Dah kalah. Oh, kalau cowoknya PH juara bertahan. Udah lolos awal. Mereka sudah menunggu di Riyadh sama tuan rumah Saudi Arabia, Arab Saudi. Berapa kosong baru start. Nampak kan di sini? Nampak kan? Kosong. Gak ada apa-apa lagi. Aku Indo. Ya aku Malay. Rosemary AE main. Itu Rosemary kopi ori. Rosemary Shopee. Ini Rosemary kopi ori. Onyx menurut abang masih kuat? Ya masih kuat. Yang tadi itu Indonesia guys, bukan Onyx. Bocil banyak tanya bang. Iya biar kita jawab aja, mana yang bisa jawab kita jawab. Kalau udah penat saya diam kejap diam bentar ya. Mudah-mudahan bisa lolos tim Indo ladies bang. Aku dukung Indo di game ini. Iya. Orang Indonesia udah pastinya dukung Indonesia kan. Takkan mau dukung Malaysia. Jadi saya orang Malaysia takkan mau dukung Indonesia. Tapi selepas game aman ya. Selepas habis game ini aman ya. Ni dua-dua layak ke? Salah satu saja. Assalamualaikum, waalaikumsalam. Bersaudarakah sama Bang Bascul? Okay, let's go. Weh, lapar dulu. Aku betul-betul lapar siang.
Paquito and Terizla in that EXP lane. What do you think about this matchup, Arashi?
Terizla Paquito? I think it's whenever a Paquito is in the conversation, it's always a scale matchup, right? It depends on where, how, and when you land your skills.
Dapat skor kambing best itulah. Saya lapar sebenarnya. Kalau order makan pun boleh sampai ni. Tapi saya nak makan dekat Camp Eastern. Ada kawan tu tunggu dekat ni. Apa? Hana apa? Saya pun tak kenal dia. Hana apa benda tak kenal dia? Bang, kau rasa Athena cantik kan? Ya. Malaysia laki bila pula bang? Udah habis, laki dah menang dah. Dah layak dah pergi Riyadh. Nak rendang. Hana Delisha bukan. Ada warung Hana. Aku macam tertarik pula live abang ni, cuma dalam ni Indo Malay santai. Iya kan? Dalam ni Malay Indo santai guys. Cuma apa tau? Ini bergantung kepada hostnya macam mana mau rapatkan silaturahim antara dua negara ini. Jadi kalau hostnya main peranan yang betul, dan insya-Allah viewer-viewer yang hadir pun akan semuanya aman. Kena kontrol. Mana mungkin kontrol ramai orang? Karena mesti ada satu dua mesti membacut. Abaikan aja. Malot, kapan announcement player tu tak? This week. No, not so soon. But ada announcement tentang baru-baru ni kan ke Indonesia, ke Jakarta. Jumpa dengan beberapa tim-tim MPL Indo. Ada melamar beberapa pemain. Jadi kita akan umumkan siapa pemain yang kita lamar, siapa yang kita dapat lock, siapa yang masih dalam proses negosiasi. Gitu. Minggu ni kita announce sikit je lah. MPL kan ujung bulan Ogos ataupun awal bulan 9. Jadi lambat lagi guys. Ini baru bulan 6. Jadi ada 2 bulan. Ada 2 bulan penuh 60 hari. Kalau umum sekarang nanti jam nak buat marketing apa lagi? Blazing duit from Abang Lot. Debo gak main kan kak? Debo tengah in love dengan Obot. Saya percaya cakap Solos. Saya tak buat fitnah ya guys. Solos cakap Obot. Tak nak money equity bagus tu bang, potensial. Iya, tapi kita kan udah ada Ciku. Debo gak lolos seleksi gak? Enggak. Pasukan ini, line up ini adalah line up yang sebelum ini guys. So mereka perlu kekalkan line up ini. Line up yang masuk qualifier dulu. Dari mana ya line up ini? So line up ini tali pecah. Cuman ada satu player yang gimana ya? Mau bilang kah? Satu player Fafau enggak ada atas sebab-sebab yang tidak dapat dielakkan. Saya tak boleh cerita sekarang, nanti saya cerita. Jadi senang cerita ke semua player ini adalah, saya boleh ke bilang sekarang? Ya bilang aja lah, semua player ini adalah todak ladies. Ini player-player wanita ni semuanya udah jadi official todak ladies.
What about Paquito Jungle? Fredrin EXP Paquito Jungle. Do you think that's a possibility?
I think it sure is. It's a possibility, right? It can be done.
So baru-baru ni mereka dilatih oleh Ajim dan Vince dan Ashi. Lebih kurang 1 minggu mereka dilatih oleh pasukan kejurulatihan Todak. Dan mereka ada di berdekatan dengan saya juga.
We saw the impact that it had. So
Facecam. Kenapa facecam?
Lineup right now with the Baxia, the Fredrin, and the Paquito is still definitely
Bentar,
up in
guys.
the air as we are moments away of coming into the game. A little bit of a,
Bukannya home girls ni bang, bukan. Home girls nanti dia pergi ke MSC.
As of course their fellow brethren in the
Gaming Gladiator GG, mereka ada sponsor untuk home girls
once again, ladies and gentlemen, as we enter
di MSC nanti. Sorry di apa Riyadh nanti untuk WEC. Untuk WEC nanti untuk Riyadh.
Rosemary on the Fredrin in the jungle. We have Annabelle on the Baxia in the roaming position, and it will be Bea with the Paquito in the
Bukan MSC itu jantan.
Quantum charge actually.
Okay, so Annabelle on the Baxia.
Kejap saya tahu.
Just focusing down that the orange buff for Rosemary on the Fredrin, just increasing the farming speed by that much. We've seen this being a new trend here. The roamers kind of assisting in clear in one way or another. But look at the mid lane here. That's going to be the 3-man army walking down from Malaysia, wrestling away the litho away from Indonesia.
Far to home girls, yeah.
Indonesia.
Sebab bila dia orang hari tu sebelum ni kan dia orang ni Cortex. Kotak ladies pula, Cortex ladies tu.
She's actually going to be caught quite low here from the damage coming through from Annabelle. We do see a charge here. Is this the moment?
There'll be a lot of damage coming from City though, as Vivian props the bouncing ball. Won't be enough damage for now. Ecstatic though, trying to throw back some damage, make it competitive. But the fact that the roamer is a Baxia, that really stops this Ling from being able to be free when it comes to the farming patterns. He can, the Baxia can kind of match the mobility with the
Chel dan Albert wakil Indonesia keren bang kalau udah pulang Riyadh kayaknya menikah. Oh iya. Oh Chel cewek si Albert. Oh okay.
With the jungle of the enemies, but wait a second, in the top lane, that's a lot of damage being traded in right before this turtle. Arashi Bea should be forced to go in for the recalls.
She's still waiting to try and maybe set up for an outplay, but Rosemary goes straight for the neutral objective for the turtle. In comes Veval with the link, going for it. It will be stolen though. Tempest of Blades as well to secure the first blood. Indonesia picking up some steam, going still for a bit more aggression. Again, that when it comes to neutral objectives, can't count them out.
That's a Warcry Ling for you, ladies and gentlemen. That early game damage and that early game objective control is something to respect. Sure, in this 1v1 against Bea, it might be a different story because naturally the Paquito with that burst damage does put Vival in quite an awkward position, especially her being on such a squishy hero like the Ling. But Vival on the Ling earlier on, is she going straight for Sky Piercer is the question here. I guess we'll get a little, peek into the items later on as this game progresses. But for the most part, in the first 3 minutes of the game, it looks like Indonesia are still holding on to control in terms of that objective play, as well as, a diversion play too up top.
That's a great read from Bea to really back away from the situation though. But for Indonesia, they're still doing pretty well when it comes to the maneuvers around the map. For Malaysia, whoa, hang on, Shell taken very, very low, but here comes Annabelle rolling down to the bottom side, going for the play actually. 1v1 behind the turret with the vengeance as well. The roamer will take out the gold laner. Shell taken out. Rival coming in to try and collect that gold, and the rest of the roster comes in through as well. Annabelle now gonna be taken out, taken down, as Rosemary tries to trade in, still trying to brawl it out against the assassin, but it won't be enough. Arm procs the Zaman force, and Vivian stays on top of him. She can't really go around, but the penalty zone lock her in with the Purify, but it doesn't matter. The damage is too much, and that's one extra turret shot for Vivian.
Aduh, sayangnya.
She still makes it out of that engagement alive though.
Semifinal, semifinal.
Though from Ecstatic on the Valentine with the IMU Tyrant's Rage Revenge, right? She nearly was able to kind of turn things around and get a favorable trade on her end. But unfortunately, Indonesia were just a little bit too slick with it and
Aku
were
pun cuma
able to
tanya
get
salah.
out
Kenapa
of
tu
that
import
position, especially that
Abalot
happened
orang
under the
Bangla
turret.
ke?
So that damage taken was, you know,
Ya
increasing
tak apa. Kalau kau
over and
tanya
over, but a 2-for-1
sebab tak tahu tak
on the
apa.
top
Kalau
side,
kau tanya
that's gonna
sebab
be Fumi
saja nak
Echo
menghina
taken
aku,
out
itu jadi
right before
salah.
his neutral objective take. This is a proper setup now for Malaysia.
Ooh, in comes Vivian though, jumping in towards Annabelle. These are very beefy members. Viva can go for a steal here, but look out for Bea. Oh man, unfortunately the retribution was just
Okay,
not
go.
enough.
Boom.
It was such a small margin of error,
Okay,
and now
settle.
Vivian pays the price. But look at the response immediately. Viva going in for the steal. Unfortunately, the buff will not be available. Wow, Malaysia, man, they're keeping up with this.
Yeah, she was a little bit too early with her retribution earlier on, and so there was a sliver of HP that eventually Malaysia could have capitalized over. But here's a dive.
1v3 for our Tempest of Blades though will allow Vival to actually kite back away from the damage.
Whoa.
Cover falls, but so will Vival though.
Baik.
Malaysia with the response.
1 for 1.
Global presence, no problem.
1 for 1, 1 for 1.
Rolls
It's
into the
okay.
rescue.
1-for-1 trade
Jeez,
now.
sama 1 for 1.
R. Technically, it's kind of good for Indonesia to try and stop the snowballing from the Harith, but it looks like the Luo Yi Cine here.
Ya, Harid mistake tadi.
Forcing a recall as
Tapi ini bukan Rosemary yang alter ego ya guys eh. Ini Rosemary copy ori. Shopee. Rosemary Shopee ni.
Let's take a little bit of a skip back to the junglers, right? Vival level 9 right
Bro.
now has also reached that same level. Wait a second, Vivian.
Getting counted on right now with the bouncing.
Oh, ini bukan bro, ini ladies. Girl. Boom.
The chance. Oh, City even taking the Princess Wrath.
Apa ini?
Slain by Rosemary. Malaysia now immediately making plays across the map, but look at Shell trying to equalize 1v1 against R. The Zaman Force is used up, but it won't be enough. Shell backs away from it, and still Malaysia taking the better trades all across the board. That mobility, the crowd control, it's allowing them so much more opportunities.
2-for-0 trade, and it looks like Vival is going to go on to Bea here, looking to defend this turret. She successfully does that, and this is a 1v1. Arashi Tempest of Blades have been utilized as well.
Whoa! That was outplayed, bro!
Rival gets immediately nuked.
Bye, lah begitu.
That's not the way that was supposed to happen, man. The flicker out of the Tempest of Blades into the burst damage, and now Malaysia collapse, converge onto the turtle. No retribution for Indonesia. It won't be available. And even on the bottom side, Fumi Echo locked in a duel, locked in a 1v1 as Rosemary goes for some sort of dive right here. But Shell already made her way down to the bottom. It's going to be a 2v1 for Indonesia, but Ecstatic and Annabelle.
Whoa!
Look at that burst damage. That's going to be Fumi Echo falling down soon as well. 2-0. And even the turret on the top side, Malaysia.
3K gold lead now for Malaysia, ladies and gentlemen, as we enter the 8th minute of the game. What initially was Indonesia with the full control has now been taken otherwise, and we're going to take a look at that instant replay earlier on. In a 2-4-1, that backup coming from Malaysia was superb. And then top it off with the burst damage coming through from Bea on the quantum charge, by the way, has been insane. Right, 402 at the moment. I'm actually curious to see the itemization of this Paquito.
Okay, bye-bye.
Tyrant's revenge combo. It won't really work out. Bea though going aggressively under the turret. Vival will try her best.
Bro.
Here, but will it be a
Aduh, observer.
Engagement. And Indonesia are forced to just take the loss as Malaysia continues with their domination. What is going on here?
What is going on, right? This is a team that has not dropped a single game in their previous tournament, and that was quite recent. That was only like a few weeks ago, right? Not even the Philippines could actually go for the counter towards this team. Imagine not dropping a single game, and here it is, Malaysia taking complete control, gonna open it up and take in that turret, that burst of damage coming through. Luckily, Fumi is still gonna be able to defend that, but look at Rosemary.
Ooh, Vivian getting jumped on right here, but the damage coming in from Cine is definitely something not to be trifled with. Penalty zone from Fumi Echo to try and turn the tides around, but Vival does not land.
Paquito coming. Bro, apa ini observer?
Her eyes on Shell. won't be able to find it just yet.
Observer mabuk siot.
Only the roamer for roamer, not taking any disadvantageous trades so far.
5k gold lead for Malaysia and counting. Rosemary, despite the lead, is still on the same level as Vival. So Vival has still been keeping up in the jungle, in the way that she's been able to rotate around the map. She's actually picked up the Malefic Roar as well, in the hopes to deal some more damage onto the members of Malaysia, because so far she's been the one that's been bursted out every time she goes in, either with the Tempest of Blades or the King's Poise. There's no chance for her with the damage that she's been, you know, failing to give out. But here it is, Tempest of Blades and everything in the board. Arashi,
Bea is just focused down. Tempest of Blades not really down yet, but here it comes. Rival going in, but it doesn't matter. She's gonna be forced to get away from the engagement zone. Bea still surviving despite the penalty zone and the Tyrant's revenge combo used onto her. This is some unreal stuff. And in the middle, Fumi Echo taking damage from R, but it might be a bit too much that she can handle. It's gonna be
Fredrin seorang tengah ambil lot, yang lain aduh, Fredrin.
Respite in the middle of the
Tapak ini kan cewek.
Immediately contest grounds once more.
and now it looks like Indonesia are utilizing the mobility in the lane to go in for the far lane, right? To push in.
Okay, habis. Habis.
Too slow to capitalize over that. But meanwhile, what?
Annabelle taken out. Bea now trying her best to try and turn this around, but she's just a bit too low. Forced out, still alive though. Vivian finally avoids the Prince's Wrath. This is a double kill for Fumi Echo, and Indonesia will take it. What happened right there? It's like a switch was just flipped, and now Indonesia are just getting the better of Malaysia in this fight, but they are all below half.
Cukup janggut. Enggak mau.
Go for it. Will they risk a steal? Vivian kills it up.
Wow!
No! Malaysia takes it away. Indonesia though tries to get retribution for that. Rosemary will fall. R will fall as
Kenapa
well.
paksa ya dah dapat lot tu back off je lah. Aduh.
The retribution fails again for Vival here, ladies and gentlemen, as it is 3 members taken off the board in favor of Indonesia, but they had to lose control over that Lord. We're gonna take a look at a quick replay earlier on. We do see that Vivian was charging.
Kena bantai gini bro. Tak apa, ladies kan. Dia orang pun tengah mencuba.
Being able to collapse it over with her ultimate was eventually
Sabar, tak
able
apa.
to get in that retribution with the combo in, with the damage. And
Boom.
Malaysia was able to get the better out of it. Meanwhile, Shell caught in a bad position here. Annabelle gonna be able to give her a little bit of CC there. There is backup coming from a static, but they're not gonna commit over onto it.
Harit dah buka ulti.
Right? Claude pre and after
Harit dah buka ulti tu.
she gets her power spike, because before that team fight, before Shell was able to deal out the damage and become the main factor in these team fights, she was able to pick up that golden staff. And now
Tapi Harit punya cooldown, ulti cooldown cepat je kan?
Should be the DHS, but again, right, Shell has been so dependable in a position where Malaysia has been picking up the scraps from Indonesia.
Fumi taking a ton of damage right here though. Rosemary positioning aggressively, and R spies a chance to try and do something, but these are turrets falling down all across the map for Malaysia as it's supposed
Macam kenal tu skin Harit apa ya?
on Annabelle, it's gonna
Itu apa? EWOS
because her
M1
mobility tool is also the engage tool, and they jump onto Bea though. That's gonna be an amazing pickoff. Rosemary tries to turn this around, but Shell is left in the back, avoiding the vengeance damage from Annabelle, is hiding back, and they're still under the turret though. This is a chance for Vivian to go in for the chase. Vivian lands the Tyrant's Revenge combo, but Vival
sayangnya
has a chance to chase it down. There's gonna be a diversion for Cine, but she won't be able to spot anyone just yet.
Ooh, she's caught really low. She needs to be careful here. But it looks like there is backup coming in from Cine as well as Vival in order for Rosemary to be zoned away. And it looks like that is going to be a purple buff stolen for Indonesia away from Rosemary. And that's also a turret taken in. The Blazing Duet earlier on was also quite spectacular. As we take a look into the item, so she actually already has the Corrosion Scythe, DHS, as well as
Aku juga ada skin tu.
That is where the damage is coming from. And
EWOS
Malaysia,
Legend
finally,
M1
up until
skin.
this point, are gonna start struggling, right? It looks like the Paquito has a little bit of a, you know, hybrid itemization, Arashi, with the Dominance Ice. We have the Hunter Strike, we have the War Axe, but also the Oracle.
That's for more healing with the Festival of Blood and getting the extra shielding as well if she goes for that combo. Vivian now walking into Bea once more. The Pokito at this point with Indonesia
Tapi
catching
tak
up in
pandai main.
gold.
Sama.
Actually, just the gold lead outright.
Sama.
She's a bit too vulnerable.
Buat
because she's not a
koleksi
pure
aja,
tank,
guys.
So Bea needs to be a bit more careful because she is a lot more punishable now. As the diversion is prepared, you're going to push the bottom side and diversion out. That seems to be the idea here for the side of Indonesia, but Annabelle spots it.
Looks like they're looking for a catch, right? Or even a
Oh,
bait for
sakit
some
Cloud.
information as to the whereabouts of Team Malaysia. Rosemary at level 15, Vival at level 15 as well, so it's back to a 50-50. Rosemary, for the most part, have been able to get the retributions over Vival. So we'll see if that's something that will happen once again. Will that be the same story once again? Or will Indonesia find a way to just really dislocate Rosemary in her tracks?
Oh, that's good play from Malaysia. The deleting shell immediately. Bea once again.
Wait, okay, go. One more. Go. Depan.
Here, waiting in the wings. All she can do is cut the wave though. Without any damage sources left, Sini is the only one with Vivian, but that might be enough for Vivian to get some trying. He's trying to make plays happen.
Go, Lord. All in.
Malaysia make their move. It's a diversion to the
All in.
of the Lord right here. It can catch the members of Malaysia off guard, but to what avail? There is a retribution available, but Malaysia are taking it slow. They don't have a lot of DPS tools available, but look at Annabelle.
La ilaha illallah, Annabelle buat apa bunguk?
That's so risky. That's so risky, and that's a big.
Yelah dia tak nak bagi link pergi ke ni, tak payah kot.
Malaysia to pick up the Lord once
Annabelle.
again. Indonesia have failed in this regard. It looks like Viva wants to go into the commit. Even the flicker play from Vivian
Okay, dapat lot.
They are going to be able to outmaneuver and outplay Indonesia yet
Bang dekat
again.
warung Hana. Lapau. Makanlah dulu.
And at this point,
Takkanlah tunggu saya pula.
are going to be ramping up as we are entering
Makan lu.
16th minute
Aku
of the game, ladies and gentlemen. Will it be up to a
lapar juga aku.
very risky diversion
Janganlah
play?
tunggu saya.
Is that
Kita
what
tak
we're
janji
going to look
pun.
forward to,
Aduh,
as it
awak
looks like
ni.
Malaysia going to be pushing down the tempo down under.
Ya, EXP.
Right, we're slowing down a bit more right here as Malaysia.
Tak apa guys. Dia orang ni kan international tournament dia orang kurang, tapi okay dia orang perform walaupun ada lah mistake. Normal lah perempuan kan.
Look at that, Rosemary just taking a couple of basic attacks, already forced back away,
okay,
but the will fall. A duel happens on the top side though. Viva up against Bea, who will come out on top this time? It turns out it's going to be Bea.
Serious ah Bea ni.
A dominant force when it comes to the 1v1. No split push potential available for the side of Indonesia. As they try to defend, they
boleh try.
And Malaysia seems like they're not quite satisfied. They want some more.
Tak boleh try. No minion.
But they have shut down everything that Indonesia can throw at them.
Very disciplined from Malaysia, right? They understand the limits of their push and they don't want to move forward. They don't want to give a fighting chance back to Indonesia. And now with both side lanes being pushed in, with both side lanes being exposed, either way, wherever this Lord is going to be spawning in the next few seconds of this game, Malaysia will be able to capitalize over it. Especially seeing now how much damage this Pokito still has as we take a look into the replay. So it looks like Indonesia were still able to clear in the bottom lane, and Malaysia still were able to get a push. It looks like they were utilizing the mid lane as a distraction.
Okay, cantik.
Meanwhile, are very quickly going to be able to make work of the turret and expose that for them to utilize in the next
dah nampak dah.
Look at the standoff.
Slownya, iyalah perempuannya main slow lah bang.
In this bush, Sini over there as well.
Komen ngawek kau pun super juga. Kau kena gendong dia teruk.
I don't think they know that Rosemary's there, but they spot Bea, and it looks like they're going in for the kill here, Malaysia.
Vivian cut off from the rest of the team, taking a lot of damage. The immortality is still available, but Indonesia won't be able to respond. They try their best to get their comrade out, but that will be 45 seconds on the death timer for Vivian as the Lord spawns in 13.
Cantik.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. The moment that we've been waiting for.
Annabelle.
To close this game here and now, but look at that!
Penalty zone on Tempest of Blades, that's a lot of damage, but still, Vivo falls. But fortunately for the side of Indonesia, that's a mega kill picked up. And look at that blazing duet though. Shell trying her best to do out the damage. Rosemary gets out. The immortality is still available. Look at the diversion though to try and zone
Wih,
out
sakitnya.
catch her off as well. Rosemary now alone, potentially cut off
Sak.
by the team.
Wait!
Goes for it.
Wait!
Spots her out. It's gonna be Rosemary taken down for sure. Running into the base of Indonesia, just trying to buy time as much as possible. This is valuable time not being used by Indonesia to go for the
Cloud dah
Lord.
push dah
It's
tu.
not paying off just well. But finally,
Cloud dah push dah tu.
Claude.
in the mid lane, Shell. She doesn't even care about the Lord. She's going straight for the crystal. Indonesia with an amazing comeback. What was that?
What are we seeing?
Alah, hai sayangnya.
First game in this series, in this final best of 3, in the final semi-finals of that game. It was so close for it to become Malaysia, but Indonesia found that opportunity, that small window of opportunity.
Okay. Tak apa. They showed a very good game.
You were talking about how the Fred
It's
was
okay,
able to buy
it's okay.
some time that Indonesia weren't utilizing, but as you were saying that, I was watching Shell literally push through in the mid lane, go in.
It's okay guys. Maaf tanya, tim Malaysia ni line up dari Humbles ke? Bukan. Dulunya ini Cortex. Cortex ladies. Sekarang udah jadi Todak ladies. What happened dok? Ada dok? Apa ni dok?
So that's going to be,
Mistake dok.
ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia picking up.
Apa Salpi gaduh? Tak tahu dok.
As we take a look at the highlights of what happened there, if you guys just tuned in and
Apa ni dok?
perhaps even missed
Aduh
it,
dok.
right? Because you would think that with how it was going in the early game that Indonesia had a little bit more say, but at some point of the game, Malaysia just really came
Piwa
back.
kenapa?
There were so
Itulah
many
pasal
moments
tak
that,
tahu dok.
like this, right? Annabelle
Kenapa dia
couldn't be
ngomong?
able to, they were able to stop Shell in her tracks,
Adalah
prevent her
communication
from getting to her power spike
boom hilang kan
quicker
tadi.
than ever. And then there were moments
It's okay
here
dok, it's
again,
okay dok.
Malaysia picking up the effort. There were so many 1v1s between Viva.
Gak apa-apa. Mistake dah buat, game pun dah kalah.
Winning it out.
Jadi mau bilang apa lagi guys? Benda dah jadi kan?
To go for that push into the gold shield turret. And initially, right, most of these objectives were actually taken by Malaysia. It was only the first neutral objective that Viva was able to take.
Dia pun tak minta.
And afterwards, it's just Malaysia finding the way to be just a bit more aggressive, to find the right fights. And the fact that the link threat was nullified so hard right here by Bea. I mean, shout out to Bea for making this game so difficult for Indonesia, man.
Yeah.
1v1s, it doesn't matter. 1v2 even, she can still hold her own. And
Sini yang baik
tu.
tu.
For the split push, this was that amazing outtake, man. I thought, okay, this is about a done deal, but Bea with the happy
Dia
feet,
flicker,
with the
boom dia
delation
bagi.
of
Baik.
the ball. That was what they were using, right? They were using Bea to do damage, but also to sustain and bait out all this aggression.
That was a very good
And as a
macro
result,
player.
it's come
Macro
and
ke
sealed the
micro?
deal.
Macro
I really like the way Malaysia was able to actually make this Baxia roam just look so much more viable. But unfortunately, towards the end, it just became a bit too chaotic. And for Indonesia, that kind of worked out in their favor. It was looking quite rough, especially moments like this where you can see Vival just confused on what
Gimana?
to do.
Pedih tak?
But afterwards, they found some opportunities to try and come back.
By the way, I just want to give an honorable mention now that we're looking at the highlights for Ecstatic, right, on the Valentina. She's on a Valentina that is utilizing Purify, Arashi. So for playmaking, it's not that easy, especially without the flicker, because she opted for the Purify. But there are so many moments that she's able to make these plays with the Tyrant's Rage Revenge combination without the flicker. So that was something that, hands down, high mechanics as well from this Valentina.
Definitely, man. That was a big problem as well, adding to the layers of crowd control. And it's not always the same crowd control every time coming out from Ecstatic.
Padahal tadi
That is
Melayu dah
part of the
nak. Ya
issue.
tak apa
But
guys.
this was that one big moment that was so good from Vivian, man. Taking out Bea before she can even cast any of her spells, any of her skills. And with Malaysia chasing down under the turret of Indonesia, that was a key moment in Indonesia spotting a chance to go in aggressively. And with the diversion, they can just catch up so well. But look at this, man. Even after that setback, Bea is undeterred, going in and deleting Shell. The Purify won't even matter.
Definitely. Here she gets even Fumi as well. Just to, cause more chaos and drama to already a very
udah menang tadi guys, tapi Cloud udah online.
To actually utilize that push to eventually pick up that top and as well as that bottom mid lane turret, the base turret as well.
Cloud udah online.
Indonesia, that was fine for them, right? They still were able to find that opportunity later on that we should be seeing
Sini kan kena
soon. And I do believe
yeah,
that this is leading towards that team fight.
No, not this one.
They started off with Vivian getting picked off already, so we were thinking that there's no way this works out well for them. But that penalty zone into the funneling from Malaysia to be in a choke point for everything.
Wah, yang ni tengok sakit
like put on top of them, and of course this blazing duet play 1v2. That's a late game Claude, ladies and gentlemen. Shell definitely did a number onto them, and with the diversion play, we didn't see too many crazy moments, but when it happens, it was just so impactful. They were able to stop Rosemary from going back. I don't even think that solo she can actually stop this push for the end, but Shell got it done with that Claude. And despite everything, the kills are 20,
jangan gaduh-gaduh guys. Live Abang Lot nggak ada yang gaduh-gaduh. Aman aja. Kenapa gaduh-gaduh nih?
One of our longest games so far that we've seen today here in the MLBB women's scene, and that's exactly the kind of show and the kind of performance that we expect from both of these teams. Malaysia, man, even though Indonesia are at match point, we can expect Malaysia to fight even harder for game number 2.
Kita mana boleh expect perempuan main se-level lelaki, tapi ada juga yang bagus. Ada juga yang bagus.
Philippines being able to pick up that first game, but then Cambodia come back with a clean sweep, right? With a reverse sweep.
It's okay. Kita menang nanti game kedua.
Done by Malaysia. So it's not to say
Philippines peluang ni perempuan Philippines dah kalah guys. Cambodia menang. Tapi nombor 1 favorite Indonesia. Padahal Viviannya oleng tadi. Iya. Setelah bocil-bocil Malay dan Indoni. Tak payah hujat-hujat sini guys. Enggak ada apa-apa faedahnya. Enggak ada apa-apa faedah hujat sesama sendiri. Saya sebenarnya dah penat dah ni. Kita tunggu next game Sumpah saya dah penat dah. Saya dah penat. Berapa jam saya dah live? 6 jam 25 minit. Saya dah penat, saya lapar, penat semua dah. Jadi untuk kalian aja. Kalau tidak saya dah end stream dah tadi. Saya mau end stream tadi. Kalian minta. Esok ada lagi tak bang? Esok enggak ada apa-apa. Snapdragon tunggu di Jakarta. IESF udah habis. Udah habis qualifier hari ini last, malam ini last. Nanti tanggal 28 guys. Tanggal 28, 29, 30 wildcard. Wildcard enggak ada calon dari Indonesia, enggak ada. Dua-dua udah lolos ke main tournament. Malaysia ada homeboys. Jadi 28, 29, 30 saya akan nobar lagi untuk wildcard. Ya.
Hey, I mean, you're definitely on a roll right here. You're the real brains behind the entire Indonesian desk operation, man. Like everyone now is just waking up to your brilliance.
You know, I have a big forehead already, Arashi. You know, might as well be smart.
Apa tu TikTok?
Right? I think it's a bad position to have a big forehead and you know.
MSC TikTok dan YouTube dua-dua ya. Dua-dua saya akan live. Sebab ramai teman-teman Indonesia mereka lagi suka di YouTube. Esok enggak ada apa-apa, jadi esok saya boleh rehat. Esok hari apa ya? Rabu, Kamis. Abang tolong buy out Skylar dari RQ ke Todak, pasti juara Todak. Wish. Dia juaranya bukan kerja seorang guys. Bukan satu player. Kelima player, management, coaching staff, semua kena betul. Hanya dengan Skylar bawa sini belum tentu, belum dijamin juaranya. Tapi he is a very good player, talented player Skylar. Sangat bagus. Tapi dengan hanya membawa Skylar belum tentu. Itu bukan jaminan untuk menjadi juara.
layer.
Kalau teammate lainnya nggak perform gimana? Sama juga.
I think Arashi can explain it better than me. But you know the moment I'm talking about, right?
Buyout Brands dari Rebellion. Brands dari Rebellion.
Yeah, Rosemary was just chased down again and again. Cine.
Gimana Brands dari Rebellion?
Vivian. I mean, everyone that was available.
Agak-agak lah Brands di Rebellion.
Just to ensure that, well, first of all,
Tahu dah Rian ke Bang Lot? Belum tahu lagi.
Also to ensure that she can't go back and try.
Belum ada apa-apa lock
Like
lagi.
I said though, with how much power Shell has in the late game.
Brands di mana guys?
I'm not convinced that Rosemary can do much to try and stop it, but there's always a possibility.
Brands
Right?
di EVOS kan.
But man,
Ada lagi ke game ini? Ada lagi ni
that
lah.
was just so.
Ini kalau
devastating.
Indonesia
That
menang,
final fight,
habis.
I really felt like for the most part, a lot of those.
Kalau
fights
Malaysia
were
menang, game ketiga.
done in a very sporadic fashion, and that's by design for Malaysia. Right? They know that there's a blazing duet. They know that there is going to be a dispersion, rotation, spam coming in from Cine on the low Yi. So they're trying to avoid that happening.
Arashi orang mana? Siapa Arashi?
Burst of action and then slow again. And that's why
Siapa ini manusia yang bernama Arashi? Ciku masih stay ke Bang Lot? Masih. Main ke Dani? Main. Sabarlah. Kau baru masuk, lepas tu tanya orang main ke? Dia orang main bukan ikut masa kau. Kau kena tengok ikut masa dia orang. Perempuan Malaysia layak ke? Ni tengah main dah. Tengah main kan? Tengah main. Sama-sama kita tengok. Layak ke tak layak ke? Pulangkan Moon bang. Pulangkan Moon. Pulangkan Moon ke mana bang? Arashi caster Bang Lot. Tu ada di depan. Oh, okey ini. Aduh, Arashi. Kenapa kau Arashi? Arashi orang mana Om? Enggak tahu. Dia ni mana? Singapura atau Indonesia? It may not be Malaysian. I don't think so. He's a Malaysian.
I'm stuck.
Bang, bagi nombor WhatsApp cewek Malay. Aku mau cewek Indo. Ada enggak? Arashi cast MPL Indo English. Means he is Indonesian. Ya. Orang Timor Leste lah. Di Bonda masuk timnas kah? Enggak. Kalau Malaysia kalah tak ikut.
I mean, it kind of pulls you back too, right?
Yes,
It's a bit of stun, but also a bit of displacement, and especially when you're panicking, right? Especially when you're in that situation where like, hang on a minute, we're in danger, right? The combos are coming. You're trying to move,
adekku
you can
teman
slip back and
Indo.
forth, left and right by that.
Sebab malah naik tekan.
And what can you do, man? And it's great
Go.
honestly,
Aku
I think
sebenarnya
it's
betul-betul
great
penat.
Malaysia were able to
Terasa
actually
kepenatan
control for that long. Like I said,
dengan
I love
ngantuk,
the box
dengan
show.
lapar,
I've been
semua
saying
ada.
it has potential for quite a bit, but even for Indonesia, it's great that they were able to hold off for that
Ada
long.
ni cewek
Because
Indo mau
usually
yang
for,
harga berapa?
if you're
Aku
up against a
bukan
Malaysian
mau yang
team and they
itu
get rolling,
guys.
They go hard,
Aku
man. They
mau
don't
buat
back down
teman.
at all. So being able to save the angry Malaysians.
Mana
off in
tahu
the first
jodohnya ada
place
boleh
is
buat
already
isteri.
a bit of an achievement.
Okay, let's see how this is going to pan down as we are, ladies and gentlemen, back to match point for Indonesia.
Allah jangan diterusin, percuma bakal kalah.
Chip, actually the choice of bandit from Malaysia, they both have swapped sides.
Faktor umur tu aci ke faktor umur? Bukan. Kepenatan sih. Dah hampir 6 jam 30 minit. 6 jam 30 minit.
Placed in the jungle, it also wasn't flexed into the gold lane. They completely ignored it. I think Angela.
Apa tu? Sebut bang. La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah.
Right? Indonesia definitely saw the value of the Luo Yi.
Udil tu dak. Welcome.
So will they leave that to be opened up for, of course, Malaysia?
Semoga dapat jodoh cepat. Ya, terima kasih. Wih, itu perempuan ya. Elis dan.
And they go for the Vexana, so they don't take the bait.
Keyboy tu dak real kah? Siap.
To go for a contest instead. We have Roger, Matilda.
Okey, saya tahu kalian akan minta bang camp tengah. Okey, siap.
And the Luo Yi. That's still opened up right now.
Kalau bring it on satu kali nggak mau. Abang Lo ni pertandingan macam mana nak pergi ke Riyadh ke? Iya. Lelaki Indonesia, Malaysia udah lolos. Perempuan Cambodia udah lolos. Ini last slot. Ini slot yang terakhir guys. Kalau Indonesia menang game ini lolos. Kalau Malaysia menang game ketiga.
For Indonesia, after banning away the Vexana here.
Okay, paham ya.
they really respect that the team fighting, the crowd control layering from the side of Malaysia.
Aku laki lah bang. Aduh.
If you talk about crowd control, the grok comes to mind, but I don't think they'll pick
Jangan
up
ambil pemain RRQ, fans RRQ suka bikin gaduh. Datang.
But again, probably a bit too early.
Sayang betul game tadi kan.
Along with the Moscow though, so the global
Baru kali ni live chat. Ini Abang Lord. Ini Abang Lord live, saling menghormati sesama sendiri, sesama Indo dengan Malay. Ada bukan langsung tak ada. Ada, tapi kurang. Sini semua okey. Saya layan mereka semuanya sama rata. Okey aja. Aja. Agak gila pe. Yeah. What's wrong? They lost to Cambodia. Maybe salah draft ke, underestimate ke.
As comfortable on the Kufra, seeing as the Kufra just made his way back into the patch, but something like the Grok was actually something that I expected. It's also a power pick for her, but the Minotaur is also.
Ini live yang paling aman guys.
With, especially now they're going against.
Kalau saya di TikTok pun sama juga. Jarang-jarang ada gaduh. Ada, bukan tiada langsung. Ada, tapi kurang.
Well, the Kufra has traded hands for now, so
terima kasih pada viewer yang hadir di live stream saya, yang menghormati sesama sendiri. Thank you very much for your cooperative.
Go in for the counter. Baxia immediately shows up, and I think it's no longer a flexible option. So with that though, they've already showed their cards. Malaysia with a lot more damage. Now Indonesia are the ones who.
Kiranya Abang Lord ni pembawa kedamaian dunia untuk semua orang. Iya, tepat sekali.
Solid tanky frontline.
Why tak ambil Dibo?
We have to see how this really plays out. They ban away the Terizla as well.
Filipina dah lolos ya bang? Enggak lolos. Kalah.
To engage them.
Kalah sama Cambodia.
And they're planning on coming out on top.
I also think that the Kufra
English or Spanish? English. Satu hari 1.1K terbaik bang. Oh iya, 1.1K. Alhamdulillah, terima kasih semua yang sudi subscribe channel saya. Kalau ada yang masih belum tekan subscribe guys. Jangan gak subscribe ya.
Foresight that they were looking for. We have the W Zong being banned out.
So we can safely
Abang Lord sokong mana tim Euro? England.
That you see, ladies and gentlemen, the one that's a little bit more red is the CC, and there are so many EXP lane bans, by the way.
Abang Lord orang Windawan ke? Windawan maksudnya apa? Artinya apa?
In the EXP lane, I guess Ruby.
Halus pala. Kau datang sini.
Are the options now?
I was about to raise that point. That
halus tak halus aku tunjuk kau.
So useful for Malaysia. Now, most likely.
Ini first account ke? Ya, saya ada satu je account. Baru je saya bikin account ini. Bukan baru bikin. Ini email ni kan dah lama ada. Jadi baru saya buat channel saya edit apa semua. So this is my second day, second time. First time hari tu Indonesia Malaysia yang BO3. This is my second day. So alhamdulillah. Dari gaduh-gaduh bagus kita cari jodoh. Iya, saya pun tengah cari tapi yang daripada Indonesia semuanya yang cowok. Ceweknya ada nggak? Siapa cewek daripada Indo?
I don't remember how that match ended up.
Southgate bermasalah bang. Ada nggak cowok cewek dari Indo?
The Malaysians will pick up the Paquito in that EXP lane. Is that the
kalau ada interview boleh tonton nggak bang?
Uranus has here in the EXP lane?
Boleh.
It could be it. It's also the fact that right now
Lu cinta Luna.
do DPS
Meta 3 tank.
Each attack
Meta 3 tank.
Triple shot. So it kind of stacks your passive a lot faster too. But it's matched by a
Baxia
in the EXP lane.
Apa jungle Uranus EXP Minotaur
or the passive can start ticking. But with the Eve for the control, this is a tanky team that can be slowed down a lot, but with the Kadira in the picture, now it's a bit more tricky. You can expect Purifiers coming in from the side of Malaysia.
But also the same thing can also be said for Indonesia, right? I mean, technically Malaysia also has a lot of cash.
Cita rasa Abang Lord cewek Indonesia.
We have so many heroes that are forced to keep a short range when they go in for these team fights, right? You have the Uranus, melee hero, Baxia, melee hero, we have the Minotaur, and we have the Moskov. That is okay. He is an MM and he does have a base.
Okay, aku mau bilang satu Bea punya Khalid padu teruk.
who
Ini yang aku lihat sendiri ya, Bea punya Khaled padu teruk. Ini dia punya signature hero. Ini dia punya signature hero. Bang Lok isteri berapa? Baru 2.
It's a great tool to follow up on stuff. There is still a very possible shield unity into Breath of the Ocean combo, right? To go for those pickoffs. You can use it as a deterrent. You can use it as an engage tool, obviously. And the presence of an assassin.
Nambah lagi gak? Ya, mau nambah.
Nice in general, especially against a Claude, against a Yves as well. There are targets available right here, but they can't really have it in the jungle. So now they go for an assassin in the mid lane. And I think it's difficult, right? It's never easy to run with an assassin in the mid lane. There's just layers of issues you have to try and deal with. But our very own Indonesian Sans likes to pull it off very often. So if Sini can mimic that kind of performance, there's a chance that even without the knockup, because R is going for the Purify, he can kind of just zone out by using the rough waves, and that will just zone R long enough.
Guys, saya kita layan bentar ya.
The clock ain't much better either.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to match point in the semi-finals, our second semi-finals of the day. We are at match point with Indonesia one game away of securing that final ticket, that second and final ticket to Riyadh, that second and final ticket to WEC, as Malaysia look to go for a reverse sweep
Laju
against their fellow Langgar, right? Fellow Indonesians here as well. But we'll see already a charge from Annabelle earlier on here, Arashi, but they will still be able to get out alive. And I think one of the interesting things here for me is the fact that Shell, as we're talking about her, we're going to have a look at how she's been doing in her lane, is actually opted to go for that spell instead of going for something a little more safe like the Purify. She goes for Inspire instead, but meanwhile, in the bottom
Ooh. A lot of damage. That's going to be the first blood by Rosemary. Fumi Echo, overestimating how tanky she can be right there, gets absolutely punished. Yes, the Uranus has tankiness, but you have to wait a bit longer. But Vival trying to even out the score in the middle right here. Going to Ecstatic, but there's not enough damage. No level 4 just yet. Malaysia take the first tempo play, and they're not stopping, man. They're going straight into the jungle. They're prepping for a trap, but look at that. Ooh, Sini. Eventually taken out still. It's going to be early value for Malaysia, but can Indonesia equalize? Raging Sandstorm onto two.
Sayangnya.
Won't be enough though, as Rosemary gets taken out, gets walked on by Fumi Echo on the Uranus.
Yeah, they traded completely back here. Indonesia being able to take down Rosemary as well as Bea, and they should have the man advantage when it comes down to this Lord setup. However, Vival, despite the success that she was able to obtain earlier on, is forcing to go for a recall as Annabelle, once again with the charge, actually goes in for the cancel, but there is still that kill pressure that Bea offers, whether it be on the Paquito, whether it be on the Khalid, that Indonesia still need to be aware of. And this is a very active Khalid, by the way. Arashi earlier on was able to, clear in the mid side as well, and now look at what she's able to do here.
Look at the Minion and Fury as a response though. Annabelle caught out alone. Cindy tries to follow up on it, but the Raging Sandstorm catches two. Annabelle pushes Vival back in, but Fumi Echo already in the back, just tanking out the damage. But look at Bea. A pincer maneuver right here, confusing Indonesia that wants to play front to back. But they are on pace. They have the sustain to try and play this long game. The Vivian though getting caught out right here. Annabelle, can she steal the deal? It won't be enough, but look at Shell coming in with the Spear of Destruction onto Ecstatic. It will be the end for her. As we can see, Annabelle is waiting for a chance, trying to get out of it, stuck in the side of Indonesia. Rivaldo eventually will try and secure her to go for the mutual objective.
Whoa.
The rough waves onto Rosemary won't be enough, as Bea is still just lingering around, like you said, Eterna, playing it active, trying to make an impact, but in the end, Indonesia gets the better of Malaysia, and Shell makes her way back up top as the team secures the turtle.
What were we watching? Like for the past 1 minute, 1 to 2 minutes. That was so chaotic on all fronts, right? Rosemary being dived in, but Kadida in the back line, forcing a recall, seeing as how low she
tapi
was,
iya, cewek Indo memang kuat, guys.
Mana, so she couldn't really execute that as properly as she should have. But then at the end of the day, with all the events that came through, it looks like Indonesia is still going to be able to pick up that objective, right? Which is something that they can hold on to. But for the most part, Malaysia is still equal when it comes down to the economy, right? So despite the kills for Indonesia, despite the neutral objective takes from Indonesia, Malaysia has a 100k gold lead, Arashi.
Yeah, but Indonesia goes to try and extend that gold lead. It's going to be Annabelle deleted immediately by the rough waves. That's the Baxia Kadira combo. And Indonesia, they're not looking like it, but they got pressure around the map. Malaysia can definitely be a real threat if they group up together. But for Indonesia, they have pressure to play around with. Fumi Echo once again tries to be an absolute nuisance. Uses the Purify already though, getting hunted down, getting hit by the Raging Sandstorm, but it won't be enough for now. The slows though will keep her in place long enough for Malaysia to finally take her down.
Enough burst for her to be taken down, but meanwhile Shell also not staying idle, as she is going to be able to push in this turret in the top lane. But actually no minions there. They were able to successfully clear that. Shell actually forced in a recall there, forced into, back away from that objective, even with the help of Vivian as well.
So smart move by R to stand behind the turret so that whenever Shell was going for the turret damage, she has to tank the turret and back away. But look at that play on the top side though. Shell popping the Inspire, trying to duel it out 1v2 though. She comes out on top. As Indonesia make a play for the turtle, the Spear of Destruction is still very much available as Fumi Echo just walks off around, zoning away the members of Malaysia and finding information.
No.
Seems like Malaysia will be able to match though, and they'll be able to leave that turtle to Indonesia.
Yeah, she has been such an exceptional player, Arashi. Like Shell, despite everything that's going on with Indonesia, you can always count on her to be able to win it in that mid and carry towards the late game. Because, man, time and time again, whatever hero that she's being placed on, she does exactly this. Now they're going to be able to push in once again.
Okay. Dapat.
Charge and re-engage.
Genuine Fury though gets Annabelle stuck, and look at the rough waves used onto the roamer only though, but Cine is hitting back and forth, dealing out the damage. It won't be enough. Vival and Cine, Petrify being used, immediately purified by R, but Fumi Echo is on the scene. The Raging Sandstorm.
Whoa! Dapat dua!
Bea once again making the plays happen for her team, and Fumi Echo is alone right now. 4 members down for Indonesia, and that's just it. That's just Malaysia at their finest.
Go.
Huge standout here as Shell goes in with the Spear of Misery.
And secures the kill immediately. The global play. Indonesia respawning and immediately striking. What is going on? The Spear of
Misery. Exactly, right? And all the while, Rosemary gonna be very quick on her feet as well, picking up that turret in that top side
bro.
that she was able to get traded back in with the kills that Shell was inevitably able to pick up. 2-1-1 so far for Shell, but man, Bea, whether it be on the Paquito, on the Khalid, she's doing work with the
Janganlah marah.
that Malaysia have been able to work over and work on top of those big plays by Bea. It's a big threat that Indonesia really need to try and, solve. As we take a look at that replay.
Yes, with a Minion Fury, but like we said, Indonesia used a bunch of their spells already on the frontliners, and they lost Shell, right? If Shell was around, maybe this fight would have gone differently. And Fumi Echo, once she arrives, everyone respects the presence and backs away, but Bea, with that killer instinct, exceptional stuff, man. Finds a chance to go in the back line, but now Indonesia, they're the ones still.
Mereka pacaran ya dengan Shell.
They go on Annabelle.
Dapat nanti aku pergi Riyadh.
Damage and Vival can hope to try and do. And look at the slows, man. This is allowing them to go for a full one pick off. They commit onto it with the real manipulation as well. But the Minion Fury will buy enough time. Look at the blazing duet from R to try and solve this problem, but it won't be enough. That's gonna be the Dread Destruction though. It's gonna be Shell once again going in the back line, getting low, but still surviving. And Indonesia get full complete control.
Hey! Roger!
Crashing away. Fumi Echo ignored.
Roger!
But Rosemary will not be able to do so.
Roger!
Aduh! Try and get ecstatic, but it will actually work out for her. A double kill as Annabelle is just forced to walk.
Aduh, bukan nafsu.
What?
Dia
The
step
layer
tak
of
betul dah.
events that occurred, ladies and gentlemen, in that final showdown.
Aduh.
Oh my lord. I mean, Rosemary, I don't know if it was a mistake or not, but she accidentally
mesti dia the nearest hero
But she could have gone for the kill on City instead, and I don't think
salah
that
setting
Rosemary would
ni.
have been caught that low if she was able to get that kill down, right? And then Shell came in, was able to capitalize over those movements and eventually pick up that turret in that mid side. The chain of events that happened earlier, that was so unfortunate. And Bea, once again, being one of the main damage dealers, picking up the Malefic Roar, one of the anchors of damage for her team, was unable to find a proper moment to go in for the Flicker Raging Sandstorm.
Okay.
But look at this, Annabelle, with the re-engage, very aggressive, actually going to be able to bait in Cine right before they go in for the Lord take.
With the rough waves used up already, but look at the far side. Fumi Echo, knowing that she's so tanky and it requires multiple members from the side of Malaysia to try and take her down, she just goes in for the push, and now there's a chance that Indonesia can get a fight without Bea diving into the back. And look at Vivian already on the Antique Cuirass. She's gonna put herself between the opposing team and the Lord and completely deny it. It's gonna be a Lord picked up for Indonesia, and look at the flank from Fumi Echo. It won't be decisively starting any kind of fight, but from Annabelle, immediately countered by Vivian with a knockup. The rough waves zone everyone else.
Whoa!
Already sends about to 5 though by Bea. Once again, will it be enough as Shell is still left around. And finally, she gets taken out by the United of R and Rosemary. That's gonna be a win for Malaysia, despite Indonesia getting the Lord.
Bea lagi.
That's been insane. Have you ever seen that in your life? 5-member Raging Sandstorm Flicker combo.
Bea lagi buat kerja.
Indonesia nearly gets wiped out in the 11th minute of the game. Man, I am so hyped. We have to take a look at that again, right? Because that was a huge play. We do see that most of the members here are Annabelle with that beautiful Tyrant's Rage and Revenge coming through. But look at the Ocean Odyssey, the Ocean Waves coming through. But that Raging Sandstorm Flicker onto 5, and the way that Malaysia were able to combo in with the Blazing Duet and all the other sources of damage was just impeccable. That was a huge moment for Malaysia. And now Rosemary picks up the Malefic Roar to boot. We are caught in a precarious position if Indonesia look to close this 2-0, because for sure Annabelle, Bea, they mean business, and they've been able to look for so many opportunities to turn what initially was the dominant game, and here she goes again.
But Cine goes for the counter engage onto Rosemary though. The real manipulation was
itu dah salah dah.
away, but it won't be enough for now.
Itu dah salah dah.
Of destruction, not taking it just yet as her teammates chase down slowly but surely, ecstatic, unable to escape. They finally won and found a winning engagement right here, as Vivel will be able to just chase R down slowly but surely. And Indonesia regroup immediately. They're going for a push. They know they have 2 death timers already rolling. Can they go for some kind of end engagement? Going for the turrets most likely, but they have to be careful. The fact that Shell does not have the Purify makes it so difficult for her to stay in the front and output that damage steadily. They get a base turret for their efforts, but they have to be careful. Whenever they're able to get any kind of lead from Malaysia, it has always been traded back, so they are definitely on their toes for that.
Okay.
Riyadh hangs in the balance
Cloud dah sakit, guys.
As we are entering the 13th minute of the game, there have been so many moments that both of these teams have been able to find them for themselves and for their own team, and just one mistake can really lead to their demise here, especially for Malaysia, who are now looking at Indonesia that are at
Roger!
We see that Shell picks up the orange buff right now. If we take a look at
Roger, kau buat apa tu?
Rosemary is actually a level ahead. So when it comes down to this retribution contest, when it comes down to the retribution battle, it looks like Malaysia should have a little bit more to work with. Especially with the tools that have been utilized. But now we get to
guys, sabar guys,
finally.
Dia bukan buat freestyle kat situ. Dia tak buat freestyle. Roger nge-lag.
Wow.
That was 14 minutes? Wow.
That was 14 minutes. It felt like it was longer, right?
Oh man, it's non-stop. It's on site for both these teams, man. Whoever they see, they just immediately pile on.
2 slot je untuk perempuan. Satu Cambodia dah ambil, satu lagi ni lah. Nampak macam Indonesia
I
lah.
was so shocked by it.
Mau tonting lot dia like.
Man, Malaysia just going toe to toe against Indonesia.
Itu roster woman paling kuat. Iya tahu. Bukan di Indo saja. Saya rasa mereka sekarang ni di dunia juga nombor 1.
And for now, with the Lord already in the picture,
mereka unbeaten sekarang ni.
More of a macro setup with Fumi Echo on the Uranus pushing away. The fact that Indonesia has a tank like 2 damage dealer composition, and the fact that Shell is going with the Inspire instead of the Purify makes this game just so risky for Indonesia. Because we saw earlier, despite the fact that there is backup, there is coverage coming in from Vivian on the Minotaur, if the Roger and the Claude can get to the Moskov, Shell can still get taken out.
So would you call it overconfidence maybe, going in for the Inspire instead? Because let's say that Raging Sandstorm hit, Shell, if she had the Purify, she would have been able to outmaneuver that.
Uranus dah cut lane.
Entire team fight completely around, but the fact that she's opted to go for this, it's going to be very risky.
Oi, tak ada support.
Engage onto Vivian, the Minotaur, not the ideal target. Vivo though getting chunked down, taken away from the fight. Malaysia pick up the Lord, but look at the pinch coming in. Shell comes through, but the Wind of Nature from R will save her life. They're chasing down to Bea and Ecstatic, and Fumieko has the movement speed to try and run them down with the slows as well. But the Raging Sandstorm onto one person turns it around. Fumieko falls, and the Lord comes through. Indonesia forced to back away.
Oh no!
Paksa lagi.
The chase coming through from Indonesia, it wasn't successful with the movement speed, and then the re-engage coming in from Bea with the Raging Sandstorm onto Fumi. That was just so brilliant. And now
Bea betul-betul bagus tu hari ni.
Right? 20 seconds for Fumi to spawn, and now they are at a man disadvantage.
Bea banyak buat momen, banyak selamatkan teammate.
Into the bottom lane. These turrets are going to fall down like flies, and yet again that ticket to Riyadh, that final slot to Riyadh at WEC hangs in the balance with R picking up the Malefic Roar. This is shaping to be a very difficult position for Indonesia.
Shell will be trying to clear the Lord out immediately though. Surprisingly, no turrets fall just yet. It's going to be a great defense from the side of Indonesia. But for Malaysia, whenever they're in this kind of scenario, they just have so much more of an advantage due to Ecstatic just being on the Eve. And we know that Indonesia are planning on banking on sustainability.
Tak adalah sampai lelaki punya level lagi. Tapi okey lah. Okey.
Sustainability, Fumi Echo and Shell still. Even with the
Kau tengok dia mesti combo mesti dengan Yif. Yif buka ulti dia masuk.
But against the glowing one that's being built immediately by Ecstatic, it's a whole different story.
Tu lah tak dapat tahu tu atas bawah tengah.
Tools cut down from Indonesia.
Which is why they have to really be smart when they weave in and weave out of these team fights, right? They need to figure out a way to kind of bait out those resources, bait out the real world manipulation from Ecstatic. Wait a second.
Viva goes in for a collision, but that's the whole team available to back her up. The Breath of the Ocean will zone everyone away, but that's the Turret's presence already used up. Fumi Echo has been pushing the wave, but as of right now, she's just not having enough impact when it comes to that macro game. She can't push fast enough, and she can't rotate fast enough either.
Yeah, it's not as easy. It's not as straightforward. Now that we're entering the late game, ladies and gentlemen, 17 minutes between both of these teams. Very
Wakil Malaysia dari tim mana bang? Dulunya Dewan Konteks, sekarang Dewan Todak.
The gold lead that Malaysia has, a 3K gold lead, will start to, you know, the importance of it will start to sliver away. And now it comes down to the mind games.
Dengan Todak baru je lagi.
Who will be smarter when it comes down to these Lord takes? Because naturally, Indonesia, I don't think they want to go for a full 5v5. Maybe they look for a pick-off instead. Maybe they look in for a pick-over. But the fact that Fumi Echo is already posturing in that bush, and the fact that it looks like Malaysia want to go in for the collapse, it's not looking good. Let's see how they unfold and how they play this out.
Well, finally, Fumeka shows herself on the top side. And look at Shell. Ooh, Abyss Walker forwards there, landing a big stun. But in the midst of all that, there's just so much pressure here for every single base card of Indonesia that's so low. Annabelle conceals, but Shell spots her down. Vivian, though, is in the same situation. But look at the play coming in from Cine. The knock up there to try and break that immortality. Can they keep going here or not? The play. There's revenge. The side start from Bea, though. The lead Shell. No gold leader available. Real manipulation being used as well for Malaysia to seal the deal right here. Rosemary chunking out damage, dishing out against the 10 of members, all the damage. And the chase comes through for Malaysia.
Boleh menang tu. Boleh menang tu. Boleh menang tu.
Taken out. That's a maniac for Rosemary.
Boleh menang tu.
Out, ladies and gentlemen, for Malaysia in this 18th minute, and it looks like they're looking for
Boleh menang tu.
18 seconds left for Shell to respawn into the game as Rosemary is going to go through with that DHS in addition to wards in her kit to look for that straight push. And it looks like Malaysia will be able to force this to a game number 3. But hold your horses. We're gonna make you feel the, you know, the suspense. We're gonna build up
Aku yang lag.
How this game goes as you are forced to look at me and Arashi's beautiful face once again. Wow, again, right? Shell using that Inspire, definitely not the best choice in this match. Annabelle, beautiful flicker backwards, Tyrus Rage Revenge. And she was able to catch Shell off guard, and then the combination.
Dah lah lapar, ngantuk, penat. Lepas tu kena pause macam ni berapa lama. Kau tak kesian ke orang tua aku macam ni buat live sampai 7 jam? Habiskan je lah cepat.
I bet now they're starting to wonder, like, why didn't I go
Sedih tu.
instead?
It has to be in the back of their minds, but all things considered, that would have made a difference, right? The fact that Bea immediately came through and just landed that raging sandstorm, that was a ton of damage. And just like that, the fact that they have a protect Shell VIP composition just kind of shuts down their chances of winning without that gold laner, man. That is so unfortunate. Wow.
And we do have confirmation that the match already ended with Malaysia winning it with that push. After that, you know,
Malaysia dah menang. Dah 1 sama.
As well coming through for Malaysia, and
dah 1 sama, guys.
We're going to game number 3. We wouldn't have it.
Kita tak tahu apa penyudah dia, kesudahan dia. Tapi dia orang dah push mid end.
Best of all the games. We want to see all the games. And you know, even the system
jam 12 ya.
How much Malaysia were dominating in that final sequence, right? Even the system didn't allow you guys to witness the violence. So we're just gonna tell you, okay? We're gonna, you know, ease the pain a little bit. We're gonna give it to you.
So this is the first game yang Indonesia kalah kot. Sebab dia orang clean sweep, semua clean sweep. Macam Selangor Jaya itu tadi ya. Indonesia ni dia orang main semua 2-0 2-0 2-0. So first game dia orang kalah.
Are we looking at a comeback again? Are we
Rabak banget tim malam ni, itulah pasal.
That underdog story that we've been seeing here in the playoffs of ISF.
Bro, that's gonna be
Saya rasa
very unexpected for sure. But on the bright side, we have some highlights here. So hopefully the final sequence will be shown in the highlights as we get right into it. Let's see how
guys.
Colliding, man. It's a relatively short game,
last match 3 ni, game 3 ni nanti kita tengok kat mana-mana lah.
From the start, right?
Dah lah dengan lag macam ni kau nampak. Aku tak tahu server dia problem kot. Dah habis dah. Ya dah habis. Tapi game ketiga aku dah malas dah. Saya nak tengok ni je. Saya nak sambil rumah, saya sambil makan, saya nak tengok.
I think even we were a little bit drained with energy, right? Or actually with so much action happening, we thought that it was already a 17-minute game at that 14-minute mark. But up until that very end, you know, Malaysia stayed persistent.
Boleh je layan, bukannya saya live, saya end ni orang lain tak buat. Kan ramai juga yang buat.
All the initial, I would say, success from Indonesia with the objectives.
Last lah bang. Okay lah, last lah.
They were able to finally get that stun in with Annabelle as well as Bea in the final.
Okay lah, last lah.
But here again, we do see that Vival was caught quite low. R was able to capitalize over that. I think at the very end, finally R picked up the Malefic Roar. But that was that big play with the Raging Sandstorm onto 2 people. And we thought that was like the peak of Bea, right? And then she comes in later on. I hope we get to see the replay of that as well on a 5-man Raging Sandstorm.
That was later on the bottom side of the map, I think.
Sebab kalau Malaysia menang, ke Indonesia menang ke, dia ada satu lagi match BO1 dengan Cambodia. Jadi yang itu more to fun match. Tak payah apa pun.
Fight combo for combo, and look at that blazing duet here. It's immediately denied from the side of Indonesia, and that the play, man, the spear of destruction definitely is is a great tool to have, and Shell was using it to its utmost potential. But at that point, she gets a bit too low. This was the moment you're talking about it, Tuna, where Rosemary maybe could have gotten the kill, but unfortunately for him, he gets knocked into the wall and just completely shut down. As Fumi Echo dives in and continues the cycle, man. It just keeps going.
Yeah. It was...
kat sini lah kan?
Oh, is this the moment?
Kat sini lah yang moment tadi tu.
Is it? Oh, it should be.
Oh, I think it is.
Actually, there it is, right? Annabelle goes in with the Tyrant's Rage Revenge Flicker. And then here we go. Raging Sandstorm. Boom.
Oh, bukan. Ini yang mid tu. Yang last fight tu.
The follow-up damage was so easy, right? For R with the Blazing Duet into the backside. There was nobody really able to
inilah kan?
That dive
bukan.
with the Blazing Duet, and she was able to maximize on her damage output.
It's definitely a lot of damage from Bea, man. And here, the patience for Shell to just wait on the Spear of Destruction, and Malaysia making the call to immediately rush down the Lord. Those are the things that we've been saying needs to be done, but a lot easier said than done.
2,100 subscriber Bang Gigi. Thank you guys. Korang lah yang banyak bantu saya.
Losing Fumi Echo and then trying to defend. They're able to
betul tu. Aku tanya hari tu, kalau saya buat YouTube korang nak tak follow? Bisa bang, satu hari boleh dapat 1,000. Betul tu, satu hari dapat 1,000 fan daripada Indonesia. Ni this one lah kan, daripada Indonesia, daripada Malaysia. Korang memang terbaik guys.
Eventually Vivian and Viva were able to kind of equalize with a kill, but all things considered, with R on the clock.
Okay, kita tengok apa jadi. Kita tengok apa jadi kat sini. Tunjuklah sampai habis. Tunjuklah sampai habis.
There's just no way for them to come out on top there in a long.
Seronok borak bang.
Okay, predictions for MVP now.
Clean sweep. Indonesia dah pecah. Sebab dia orang menang semua 2-0.
I'm gonna go Bea or Annabelle. Ooh, I can't decide. Everybody had their moment. Ooh, wait. So you're gonna stick with Rosemary here?
I think so.
Man, yeah, she picked up the Maniac. Oh God, this is hard. Okay, I'll just stick with Bea. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's see our MVP for the second game in this best of 3 match. Now both of these teams are at match point. We will be seeing, is it Rosemary, is it Bea, is it Annabelle?
Yif, aesthetic. Okay, now I go for aesthetic.
Drum roll, please.
Drum roll.
Okay.
Rosemary.
Tipu lah.
With the comeback of his own.
Tipu lah.
13-2 and 4. 90.
Tapi 13 kills. Ini match apa lagi bang? Bukan dah ke tadi? Itu tadi lelaki, ini perempuan.
How much damage the Eve was doing.
Perempuan guys.
Supposedly with all these fights, with all the back and forths, the Eve actually did about
perempuan satu sama. The next game siapa menang Riyad, siapa kalah habis.
But Rosemary was the highest damage in the whole game. That's how much fighting was available for her to just immediately just steal away that spot. There was no sieges at all.
There wasn't. But I mean, okay, granted, I understand why Rosemary was able to get the MVP, but you know, an argument can be made for a lot of the other members too. Right, because technically, in the final sequence of how they're able to, put in the final nail in the coffin for Indonesia was on the play made by Annabelle on the Kufra, which basically Vivian was unable to do in the first game where she picked up the Kufra. So, big shout out to Annabelle on the Kufra. Big shout out as well to Bea. Despite not being put on the Paquito that we saw was such a power pick for her in game number 1. In game number 2, she pulls up something like the Khalid that did so well, just really capitalizing over the overconfidence from Indonesia in game number 2.
Yeah, the composition in the beginning already seems a bit overconfident. Only a single real damage dealer, and even
bentar ya guys, saya slow kan ni nanti kena.
Are on the Claude is
okay.
And with the Purify as well, there isn't really a very easy target for her to look for in the middle of those fights. That definitely played a big role as well, because once the skills are already blasted out, that's the end of the impact for Cine. Compared to game 1, where on the low Yi can just keep tossing out dispersions and rotations.
And on that note, let's take a look at the post-game stats as well, right? Specifically, this is special for you guys back at home, ladies and gentlemen. We have statistics prepared for you guys to have a little bit of a sneak peek as to what Arashi was talking about earlier on, right? You talked about the damage that was given. We do see a little bit more information on that 18-minute game, 47 seconds. It was almost a 19-minute game. You can see, like, this was one of the things that was quite confusing, Arashi. In the early stage of the game, Indonesia was leading with kills, and they were also leading with objectives. But again, Malaysia was actually still holding on to the gold lead.
Just because of that style, right? The fights that kept happening, for the most part, I mean, if you look at the gold obtained from minions and creeps, there isn't a lot of farming. The gold gain for minions and creeps for the side of Indonesia is a lot lower still. So that's another addition to the advantage that Malaysia were able to actually get by winning out in these fights. It really felt like in the end it's a damage output issue, because for Malaysia, even when we did see R get taken out or get zoned away from a fight, the Khalid can do damage, can do damage, so can Ecstatic.
All right.
Despite the fact that they have no real big front line, maybe even was the cause that baited Indonesia to just keep going in, because they know that in theory, there's not a single hero on the side of Malaysia can be called a pure tank. The Kufra, maybe, but more used for utility, right? So I think Indonesia just kept going in because they know that whoever they connect with, that gets bursted done by Sini and Shell, or gets hit by Vival, that could be yet another kill that they can put in their pocket. So
Mula cuba try tengok komen
late game, it makes the win
tengah war tu kat mana?
that much more straightforward. And
Di mana?
that's the last thing you
Komen
want to
dekat mana?
team as dangerous and as competent as these teams we're watching right now, because they will immediately identify it and go for it. You can see that from the middle of the game, Bea and the rest of Malaysia are already having their eyes on Shell, just waiting for the right time to catch her out, or at least zone her away, so that their team can actually get the advantage.
You know, at least if they want to go for the commitment onto a 4-1, as in fully commit onto the defensive, at least have Shell pick up something a little bit more defensive for her battle spell. Right, because I felt
jangan layan lah.
just again was way too greedy.
Jangan layan.
But I mean, it's a problem that can be seen from the draft as well, right? The fact that she was the sole damage dealer. Remember, the can't really help out with that either. So maybe she was pressured to go for the
Kita ambil tahu pasal kita je.
damage.
Kalau menang ni, kalau menang kejutan tu. Filipin tak lepas, Indonesia tak lepas. Ini kejutan. But nobody expect Cambodia untuk lepas. Itu dah satu kejutan. Ini kalau Malaysia lepas, satu lagi kejutan. Bea tu boleh lah bang. Bea tu semalam saya dah belanja dia nasi lemak. Nasi kandar semalam. Nasi kandar, ayam bawang. Page lelaki tak ada ke? Ada. Dia orang dah layak straight. Dia orang kan defending champion. Halo Johnson. Indo kalau kalah balik ke? Bukan balik, tak layak. Mereka memang masing-masing di tempat mereka, nak balik apa lagi?
Malaysia could have utilized to, take away that single winning condition that Indonesia had, which was, protect Moskov at all costs, protect Shell at all costs, and it really just didn't pay off for them.
And I have to say, despite the fact that there was a Uranus that's usually so pesky to deal with, I don't know if that's just the way it's being played or the condition of the game overall, but Malaysia relatively did not really have a lot of issues dealing with the macro play, the push coming in from the Uranus on the far side. It could be because the Uranus wasn't going for a 2-wave cut, a double wave cut in the base or something of that nature. But they just want to fight aggression with aggression. Even if they can't really go for the macro play and match that push, they go straight for the Lord and they just focus it down. And if Indonesia wants to go for a 50-50, they're very happy to oblige for that 50-50. And even if they don't get the Lord, they are going to go and chase down the members of Indonesia. I feel like that's just the way they plan out the game, at least in the mid game, right? It doesn't matter. Just go for the Lord immediately. If they don't try and fight us, we get the Lord. If they come in late, we get the Lord. If it's a 50-50, then it's a 50-50. But looking at the compositions, we can just take out their members one by one. And we have chases, we have movement speed coming in from the Roger, we have slows coming in from Ecstatic on the Eve as well.
Kita tahu yang terbaik. Iya. InsyaAllah.
They've been catching up up real good, right? Technically, they can go in for a reverse sweep once again, something that we've been talking about earlier on as well. I mean, you predicted, we both predicted the Philippines to win in match number 1. Cambodia reverse sweep. And they were the favorites to win that match and one of the favorites to win the entire championship. And now we're coming into our second semi-finals here in the playoffs. And we also predicted Indonesia to win. And Indonesia did pick up game number 1. And then Malaysia equalized in game number 2. That's a big momentum shift for Malaysia. That's some, you know, mental fortitude coming through from Malaysia.
So ni ada 2 slot untuk lelaki Malaysia dan Indonesia. Untuk lelaki Malaysia dan Indonesia. Iya. Lelaki Malaysia dan Indonesia dah lolos guys. Dah lolos. Ya betul juga. Tapi apakan daya, Indonesia champion group, Malaysia juara 2 group. Jadi harusnya bertemu di playoff. Hanya satu yang lolos. Come on lah, aduh, faster. Apalagi mau ngobrol ni. Dah start guys. Udah. Gitu. Okay, let's go. Last match. The deciding match. Malaysia atau Indonesia guys. Ayo hashtag.
We'll see. Arlet export going to be banned out now for Indonesia as they are back in first pick, ladies and gentlemen. The Ling going to be respected once again.
Ada juara ke bang? Ada, tapi juara naik juara grup A kan, grup A sama B. Grup A ada negara 5 negara, lepas tu ada 4 negara, 9 negara kan total. Filipin, Malaysia, Myanmar, Thailand satu grup. Indonesia, Cambodia, Thailand kah? Thailand, Vietnam, Filipin, Malaysia, Myanmar 4. Sana Cambodia. Apa lagi ya? Udah lupa. Rematch bukan. Game nombor 3, game 3.
Oh man, we have to see though, because I feel like Malaysia has just made a very clear statement.
Biar power bang, power.
And play the rough game.
Ini line up dulu konteks eliminator. Iya, konteks eliminator. Dia orang memang qualification Malaysia hari itu. Cuma yang ada dalam line up itu Fafau yang enggak main sebab dia sekarang berada sama home girls. So, dah explain dah tadi.
And considering that Malaysia has the
apa iya bang lah. Aku dah penat. Dah penat Mr. K. Guys, Roslan Rashid ini adalah one of the CEO, Vice President untuk Todak guys. Petinggi Todak. Say hi. Haji Roslan namanya. Yang kemarin ikut sekali ke Jakarta. Dia adalah salah seorang petinggi Todak. Aku dah ngomong Indo. Haji. Udah pandai ngomong Indo. Kenapa live di sini? IESF tak dapat whitelist. Mana facecam? Kejap tengah merokok. Sini YouTube boleh je merokok, tak ada masalah, tapi tak manis lah. Sebab e-sport kan, tak manis. Sebab budaya Malaysia lain. Haji Roslan bukan Pak Lan. Haji Roslan. Sebab ownernya nama Lan, Encik Lan ataupun Pak Lan. So dia Haji Roslan. Live kat TikTok nanti MSC. MSC saya akan live TikTok dan juga YouTube dua-dua sekali jalan.
Right, so they get their hands on that.
Weh, tapi alhamdulillah tu. Sini live kau tengok satu hari alhamdulillah dah 1000 lebih subscriber. Siapa yang belum subscribe sekarang Kalau tidak saya akan kick keluar. Lantodak siapa belabang? Dia lah owner, CEO, founder, presiden, apa lagi ya. Esok monetizing ke Bang Lot? Belum lagi. Dia 1000 subscriber plus 4000 watch hour. So kena dapat watch hour juga. So nanti saya akan jadikan ini 3 konten. Nantilah saya pergi buatlah konten vlog-vlog sikit-sikit. Bolehlah buat duit lebih sikit. Mana tahu nanti kalau Cik Lan hantar saya pergi Indo ke, saya nak cari bini baru ke, nak cari duit lebih. So nampaklah kat YouTube ni adalah potensi untuk cari duit lebih.
I mean, there is still a possibility for like the Brody to show up. I think the Clint has done quite well, but that was before the patch. For the MLBB women's team, that was before the patch. We saw the Clint do really well in the early game.
Buat konten banyak-banyak insyaAllah.
Like the gun, by the way, if they want to export you.
Siapa pemain Indo yang dibeli Malay Bang Lot? Belum lagi. Belum lagi beli. Masih lagi dalam proses negosiasi. Berkenan pula aku tengok lawan ini Athena. Aku kalau Bude tak dapat, Athena ni pun jadi. Bang, saya dari Indonesia. Ya, saya dari Malaysia. Beli Albert Bang Lot. Ya, udah. Jangan bilang beli itu, beli ini. Okay, kita dapat Yuzong Khalid di band ke? Oh, kali enggak. Plus one jadi 3. Iya. Dapat Rian jackpot bang. Serius cakap. Iya. Nanti kita cuba Siapa saya? Fans dari Indo. Siapa saya Bang Lot? Henki Momo. Awak Henki Momo. Kenapa? Lupa ingatan ya? Beli nasi lemak Bang Lot. Aku lapar. Betul lapar. Daripada 5.30 saya live. Kan game apa Malaysia tadi pukul 6. Bukan.
Okay. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, sorry I went a little bit informal there, but Zask recently had a change. Right, Arashi? Are you familiar with this change that Zask now has?
Wait, which change are you talking about?
So, now, oh man, I don't even...
Hai Peter, welcome.
I don't even remember.
Bang Lot, udah lolos ke bang? Kalau cowoknya Malaysia, Indonesia lolos. Kalau cewek baru Cambodia lolos. Jadi ini game decider match, game nombor 3. Siapa menang lolos ke Riyadh. Okay guys, IESF. Ini adalah WEC nanti Bulan 11 baru dia punya main tournament. Salah pencet ke tu? Bukan. Bukan salah pencet. Enggak kepencet. Kenapa message by kenapa delete tu? Ya, tak apa, satu dua komen-komen yang tidak murni enggak apa-apa. Sini okey, aman guys. Aman, sini aman. Enggak ada gaduh-gaduh. Oh, carry. Malaysia tak ada siapa ban. Tak ada siapa pick. Judi, mana ada judi? Oh, yang tadi tu judi Oh, okey. Kalau judi, janganlah promote judi di sini. Guys. Jangan promote judi. Dah.
Do some mind games and be relatively safe.
Aku dah block dia dah. Jangan promote judi guys.
It's going to be interesting how the late is going to go.
Rokok ini Malaysia forbidden enggak? Cuma ada di beberapa platform tidak boleh merokok. Contoh di Facebook rasa enggak boleh, di TikTok enggak boleh, di YouTube bisa. Cuma kita kan e-sport kan banyak anak-anak muda. Jadi kita tidak mau tunjuk contoh yang tidak baik. Walaupun saya udah tua, umurnya sudah hampir 50. Enggak ada masalah. Ibarat macam bapak-bapak isap rokok kan, ayah-ayah isap rokok. Tapi masih lagi macam tidak baik. Jadi baik eloknya kita tutup aja cam. Nanti kalau buat live streaming, ya saya buat. Nanti saya buat live streaming main rank juga. Nanti kan saya punya kehebatan bermain Franco. Nanti saya akan live sama Haji Roslan. Haji Roslan baik. Haji Roslan dia punya Matilda, dia punya Atlas, dia punya God, Chang'e, top global. Tapi ramai streamer yang toxic.
And everything is going to depend on how this game goes. Will it be Indonesia moving forward as one of the tournament favorites, or will it be Malaysia
Sakitnya Zaz ni.
take down the titans of this story and go in as underdogs with Cambodia to Riyadh?
Well, first of all, you can see the spirit coming
Respect
in
bang,
Malaysia.
walaupun masih muda tetap hormat yang tua. Aku muda ya. Siapa lagi tua daripada aku? Kau terbalik ayat tu.
An absolute nuisance for the side of Malaysia.
Bella punya kuf racun bang. Oh ya. Okey, kita tengok.
A bit safe, but look at that. Tyrant's revenge though. Vivo will be
Tadi Bella
secure that little due to that.
tadi Bella kan. Woi!
See? Yeah.
Tadi Bell buat lawak tu.
More damage, and I think is healthy for her, but we have to wait and see here. Especially in the gold lane and EXP lane, it's a bit of a skill.
Ini kalau menang,
Whoever comes out on top will dictate how
betul-betul
the team is able to really
double
And I think all eyes
shock of the
are
day.
definitely on that gold lane.
I mean, technically the gold lane isn't too much of a skill matchup, right? Wouldn't you think that the Clint does better in the early game as compared to the carry?
Yeah, especially in the gold lane, it's
Oh,
more one-sided.
ada
It's
empat
really
guys.
you can see this
Empat.
dueling happening. But considering the roamers occasionally
Empat,
fly to that gold lane, is there a chance for teams to really swing the balance in their favor? Rosemary though,
Okay.
coming in for a gank right
Da
there.
flicker.
The Echo already forced to use the flicker.
Da flicker.
So the flicker penalty zone combo won't be available.
I live. Oh, wait a second.
Okay,
He goes in very
okay,
deep here onto
okay.
Flicker.
First blood. First blood.
No escape tools. Princess Wrath tanked up, but look at the response though. Viva with the damage coming in, it's a double. Going to be traded 1 for 1 so far. Look at the rest of the team though, jumping into
Baik.
static.
Tapi tak boleh lepas.
Don't go just yet, but Viva is on the hunt, gets the killing spree. Indonesia starting out strong with that Roger pick.
Definitely, and even in the gold lane, right, we do see R almost going in for a recall with how much damage she's receiving. Let's jump back into here as Annabelle looks in for another pick.
Penalty zone owns Annabelle though, but Bea, the menace, goes in towards the back line, won't be able to find anything so far, pulls back away, and even for game 3 right now.
Usia berapa bangku? 49. 49. Masih muda lagi guys.
Once more for both these teams.
Yeah, the brawls, so brawl centric, so brawl heavy.
Awal-awal dah bagi banyak kill kepada Roger
Ecstatic is on the Valentina, who naturally has a little bit more of a regen when she goes in for her dashes, right? Her abilities. But even then, the damage coming in from Cindy on the Zask has been just a pain to deal with as she tries to go in for the clear. But Cindy falling a little bit behind in the rotations, and so you can see Ecstatic going to be able to have a little bit more say in that top lane to try and punish Shell and give the carry a little bit of a fighting chance in these early parts of the game.
Still gonna be a little taken by the side of Malaysia though. Vivian looking for a play here towards Annabelle. It's going really deep though. I don't think they're ready for that. Rosemary waiting to try and ambush to make a play for the team as R and Shell just keep duking it out. You can see that both teams are playing a lot more careful though, but Rosemary with the Thunderbolt rush hinting at go for a big fight. Look at the stun onto Annabelle with a Domineer's Descent as well. Rosemary tries to get involved, tries to peel, but look at the damage. Cine forced to back away already. That's a great sequence for both these teams, showing that they are absolutely aware of the split-second fight decisions.
Yeah, the adaptations are going to be very important for both of these teams, as Indonesia so far does have a gold lead, but it's a very small one, right? 901k here in the first 4 minutes of the game. Both of these teams are once again going to be collapsing onto the turtle that will spawn in under 6 seconds. Rosemary level 7 at the moment, Vival a level ahead, but it looks like Rosemary has been getting a lot more retributions down. Vival kind of struggling in that regard. So in this 50-50, we'll see who will be able to get that better trade as Annabelle already with the charge.
Jumping onto Fumi Echo, but not fully committing onto it. Trying to just reduce that HP bar. It will be so much more difficult to deal with the body of Smith. For Fumi Echo, but look at the both. Oh, penalty zone into the pit though.
Oi, cantik.
Right above everyone, the Petrific comes through.
Cantik.
Falls into the hands of Indonesia, but look at the Domineer's descent doing damage
Cantik.
as possible. But Malaysia kite back away from it, circling Eagle. Still from Vivian to try and get onto.
Itu tak cantik.
As Vival picks up a kill, comes in.
Itu tak cantik.
But Vivian steals it away. Indonesia asserting dominance right here in the team fighting prowess.
1-for-2 trade, ladies and gentlemen. You can even consider it a 1-for-3 trade, with Indonesia being able to pick up that neutral objective. So a perfect turtle so far, as we're going to take a look into the replay as to how this went down, because initially Malaysia did have a proper setup, but with the Dominator's descent coming through, the damage, the zoning away from the Yuzong as well was very imperative to how this actually panned down. Unfortunately, they couldn't land in an additional kill.
Vivian Teguh, I mean, oh yeah.
Been a 5-0-1 for her, and of course the Roger will take all the kills she can get to go in for that snowball that is required for her to have a little bit.
Dulu siapa ya yang EVOS ke? Yang ladies EVOS ladies.
Another charge. It looks like Malaysia are going to be quick to get in, but what happened in the opposite side of the map? That's a trade over as Malaysia
Apa namanya?
up that turret as well in the bottom side of the map.
Ya, Funi. Lepas tu ada lagi.
Understand that they're not really winning out in these fights, going for trades. But look at Cine here, unsatisfied with only a single turret, going for one.
Caramel, ya Caramel.
Just take it down.
Caramel sama Funi. Earl, aku nggak kenal sangat. Fix, X-Fix. Ya betul.
From Bea comes in as well. Cine, no real Dominator's descent just yet. Won't be jumped on though, fortunately for her. And Indonesia, they get a lot of wins there in that sequence.
That was quite
Wish.
Would you not think, oh, what is that damage onto Ecstatic? She's got so low and she's gonna force in a recall. Not the best time to go for a recall as you want to go and
Kenal Elbamita. Enggak.
But this will be another turtle given over to the hands of Indonesia. A perfect turtle as Annabelle fails to land it onto Fumi Echo here. And here Malaysia looks like they're looking for a trade in a 3v1.
Wih, sakitnya si Zaz ni.
Meanwhile in the mid lane,
both teams going for dives at the same time. In the mid lane though, it's going to be Bea following through with the death double kill for Vival. And on top, Fumi Echo does not care, man. A Terizla under the turret? Who you fooling? She ain't going down. Malaysia rotating to try and save their turret, but Indonesia already working down on it. Shell was at the end of the
Kacaunya Zaz ni.
The danger zone, but Annabelle is struggling to really find the right targets here for her team.
6k gold lead now built in for Indonesia. They are ruthless in the last few minutes of this game, really taking it into their hands with collapsing onto these structures, collapsing onto these objectives really quickly. And that's something that we've been used to seeing from Indonesia. So they really have their eyes on the prize here. They're really taking this as serious as they possibly can. But Vivian will be able to escape out of that initiation play from Annabelle. And again, those spawns are just so great at opening up these maps, opening up these bushes that time and time again have been capitalized over for Mass. And we have yet to see a big play from Bea on this Yuzong.
I mean, we saw a big Black Dragon form Furious Dive Petrify combo, but it just wasn't enough right now considering how aggressively Indonesia is playing. And the fact that Cine is just not vulnerable at all due to the Dominator's descent just makes the game a lot different than a usual game, I would say. Now, Vivian picks up the Enchanted Talisman as well, so the cooldown on the Guiding Wind will be something that Malaysia needs to take
Ini satu mistake je dah boleh settle tu ni.
Even though the Lord is spawning soon, she's the one sent over to clear. And look at the damage for Rosemary. She's trying to sustain back up, dashing out of the danger zone. And as ordered, Eterna, there's going to be a jump on towards the back line of Indonesia. But in the end, Bea cannot get it done. R follows soon as well. And that's going to be Annabelle left alone in the back. Shell spots her, tries to go for it as well. But she won't agree for it. They just go straight for the Lord.
beautiful penalty zone and beautiful follow-up, as it looks like Vivian is on the chase there to get to Annabelle. They know it's a little bit too risky and they will fall back. But in the grand scheme of things, that was a big win once again for Indonesia in the 10th minute of the game. And even if Malaysia stood fast, stayed stoic in that team fight, Vival is a few levels ahead here. She's actually 3 levels ahead of Rosemary at this point. So not necessarily a 50-50 in that retribution battle, despite Rosemary's success on her retri. It's just she's falling far too behind. She needs to catch up on that EXP to eventually go in for this. But that's going to be the first Lord of the game spawning in the mid lane, ladies and gentlemen. And it looks like Malaysia are just waiting patiently to go in for the defense.
Both teams just waiting around here, trying to make sure they stop the Lord from doing damage to the turrets, but Indonesia will zone away the members of Malaysia and ensure that that is what happens. It's a 3-wave push right now, and with the Nightmare spawn used to try to buy a bit more time, do a bit more damage, there's going to be a penalty zone.
Aduh, 2 hilang.
And so will establish
woi, sakitnya.
go into the Black Dragon form, but look at the HP bars immediately shredded down. That's the stun coming in as well.
Woi, observer.
Immediately, they pick up 1 more kill, and they're going straight for the
Apa ni?
The Lord untouched. Indonesia at 11 minutes has shut down Malaysia.
And it's official, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia take that final slot here in the playoffs and secure their ticket to WEC.
Observer mabuk ketum tu.
From the opens, and they have pushed forward through the group stage, pushed forward
Observer
through
mabuk.
the playoffs, and will be the representatives of Indonesia in the international scene once again at the
Aduh.
That was
Yalah mungkin dia tak nak tunjuk kot.
for Malaysia. I think all the Indonesian fans all around the
Mungkin dia
world
tak nak tunjuk kot.
seeing how
Observer.
had dominance over
Apa pun, tahniah untuk pasukan Ladies Malaysia berjaya ke tahap ini, dan tahniah untuk Indonesia yang lolos pergi ke Riyadh. Kan, tahniah. Indonesia lelaki perempuan kedua-duanya lolos. Albert sama boleh sama ceweknya boleh dating di Riyadh. Jadi guys, thank you very much kepada semua viewer Indonesia, Malaysia kan, yang sudi hadir ke live stream saya, sudi memberi komen, sudi like, sudi give 1000 subscribe hari ini, malam ini. Thank you very much. So insyaAllah kita akan berjumpa kembali pada tanggal 28 hari bulan. Tanggal 28. Stay halal brother. Thank you very much. Kan 28, 29, 30 Wildcard MSC. Okay. Jadi itu saja guys. Thank you very much. Terima kasih banyak-banyak. Selamat malam semuanya. Assalamualaikum.